disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it, man.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
He just killed a fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. Yeah, because you got nothing. You got nothing.
I want to get out. I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.
Well. Welcome everybody to another BD Boxing podcast, broadcasting to you live from the True North. It's a good friend, Mr. BDA, and I sure am glad that everybody could be on board for this one, fellas. In this episode, we got a fantastic one for you. It's the official call-in show. You get to call in, you give us your prediction, you give us your breakdown of the fight. And which fight are we talking about? Well, which one do you think, guys? Of course, this Saturday we've got Terence Crawford and Errol Spence finally resolving their business. They got some business to discuss with their fists in the ring, and I want to hear predictions here, all right? So make sure to call in. The phone lines are already open. As you can see here, I'm going to keep posting the number on the screen. Well, what do I mean open lines right now? They're open already. Let's take a look at this. There's the number right there. It's going to be present in the middle left-hand portion of your screen throughout the night, and I'm going to be putting it in the chat every once in a while just to see if you people get it. Do you get it? Well, we'll see if you get it. We'll do a little test. And of course, before we get down to the fun, let's get the business out of the way, fellas. You know the drill. If you want to donate a couple of shekels our way, you're certainly welcome to do so via the Super Chat feature. Of course, it's always better if you join the membership program. That way you get more bang for your buck. But the most important thing is that you continue to like, subscribe, spread that BDA gospel. All right, fellas. Speaking of the gospel, the truthers out there, I'm talking about Two Matador, Super Sardonic, Never Sobers in the house as well. I see. Shout out to Never Sobers. Alfredo Contreras, Aaron Kuko, Ezekiel Mandrake, Earl Stevens in the house. Shout out to Earl. He says, if you purchase this fight, you let fighters go away with over-marinating fights, plus Spence watches fights on Fire Stick. Yeah, I hope they don't bring that up during the final press conference, whenever that may be. I think there's going to be one tomorrow. I have to check, but they usually do one on Thursday. Actually, usually they do it on Wednesdays. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, for a guy with as much money as Errol Spence, I assume he's got a lot of money tucked away. For him to be watching fights on Fire Stick. By the way, I mean, that can lag. The quality is not always the best. Why don't you just pay for the fight? Shout out to Carlos Luis, Timothy Figueroa, Sergeant, Jesus M, Two Matador, Jack Ripper, Dark Hey Do in the house as well. In there, Bray, Some Rando, Team Batman Boxing in the house, Knockout Ned. The Quags in there as well. Shout out to the Quags. King Bucho in there, roaming the streets for us. Warp Speed, Some Rando, Straight G Turo, Gonzalo in the house as well, and many more people to come. I'm sure, fellas, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Well, like I said, the phone lines are open, and the number's right there in the left-hand middle portion of your screen. I want to hear some predictions. I don't think we've gotten them all. In fact, I don't think we got most of them because, we spent the last episode talking about Inoue Fulton, the aftermath, and I haven't really had the time to get down to it. So we're going to be doing that as well here today. We're going to be taking those down those predictions. Let me post the number in the chat right here. Call in Call in, or I'm shutting this whole thing down. What do you think about that? What else was I going to say? Yeah, so I'm going to be taking that. We're going to be taking down the predictions here. As you can see, the Fulton one, that's kaput. We already went through that. I see Joe in the house as well. Shout out to Joe. Said Fulton by decision. Just noticed that. All right, Spence vs. Crawford. There we go. Here we have the new list. We got Bucho saying Crawford by 10th round stoppage. Chief is saying Crawford by 8-4 decision. Don Madrazo saying Crawford stoppage 8th round. The Quack says Spence 12th round TKO. PSK says Spence quits on the stool in the 11th. Quay said Crawford knockout. Rare Breed said Crawford by close decision. Zero Cool Spence by decision. Jimmy, that's the Jimmy Reno, said Crawford by stoppage. No mass. Oh yeah, he says Derek James is going to be... Oh no, wait a minute. No mass means Spence is going to shake his head and say no. But then we were also discussing, if I remember correctly, it might be Derek James who throws in the towel. And by the way, my contention is that if it's the other way, if Crawford's taking a beating, I don't see Bomac or the Native American trainer there throwing in the towel. Eddie Kane, shout out to him. He says Crawford 8th round doctor stoppage. Elian says Crawford stoppage. Recognizes Spence decision. Joe says Crawford by KO. Straight G Turo says Spence by 12th round. But Straight G is a Texan. I think I brought up that up to him the last time he called. Maybe that's why a little Texas bias here. A little bit. I don't know. Irish Andre Ward says Spence by decision. So you can see there's already some, but there's some missing. See some familiar names and some many not so familiar names, I believe, that we should be getting right now. And also we're going to be referencing again the fact that we're looking for the dogometer here. Who has more dog? Now, the last time we were doing a comparative analysis, that was on Monday, I believe, we were at a standstill when it came to has more dog. Because that's the most important thing after all. Speed, power, ring IQ, footwork. I mean, nobody cares about that. You ask most casuals out there, it's about the dog. That's what's the most important thing. In fact, during the Fulton Inoue fight, they talked about that. They talked about Fulton's dog, which is, I believe, the first time I've heard telecasters use that term during a broadcast. It just goes to show you that the internet culture does bleed into any old type of fight. Right? Let me check the phone lines. All right, we got a phone call here coming in. Let's go to 832. Don't forget to call in, fellas. The number's right there in the left-hand middle portion of your screen. All right, we got 832 here. Hey, 832, you're in the air. Yes, who is this? Elian, what's up, man?
So, you already have my prediction, but I wanted to update it. I still think Crawford gets a stoppage, but I want you to put that he's going to drop him. And I think, Errol's going to have that fucking success. He's gonna whoop his ass in the beginning. He's going to be hurting him quite a bit because, Bud is a slow starter, and the pressure is going to bother him. He'll give him a lot of issues, but later in the fight, I think the experience, the IQ from Crawford will show, and he will download the information and set up a trap, drop him, and then hurt him, and then they're going to stop the fight. I think it's going to go to the 11th round or 12th in deep waters. He's going to get drowned. That is my prediction.
So you think Crawford's the one that's going to drown Spence?
Yes, exactly.
Interesting.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, Crawford will get, he's going to have a lot of issues, especially in the beginning, because Errol's going to come out. He's going to come out and just try to fucking kill him with that pressure. And he's going to suffer. He's going to go through it. But in my opinion, I think he has the experience and the IQ to calm down and go through the storm, I'd say, and set up a trap.
I got to ask you, though. You're making some solid points, but I think obviously you're missing the most salient one, which is who's got that dog?
Who's got that dog in him?
That's right.
Shit, I'd honestly say Crawford. I'd say Crawford. Because the times that he's been hurt, right, he's always figured out. He always comes back, and he always comes back stronger. Like against that fucking Superman guy, the guy who also fought Berto Ortiz.
Oh, you're
when
talking about Kavaliauskas.
and he really did get dropped, in my opinion. He got fucking mad, right? And I saw him do better after he was hurt. Spence, I mean, he's been hurt by other fights. I mean, and even when his last fight against Ugas, he dropped his mouthpiece, and for some reason, this dumbass forgot about protect yourself at all times. And I didn't like what I saw. The way he just went instantly into the ropes. I think definitely Crawford has more of that dog in him, even though my boy's from Texas, and I'm from Texas too. But
is that right?
You can't argue against that.
Well, I mean, you certainly can't. And by the way, let me just remind, I before going to bed, or before I was going to sleep, rather, I'll pump in the Errol Spence, Danny Garcia fight. Just wanted to rewind that one because I think Garcia is stylistically similar to Crawford in that they both prefer to counterpunch if styles allow it. And I forget, I think it was the 8th round, near the end of the 8th round, or right near, I think 10 seconds into the end of the round, Spence's mouthpiece came out. I'd forgotten about that. He took a shot to the forehead, and he actually turned away and almost got rocked again. So that's something. First of all, it's the fact that, what is he keeping his mouth open since the accident? And second of all, his reaction after he drops the mouthpiece. So it's when he did it against Ugas, it wasn't the first time that he did that amateur move of turning away before the referee called stop.
Have you seen how that man talks? He talks like he's on that Hennessy 24/7. His brain looks like he's going at 2 frames per second.
Oh, come on, man. All right, well, listen, Elian, I got down your prediction here, and with the modifications, of course. So thank you for your call, man, and call back next time, all right, man?
Thank you. See ya.
Take it easy. Thank you. Take it easy out there. All right, that was Elian right there. Let's go to another phone call here. Don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like. Really helps us out. Let's go to 202. 202, you're on the air. 202, what's on your mind? 202, you're on the air. 202, I can't hear you, man. I'm going to keep you on the line here because maybe it's some sort of technical issue. While I do that, shout out to Gonzalo in the chat. He says, BDA, my prediction, write down my prediction. He says, Crawford win, 12-round TKO win. Whoa! Now, you gotta keep something in mind here. Not that I'm disparaging or demeaning everyone's predictions, but usually when we talk about our panelists, like Gonzalo recognized Jimmy Bucho, they usually get the prediction right. And Gonzalo, I have to say, usually gets it down to the fucking round. So if he says, if this is what he's saying, I would suggest people perk up their pretty little ears and listen to what he's saying. So he's saying Crawford, 12th round TKO. All right, hey, caller, are you there? Caller, 202. You're on the air, man. 202. Nah, I can't hear you, 202.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Jeez, Luis. First of all, you gave me quite a scare there. Quite a fright. Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say I'm a big fan of the show. Listen all the time, but it's my first time calling in.
Thank you.
I'm super excited for this fight. So much so that I'm actually going to the fight. I actually fly out tomorrow morning. So I'm really looking forward to this fight, man. This is like a fight that I have to be at, as big of a boxing fan as I am. And to kind of break this down into my prediction, I'm going with a TKO between 9 and 11 by Bud Crawford. And the reason why I say that is because Terence Crawford is one of the best finishers in boxing. Number two, he's one of the best. He has one of the best timing in boxing. And Errol Spence is notorious for getting punched in between his flurries. And the boxers always say that the punch that you don't see are the ones that hurt you. So I can see Terence Crawford losing on the cards and downloading the data, and then in the between 9th and 11th, catching Errol Spence coming in and then either dropping him or seeing him dazed and buzzed and then finishing him with a flurry of combinations. That's what I see. So I'm going with Bud Crawford between 9 and 11. TKO.
Now, what do I call you? Nickname, name?
You can call me D Money. D Money.
D Money. All right. First of all, I'm a little jealous that you're going to the fight. So you fly out tomorrow. By the way, is there a press conference tomorrow, or isn't there usually a final press conference?
Yeah, there is a press conference tomorrow, but it's not open to the public. But the weigh-in is, so I'm going to be at the weigh-in and at the fight, but the conference is closed.
Can you start screaming like a maniac once the main event weigh-in starts, so we can know it's you? No, I get it.
I do the best I can, bro.
No, that's all right. Hey, by the way, listen. You're saying Crawford TKO 9-11. Now, I'm looking at I'm just perusing here the list. A lot of people are going with Crawford. Now, if I go on Twitter, mostly Twitter, it's hardcore right now. It's Crawford fans are hardcore to AT, and the Spence fans are hardcore to AT, and they don't see, there's no in between. It's either their guy wins, and that's it, and the Crawford fans say, my guy wins. There's no in between. Now, I want to ask you, based on you made a good breakdown there, but what chance do you give Spence to pull off this win?
Oh, nah. Like, listen, I feel like if Terence doesn't TKO Errol Spence, then I can see him losing on the cards. I don't think he can outwork Errol. I don't think he can. So I'm just going with that bold prediction just because of all of the things that I said, and plus Terence has stopped everybody at welterweight. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of people are underestimating his power. Like, I think he has power at welterweight, but I just don't think that Terence can outwork Errol. So if he can't knock him out, like TKO him, then I think Errol is going to win on the cards. And also, I heard that two of the problematic referees are going to be referees for this fight. I mean, not referees, judges. I mean, that they're going to be the two problematic referees that they had for previous fights. I think one for the fight with Kambosos, and another one for the Devin Haney fight, where they were like, "Yo, that car was ridiculous." I think two of those judges are going to be judges for this fight, so there could be some controversy as well. I don't know, but I'm just saying that I do think that Errol will win on the cards if it does go to the cards.
All right. Well, there you have it. That's a good breakdown right there. You're referring, by the way, to you said the judges, Tim Cheatham and what a name, by the way, and David Sutherland. Those guys, keep your eyes on these fellas because they might just ruin the night if it goes a distance. All right. Well, listen, D-Money, we got to move on a phone call. What's that?
No. I say, I agree with you.
Well, listen, we got to move on, but enjoy yourself over there in the fight. Enjoy the fight for all of us. And remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So just make sure to be careful over there. If you're going to use protection or whatever.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, D-Money. Call back next time. Take it easy out there. All right. That was D-Money. Hey, he's going to the fight, man. Good for him. That's if it turns out to be one of those best fights ever, which it could, by the way, and I want to get into that later. For the moment, let's get to more phone calls here. And don't forget the phone numbers right there in the left-hand middle portion of your screen. I also want to talk a little bit about the judges later. That's something to keep an eye on. Let's go to 336. 336, you're on the air. 336, what's on your mind?
Yo, BDA, it's Dora or the Fire Fist, again. And before I get to my prediction, what's his name? Slugger is a pretty religious dude and stuff like that. So on the Open Lines channel, I sent my PP in the Discord server, and I told him to send it to Jesus. But I think, that dead nigga Jesus left him all red. And one last thing. Alfredo needs to get me some feet pics of Ana de Armas. So if Never Sobers is watching, he's got to clip this for me so, he can give me those feet pics. And now
first of all, I gotta tell you though. Usually, I'm surprised somebody missed it there because that's a big no-no. The dick pics in the Discord. Please don't do that, man. That's a bannable offense right there.
I know. But Discord keeps telling me to change my username and all that shit too. So, oh well. Anyways, for my prediction, I got Spence 8-4, 9-3 unanimous decision. And I'm looking at the money line. I'm a bit shocked that Crawford's not a bigger favorite, because it seems like the LDBC is the LDBC, so they're split because they're man fans. But it seems like I'd say 70 to 75% of the broader boxing public is picking Crawford to win by UD or late stoppage. And I picked I picked Inoue to win round 8. That's what happened. But I would say I'm pretty good with my picks. The only pick I got wrong this year was T.O. Taylor. And, I said 8-4 Taylor, and it was 8-4 T.O. But anyways, I'm going to break down why I think Spence wins. So Spence has an elite first step, and that's what Inoue used to pick apart Fulton. So the thing is with Spence, he's a very linear fighter when it comes to his combinations, and then as he gets inside, he'll start throwing more of his hooks. But if you see, he doesn't lead very well with the left hand at the mid-range and stuff like that, and he sometimes gets overextended. But his first step jab is really, really good to set up his offense, and people get surprised by how fast he closes the distance. I think Danny had trouble with it. He was getting jabbed all night. Ugas had good success, but after the second or third round, Spence continued to find his jab, and it picked him apart. And he's obviously a better body puncher. They're both very durable. I think Spence is a bit more durable. And, it's kind of hard to say because they're not at their best anymore because, these retards waited forever. But whatever. I got Spence 8-4, 9-3 UD off of the first step. That's it. And I think Crawford would benefit from being orthodox this fight, because what he likes to do, because he's got the orangutan arms, like you said, or maybe Bucho said that, I don't know. But he likes to pull his hook off of the other jabs, or the jabs of his opponents. So I think he needs to try and pull hook off of Spence's jab. So if he stays southpaw, I think that's actually only going to give Errol more success. And he could pull back right hook, straight right hand over the top, right uppercut, right hand to the solar plexus, whatever it is. But I don't know. We'll see if he does some switch hitting or not. But I think he's going to learn real fast. By round 4 or 5, he needs to be fighting an orthodox. If he doesn't, he'll get picked apart with that jab. He's going to get destroyed. So
that's an excellent.
Go ahead.
That's an excellent breakdown, but we got to rewind a little bit because I missed your prediction. I heard you say Crawford between some round and some round, but I forget the round. Which rounds did you say?
Oh, no. I got Spence winning comfortable 8-4, 9-3 UD.
Oh, you got Spence. Then I heard you.
Yeah,
I misheard you. Then I got you all wrong. So you're saying Spence? How confident are you that he wins?
Pretty confident. I'm surprised he's a pretty big underdog to be. I actually am. Yeah, I think he should be the favorite, and I'm surprised that Spence, I guess, isn't a bigger underdog because so many people are picking Crawford. But no, I think Spence wins comfortably, dude.
That's the thing. I see that the people that are. That's the thing, that both the mega fans of both guys are picking their guy, and they're very confident. But there's more Crawford fans.
Yeah, but
maybe I'm wrong,
right.
And I'm surprised that they're so confident. Hey, listen, maybe Saturday they'll be proven right, but I don't know. It makes is Crawford that good and Spence that bad, or what's going? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Other way around. No. I think Spence has a better mid to inside game. Obviously, Crawford's better at range. But Spence's output is too good. He doesn't stop. But he's a motor, and he's so physically strong. He's not like the hardest puncher ever, though. He's probably the hardest puncher Crawford's ever fought. Maybe aside of I used for one punch power, maybe Mean Machine can match him, but it's his physicality. I think he's actually going to use that shit against Crawford, and Crawford's going to be forced to fight back, and he'll have his success, but he's eventually going to get broken down. I'm pretty confident in this pick. Spence 8-4, 9-3 UD. Also, I think he needs to call in, and he's got $20 on Friday. So
he hasn't paid you?
Go Anna de Armas too, because she's the real winner here. You said what?
No, I'm surprised he hasn't. Unsurprised that he hasn't paid you. But anyway, listen, Fireface, thank you for your call. Got your prediction down. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got till Friday though. So
all right, cool. All right, if there's a deadline, then that's understandable. All right, thank you for your call. Call back next time. And by the way, listen, people go, BDA, why do you disallow dick pics? That's one of the few things I disallow on the Discord. We don't really want to see dicks on screen, but also because if we start posting dick pics and everybody starts posting pics of their equipment, then I'm going to have to post pics of my equipment. And believe me, people are going to start resenting me because I'm just that much better. And I'm sorry, it's not to brag or anything. It's just the reality. That's what happens. So please, let's not do that. In fact, speaking of our equipment, I gotta stretch mine. All right, it's pretty long. And by the way, they say a good stretching actually increases your testosterone by 0.37%. That's not based off my own research, by the way, when I say they say. So maybe guys should maybe get up a little bit and stretch it, give it a little stretch. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. A little advice. All right, let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 860. 860, you're on the air. 860, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up, caller? What's on your mind?
So I want to reply to what the gentleman said previous to me when it comes to Errol Spence's jab and it causing the issue for Terence Crawford.
Uh-huh.
So that jab is more of a probe, and I don't think he's going to be able to probe Terence like that, like he does the others, because Ugas and Danny Garcia, those guys are very flat-footed guys. They're flat-footed counterpunchers, and they're not so well going backwards. And when they counterpunch, they're not looking to flurry. They're looking to get you a 1 or 2 shots max, as opposed to Terence Crawford, who can move backwards and punch in combination, moving backwards. Now, I'm gonna say this before I make my prediction. I'm basing this prediction strictly on styles. So I'm gonna use the analogy of Dmitry Bivol and Beterbiev. I think that Bivol is Bud, and I think Beterbiev is Errol Spence. So by my own merit and the way I judge boxing, I'm gonna always go with the guy who has the more educated feet, and I'll pick Bivol to beat Beterbiev whenever they do line it up, and I'm gonna pick Bud Crawford to beat Errol Spence because of the educated feet. Now, when you say that Errol Spence, like the man said, with the lunging and the jab in that first step, again, he's doing that against Danny Garcia, who has lead in his feet, and he's doing it against Ugas, who's 74 years old. Terence Crawford still has juice in his legs. Is he in his prime? No, he's not. But he's far more educated in his feet and far more quick and twitchy than Danny and Ugas. And my frame of reference is Sean Porter. Sean Porter is a very good athlete. He took Earl's jab away in the orthodox. So I actually agree with him. I think Terence should fight orthodox in boxing and use his feet. And then once he takes that jab away, then he could, switch southpaw and get real nasty on him. I think it's going to eventually be one of those picture-perfect, like real vicious meme-type KOs against Errol Spence. Not because Errol Spence is sorry or weak by any means, right? I actually love his style, but I just think his feet are lead feet. He lunges, and if anybody really watches Errol Spence, when he gets punched, what is he doing when he gets punched? Bud, when he gets punched, he's looking to retaliate and counter. When Errol Spence gets punched, he winces, he flinches, he literally blinks his eyes, and he closes his eyes, and he squares up, and he goes into high guard and lets people punch him. I remember Sean Porter running off 4-piece combos on him, and I kept thinking to myself, if Sean Porter could just hit a little bit, he would have knocked Errol Spence's ass the fuck out. But Sean Porter smothers his punches, and I think the PBC knew that, and nobody who has any IQ whatsoever thought that Errol was going to lose to Sean Porter because of that reason. But I find it funny that Sean did take away Earl's jab, and Bud would do the same and then end up finishing him.
That's a great point about because Garcia has heavy feet, but he's got good footwork because he's always on balance, and that's one of the reasons why he can hit hard. But you're right, Sean Porter has underrated fleet feet. The only reason he didn't box more during his career because he was a shorter guy, he had to get inside. But whenever he started running around the ring to recoup his energy, that's true. It's not, the reason why we didn't see Errol Spence's jab that much in the Sean Porter fight, it's not because they were fighting on the inside, which they were, because there were plenty of times when Sean Porter was running around the ring trying to regain his energy, and that jab wasn't all that effective, or even, apparent. So that's a great point. That's a great point right there. All right, so your prediction, you said Crawford by stoppage. What round did you say?
I'm gonna play it safe and say between 9 to 11, 8 to 10, 9 to 11. I'm torn between. And another point, Danny Garcia and Ugas also have about 68-inch reaches. Terence Crawford has a 74-inch reach. So again, that jab is going to be nullified once Spence realizes not only is he have faster feet and hands and reflexes than Danny and Ugas and Sean Porter, but the reach is also a lot more immense than what people realize, even though he's like the quote-unquote the smaller fighter. And I'm telling you something right now. If he tries to roughhouse, Bud Crawford is from Nebraska. He knows how to wrestle. And do not be surprised if he uses leverage to get real nasty with Earl, just to show him that he can't strong-arm shit. It's going to keep his ass at bay. I'm telling you that right now. Just like he did Jeff Horn. With Jeff Horn roughhoused with Manny. Everybody thought Jeff Horn was going to dog Terrence.
Now, I'm not. We all know that Jeff Horn is not the caliber of a Errol Spence, but size and strength wise, I believe it's debatable. Jeff Horn was a big 147, a very big 147, and Bud literally manhandled him very effortlessly. It was doing it on purpose, and he was smiling at the crowd while he was fucking hugging him in a clinch and turning him like a fucking child. And I think the same thing's going to happen on Saturday because Earl just has not been there with a dog like this man here.
You got to stop saying dog because you're going to start making me play the sound effects, by the way. We got to think about dogs here. And by the way, what do I write down for...
Hey.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, BDA.
Yeah, what do I write down for your name?
You just call me Coach Schwab, man. I've called him before. I can't remember the name I used in previous times. But I've called him plenty of times in the past, though.
All right, so you said Crawford by 9/11, by Crawford by September 11. All right, now you had one. You were going to say something else, by the way.
I mean, I hope it's a great fight. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if Earl won, but if Earl wins, it'll be by UD. And I think if Earl wins, I think Father Time will also play into it. Like, you never know with 35-year-olds and up. I don't know how old you are, BDA, but, day by day, when you get 35 and up, you might, wake up, feeling like you're 45, you know what I'm saying? So you just don't know how Father Time plays into that stuff. But if Father Time is on Bud's side still, it should be a stoppage victory.
All right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, now I'm 65 years old, but I feel as spry as ever, let me tell you. Well, listen, Coach Watt, thank you for your call. Call back next time, all right? Take it easy out there.
Hey, no doubt, man. Appreciate you. Love your show.
Thank you. I'll always appreciate your calls, fellas. All right, take it easy out there. All right, so now we've... All right, but hold on a second. I'm getting messages here. What the fuck? All right, so shout out to Coach for his call. Let's get to another call here. Don't forget, fellas, don't forget to hit the like. Really appreciate your calls, and I always appreciate your listenership. So make sure to hit the like. It really helps us out. Subscribe if you had to subscribe already. All right, fellas. Now the phone number's in the left-hand middle portion of your screen. Let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to... Hold on a second. I'm getting different... All right. Let's go to 979. 979, you're on the air. 979, what's on your mind?
Hello. What's up? BDA,
what's
the boys.
up, sir? What's up?
Bruce from Houston again.
Bruce from... Oh, yeah, Bruce from Houston. Yes.
So, yes. I think I saw my name on the prediction wall or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And it remains the same. Crawford unanimous decision. I think the last caller kind of made a lot of great points. I think Crawford would be able to take away Spence's jab and just keep resetting him. Kind of like how Inoue did with Fulton. He just kept resetting his offense, and he couldn't really get a foot in the fight. And also, do y'all know when is the last time Spence fought a southpaw? Did he ever fought a southpaw? I don't remember.
Well, he fought
last time.
Bondu was a southpaw. Leonard Bondu, and that was in 2016, I want to say? 2015 or 2017? Yeah, 2015 or 2016, I believe.
It's been 5 or 6 years.
That's right.
More.
Yeah. So you're just feeling more confident then. You're feeling even more confident now as days go by in your prediction.
Yeah, honestly, I bet my friend $250 on Crawford, so that's my confidence right there.
Now that's the interesting thing, though. It's $250, and there's no other caveats, right? There's no extra things in the clause, like dirty things that if you lose, you got to do something to him or anything like
that. No, there's none of that. It's just straight cash, pretty much.
All right, that's good to hear. Just make sure you got all the there's no secret clauses in there, because I don't want to get into my situation, but one time I got jibbed in that regard, and I don't want to talk about it. But anyway, so what else you got there, Bruce?
Well, the thing that really skyrocketed my confidence in Crawford is, if you don't remember last week, Spence and Bud had that open workout or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And did y'all see Derek James catch Spence with a check hook whenever they were working the mix?
Okay, but what do you make of it?
Dumbfounded. He was like, "Oh fuck!" He looked shocked. Shit. If Bud catches me with that, it's over. And I was just like, yeah. I knew Bud was going to win.
Yeah, that was weird, but I don't know what to make of that. I'm not gonna base my prediction off the fact that Derrick James accidentally hit him in the face with a mitt. But hey, you never know, man. Maybe at the end of the day, he gets tapped a little bit, he goes down. So we'll see what happens there. But anyway, listen, Bruce. Anything else you got to say before we move on?
I think the co-main Pitbull versus Cabrera. I think Cabrera's going to get robbed. I think it's going to be a real bad robbery.
Is that right? I don't know why, but I had the same feeling, man. Why do you say that?
Well, there's been a lot of talk of Pitbull rematching Tank. I think it's a really lame fight. And I just think they're just going to want Pitbull to win no matter what tonight, Saturday night. And if Cabrera survives the 12 rounds, they're not going to give it to him. I just don't think they will. He's not. And it's a horrifying style matchup for Pitbull as well to give him that guy. He doesn't have a lot of power, but he's just really annoying in the ring. And he's going to look real bad. I think Pitbull is just going to look real bad regardless on the night.
Yeah, well, we shall see,
that's
man.
all I have to say, really.
All right, we shall see. Good luck on your bet. And yes.
Yep.
All right.
And I just want to see Nonito Donaire retire world champ. Awesome. That would be awesome.
We shall see. We shall see indeed. We shall see indeed. All right, 979. Thank you for your call. Call back next time, right, man? Take it easy out there.
All right, no problem. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruce. By the way, he mentioned the whole thing there about Spence getting tagged a little bit there by Derrick James. At least Derrick James is lucky that Spence didn't pull a Dordicos on him. Remember that? Junior Dordicos with his coach. Check this out. It's Cubans. It's near the end here. Let's rewatch that here. I mean, he clocked them with a huge left hook there, a short hook. I mean, I gotta tell you, I think this guy made him train too hard or something. Maybe he made him run an extra mile that morning. And Dorticos just say, que tú sabes, que no voy cubano, que tú me dices esa cosa, chico. And just knocked his ass out. All right, let's go to another phone call here. Don't forget the phone number is right there in the left-hand middle portion of your screen. Don't be shy. Call in with your predictions. We gotta get him on wax. As that one trainer who picked Fulton to school Inoue, he said bloodbath. He said, let's put it on wax. So let's put things on wax. 832, you're on the air. 832, what's on your mind?
Hello, Mr. BDA.
Hello. What's on your mind?
It's Elliot. I wanted to say one more thing about the fight.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say, if this fight goes the distance, they're not giving it to Crawford, even if he does win, which I don't think if he goes to this, I don't think he's going to win. But either way, if he does win, they're going to rob him. This is in Nevada, by the way. Like the caller I heard them talking about the judges, it's a fair fucking point, especially because this fight's in Nevada. And you know the Nevada State Athletic Commission, they're a bunch of fucking assholes. The Rolly Romero versus Grandpa and Viagra fight.
Wait a minute.
The fucking, that PBC Showtime event, I forgot, Damian, with the A-side stoppage, the Lomachenko versus Devin Haney, all that has happened in Nevada. Coincidence? I don't think so. I think if this fight goes to this, then it's already settled and it's already a win for Spence.
Let me get this straight, Elian. You're saying that the city whose moniker is Sin City might not be on the level? Is that what you're trying to say?
It's not what, sorry?
It's not on the level. Corrupted is what you're saying.
Yes, exactly. That is exactly what I'm saying. It is the worst place to box in, especially if you're a PBC fighter and you're the B side.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen. I hope there's no hijinks on Saturday because, again, that both sides, the Crawford fans and the Spence fans. By the way, Spence brought that up, that whole situation on the Mike Tyson show. He said that he's seen what's going on social media. He says that our fans are more riled up than we are. And if things go awry on Saturday, you're going to see a lot of drama. If people thought that the Lomachenko-Haney aftermath was hellish, you ain't seen nothing yet.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, hopefully, listen, let's keep
And-
our
and
fingers
also,
crossed.
like,
Yeah.
One thing about the Pitbull versus Cabrera fight. People have been saying that Cruz does bad against boxers, which may be true to some degree. But I don't think they would risk putting this man against a dangerous fighter because they won't set him up with Tank. It's a money fight. Using that Mexican market to drive up that fight for his pay-per-view because Tank's never going to get another payday like with Ryan.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good
I
point.
see where he's coming with the robbery, but I just don't think he's on the same level as Pitbull.
All right. Well, we shall see, man. We shall see. He does keep that chin up in the air a little bit too much, which is inviting Isaac Cruz to just launch those power hooks of his. But anyway, listen, Elian, we got to move on here. But thank you for your call. Call back next time, all right, man? Take it easy.
Thanks, Grandpa.
Thanks, Grandpa. All right, take it easy, man. People are making fun of my age. My age is my pride. It means I've been around. Let me tell you. You get to my age, maybe you can start bragging. All right, let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 226. Don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. 226, you're on the air. 226. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm just calling to address this guy, Evan Deere. He was a couple of calls behind. And I think you guys are trying to act like you didn't say something funny. He called in talking about this other guy's a religious guy, and then I don't care about that, what he said about Jesus, and you should have never let it get away, BDA. You let him say those bad things about Jesus, and you let him stay on the line and then say what he said. You shouldn't have been allowed after he sat there and made fun of him. You know
Well,
what
I
I'm
gotta tell
saying?
you, Slugger.
And the thing
Slugger.
is, how do you even trust the guy? But here's the thing, BDA. How do you trust the guy? He's
I
from
can't hear you. I
Wisconsin.
can't hear you
How do
properly. You sound. I can't. I want to hear
we
what you
heard
got to say, but I
Daryl
can't.
Brooks.
I can't
We
hear
heard
what you're
Daryl
saying,
Brooks.
Slugger.
We heard-
Why don't you even try, Slugger? I can't hear what you're saying. You sound very low, like you're on speakerphone on top of that or Bluetooth. Please get on the actual
Okay,
phone.
how
Get
about
real
now?
close to
How
the phone.
about now? Is that better?
All right.
Is that
Yeah,
better?
I heard it. Yeah, I
Is
heard
that
you say.
better?
Okay, so
Is that better?
it's better. You have something against the caller Firefist, by the way, when he called Jesus the N-word.
No,
was
no,
that
no.
was that the
Listen.
point of contention, or?
I'm saying, yeah, that Evan guy, BDA, I'm saying that Evan guy, he called in, he said some very, very nasty things about Jesus, which me and you don't agree with what he said. I think you should have put him in timeout. That's my opinion. I don't tell you how to run the show. However, I want to make it very clear to everybody, that guy's from Wisconsin, and we know Wisconsin is full of psychopaths. Daryl Brooks is from Wisconsin. And
Well, wait a minute. We don't. First of all, we're not also lucky. We're not also lucky to be from Canada, right, Slugger? But you're casting aspersions and stereotyping the good people of Wisconsin. Not everybody's a psycho over there.
No, but BDA, that lady that beheaded the guy the other day, she's from Wisconsin too. Remember, you didn't hear about that?
I
That lady,
didn't
she
hear
beheaded
about
the
that.
guy in the basement, the lover.
Whoa, that's interesting. No, I didn't hear about it.
BDA, if you didn't hear about it, you listen. Just YouTube, beheaded, right? And they did the same thing, like me and you and everybody. We watched the Daryl Brooks trial. They did the same thing with her, and I've been watching the trial. She cut her boyfriend's head off, and she put it in a bucket. She put it in a freaking Home Depot bucket, for crying out loud. But
sounds like my kind
and
of
I'm
lady.
telling you, BDA, she's from Wisconsin. As an Evan, this lady, and Daryl Brooks, they're all from Wisconsin.
Anyway, so you're saying the only way it would have been worse is if you're saying the only way this could have been worse you're saying the only way this could have been worse is if she was from New Jersey. Is that what you're saying? Nothing against the good people in New Jersey, but I'm saying it's that's what Slugger Sam is saying. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just saying Slugger Sam doesn't care too much for the people from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Didn't you once say that the people from
I'm
New
just
Jersey
saying,
were
a guy like Evan,
Didn't you say you once said that you once said that everybody from New Jersey you called them punks, I believe.
Well, I just said they're a bunch of New York wannabes. They think they're a bunch of New Yorkers. That's all they are. But BDA, if you want, I know you got a lot of callers. I'll give you
Yeah,
my
we do
prediction on Spence and Crawford.
Well, I didn't ask for it. I didn't ask for it, but go
With
ahead. Yeah, whatever. I didn't ask for it, but yeah, go ahead. Whatever.
Yeah, because I don't think you guys heard it. I don't think you heard my prediction. So
because
for the
we don't
past
wanna
5
hear it,
years,
but go
I've
ahead.
always had Crawford. The past 5 years, I've always had Crawford winning. However, from what I saw yesterday at the they called it, what did they call it? The arrival or whatever?
Yeah, the grand arrival.
They called it something. The grand arrival, yeah. So based off of that, Spence looks way overtrained. You know, the guy looks like he's been smoking crack. I don't.
Come on.
You know what I mean?
Wait a
And
minute.
I see Crawford, like the guy just looks comfortable. He literally looks bored. He looks bored out of his mind. Like when we get this fight over with. So I kind of, from that alone, you know, I got to give it to Crawford. But what I like to do is I always like to wait till the weigh-in. So when I wait till the weigh-in, if I also give it to Crawford during the weigh-in, that's 3 times in a row that Crawford had the had the eye test to win for him. So all I'm saying is, you know, it looks like Crawford's going to win, possibly even by knockout. I could see him getting knocked out. He admitted to having no teeth. He's got no teeth.
Jeez Louise. So he's got something in common with me then. All right, but listen, shout out to you, Slugger Sam. I got your prediction down. Actually, I'm going to have to press you a little bit here. Just a little bit. Slugger Sam, you're saying Crawford, but how? Like you said either stoppage or decision. You're making it too broad here.
11th round TKO.
11th round TKO. All right, Slugger, I got you down. And next time somebody badmouths Jesus,
And if you
I'll
remember,
make sure that...
if you remember, I'm actually a great predictor. Because who did I predict the other time was going to get an 8th round knockout? Or sorry, 7th round knockout, and they got an 8th round knockout. Who was it again, PD? Come on, PD. Tell me who was it.
You tell me, man. How am I supposed to remember every prediction out there?
Frick, I forgot. But I'm just saying I'm a good predictor. Yeah.
All right.
Anyways, thanks for that. And Evan, you know, I just want you to know you're a blasphemer, and there's a special place in hell for it. I just wanted them to know that.
All right, shout out to the Slugmeister at the Slugger Sam. Slugger, thank you for your call. Call back next time, all right? Take it easy out there. Salute. Yeah. If you call Jesus the N-word, you're going to hell right next to Hitler and the guy, the piss Jesus guy. Remember Jesus Piss? The guy who pissed in the jar and then put a picture of Jesus? And he actually used taxpayer money because that was taxpayer funded from the Institute of Arts or whatever they call it over there in the U.S. So they called it Piss Christ. And let me tell you something. You should have seen the amount of letters I wrote telling that guy that he could shove that picture up his keister, mister. Now, I don't know what's worse. Telling a guy, putting the picture of Jesus in piss or telling a guy to shove it where, manure comes out. But whatever. I wasn't thinking too straight back then. Let's go to 706 here. 706, you're on the... Is it working? Yeah, 706, you're on the air. 706, what's on your mind?
Hello?
Yes, 706, you're on the air. What's up?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
706, you're on the air.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air, man. You, the guy that keeps asking if I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was like, please don't hang up on me. So first of all, BDA, how much grape Kool-Aid and fried chicken have you been eating today? Because the way you were talking to that other dude.
Is this Soothsayer?
Yeah. It's nigga slayer today.
I don't mind a little bit of racial banter, but you come in too hard with that shit. I gotta tell you. I take it you're not a fan of this fight.
What you... Hello?
Yeah, you're still on the air, man. For the moment.
Why are you talking bad on Pitbull Cruz like he's the one that's gonna force somebody to steal a match? Listen, hold on a second. If I'm not mistaken, he did a lot better than Ryan Garcia. So if anything, he got robbed.
But what did I say about Isaac Cruz that's bad? Though? What did I say about Isaac Cruz that's bad? I don't get it.
Yeah, like 2 or 3 callers ago, some guy was like, they'll end up robbing that. I don't know that other guy's name.
Cabron,
and then you're like, yeah, they're gonna rob it.
No. I didn't say it. I said I get the feeling that if Cabrera is able to outbox him, then it's gonna go Isaac Cruz's way. And listen, that has nothing to do with Cruz's ability. Well, not that much, because I said if he loses. But here's the thing. Hold on, Soothsayer. You're telling me that what the caller said is nonsensical? They want to put Tank Davis in there with Isaac Cruz again because they don't have that many options. They're talking about fucking Tank Davis versus Chris Colbert, man. Come on.
Okay, but look, Cruz, Pitbull has always been decisive. When has he stolen a fight?
Well, whether you think he won, whether you thought he won the Tank Davis fight or not, it was still close. So that's one fight where he didn't dominate.
I can't believe we're arguing over a Mexican. We should there's a thing called staying on code. And
well, listen, this ain't prison, man. I understand what you're saying, but this ain't. I'm not gonna fucking. If I tell you one guy I think wins.
On to the next thing.
Sure.
I want Pitbull. I'm watching Pitbull and then I'm turning it off.
No, wait a minute. Soothsayer, you're hardcore, man. I gotta tell you, I don't quite agree with everything, but I respect the fact that you're able to go so far, man. With that, you're a man of convictions. That's for sure. You're a man of convictions.
Yeah, and the last thing I want to say is that the slugger fag and boring Chad's boxing should never do. You should tell them to do a show and see how long you can watch it because they're boring as fuck.
Oh. So wait a minute, you're not a fan of Crawford Spence, and you're not a fan of the Mad Chatter, or the Mad Hatter, as I like to call him, and Slugger Sam.
Good lord, they're boring, man. They're boring. I almost gave up on y'all.
Wait a minute. Are you gonna want to make a prediction then, or you don't care about Crawford Spence at all?
Pitbull 7th round knockout.
All right, let me write that down. Let me write it down just so, and I'm gonna write it in amidst the fucking Crawford Spence. So, Soothsayer is saying, Cruz, which round?
Pitbull Cruz, the only Pitbull Cruz.
Now, which round? Which round?
Oh, sorry, 7th round.
7th round. Brutal stoppage, right? That's the only way he performs. He just scores brutal stoppages all over the place.
Hey, I gotta go. But congratulations on almost 300 people in the chat, BDA, and thank you for another good show.
Thank you, man. Thank you for not dropping the N-word. All right, shout out to you, Soothsayer, and we'll catch you in the next one, man. Take it easy out there. That what Soothsayer says. He's not gonna be watching Crawford Spence. I gotta tell you. All right. Don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hey, if there's 300 people in there, hit the like. Really appreciate it. Don't forget, we're taking phone calls. We're taking down the official predictions. Put it on wax, as they like to say. Put that shit on wax. And, because, listen, it's all about putting it on paper and being on the record here. And this is good because we save all the predictions. So in case you want to go at somebody and say, hey, wait a minute, I got receipts, as I like to say nowadays, you can source this. Use this as a source. Reference it. And we got the predictions down here. And as you can see, a lot of people are picking Crawford, but it still remains a competitive fight on paper. So that's good. I see we have a super chat here. Who donated? Hold on a second. Real quick. Like I said, don't forget to hit the like and call in the numbers in the left and middle portion of your screen. I heard a super chat. Where the fuck is it? Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds here. Heard a super chat and I don't see it, so I don't know what happened there. All right. Like I said, left-hand portion of your screen, there's a number. Let's go back to the phone calls here. Let's go back to the lines. Let's see, we got 205. Let's go to 205. 205, you're on the air. 205, what's on your mind?
What's up, BDA? What's up, family?
Oh, Uncle Charles, what's up, man?
Yes, sir. How y'all doing? I know it's a big, exciting week, but I can tell you one thing. Won't nobody have been able to pull the race card this week because somebody black gonna win. You can rest assured that. You ain't got to worry about that. You ain't got to worry about all that this week. And I just want to say this to you, BDA.
Sure.
This is what sets you apart, you and your panel. I come on this show, I give my opinion, and y'all like it, and the people in the chat like it, and I love the people in the chat. You the kind of person that gives everybody a chance. Well, black, white, green, or yellow. And this will set you aside from other boxing content. So I like to give you a lot of kudos and a lot of thank yous to you. But so when people really make a racist comment, they usually set it in their own confines of their own home. Because if you came around me and said this ain't racist, I would stick my foot so up your ass, my shoes would be dangling on your chin.
Oh,
yes,
wait a minute.
that's what I would do. I believe in treating people like people. We all bleed red at the end of the day. Now, I'm going with Crawford. And really, I'm going with Crawford because Crawford can fight in the paint. He's a dog in the paint. And he ain't never met nothing like Crawford. All this time he been beating folks up, that's going to stop Saturday night because Crawford going to get off in his ass. You can believe that. Or it might come down to nobody will go in and end up a draw. But my personal pick will be Crawford to win the fight by decision. So let me show you what I see in a vision. Now, BDA, you know that you know boxing and you know what kind of commentating you do. And everybody listening, including the whole world. But let me show you a vision, BDA. Now, I was in elementary and I had two friends, BDA, and they was alcoholics.
Oh.
And they found themselves and they drunk themselves out of elementary and went to high school and they drunk themselves in high school. and this is what they did. Instead of getting their diploma in high school, they got their diploma in drinking. But I made a decision to get a good job. And they used to pass my house every morning, going up there to the ice house to get them some Wild Irish rolls, some Mad Dog 2020, and some Cisco that's cracking a bottle for you ones that don't drink wine. And one day I got up to go to work and I heard a disturbance outside. And I seen one of my friends hit the other one in the head with a wine bottle. And why did he hit him in the head? Because he drunk more wine than the other one did. One no damn fancy, one no damn lie. It's just what I saw. A fool on the ground with his head bust wide open. And that's what I see this weekend. Crawford busting Spence head wide open to the white meat. And this is what's going to happen. This is what I see. This is what I feel. So, BDA, don't let nobody change you. We all bleed red at the end of the day. And don't then come to war, but war itself. So let's do what we going to do this weekend. Let's have a good time. Let's enjoy a fight to two of the best athletes on planet Earth. Going to get it on. They're going to get it on in Vegas. And that's all I say, player.
All right, hold on, Uncle Charles. Before you go, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what round did you say?
I said Crawford.
Yeah, but what round?
I think it's going to win a decision. It's going to go all 12.
Yeah. All right, there you go. All right, Uncle Charles, thank you for your call, and call back next time, all right? Take it easy out there.
Yes, sir.
All right, shout out to Uncle Charles right there for his contribution there. And let me tell you something. Yeah, we try to keep everything equal here, but I got to tell you, I am biased. I'm a human being, and no Irish on this stream. I mean, they come here, they steal our jobs, begging for a bowl of soup, and then they send they get dirt on us, and they send it to that fucking Pope over there on his throne, sits on his throne there in the Vatican. No, Siri Bob here. I'm a native, all right? And that's why I never watched Gangs of New York. Can't stand the Irish winning. All right, let's go to the phone call. Hey, don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like. Subscribe if you've yet to subscribe already. Call in. Give us your predictions for Spence Crawford. You want to be on the record. You want to be able to gloat afterwards, because I know people love to do that. Call in and say it on paper. All right? Let's go to a phone call here. Let's go to 416. 416, you're on the air. 416, what's on your mind?
What's up, BDA?
What's up?
So, Rick Star here, man.
Rick Star.
Just in regards to, brother. Just in regards to that dude. Well, God bless Uncle Charles, man, because you got to hear, like some solid pimp daddy to call in to spread some truth, man. Spread some truth. He's a little violent. I mean, busting Spence up into the white meat. That's a little much, but in regards to one. I don't know who it was who referred to Jesus as the N-word or whatever, right. as my boy John Turturro said in The Big Lebowski, no one fucks with the Jesus.
That's right.
So yeah, but in regards to why aren't
you okay there?
Like it seems that there are a lot of smarter, somewhat smarter, intelligent. Followers that follow their show, because there's not too many Spence dick riders out there. I mean, maybe they're only with the LBD and the alphabet fucking channels or whatever. But why aren't we getting some of these Spence fucking Uber drivers? Because he ain't driving himself around. That's a fact. He shouldn't be. So he should be taking like these Uber drivers out there like he's paying money.
Come on, man.
They should be calling in.
Now, well, just for let's go back to the record here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just off the top here, we got about out of about 12 predictions or 13. We got 6, so it's half and half. If I just go to the first part of the list, so there are people who are calling it for Spence. They're just not. I haven't heard any predictions where they go Spence all day, every day, meaning they don't give Crawford any chance. So most people are saying Crawford. But that's why I keep asking, would you be surprised to see Spence win? Or, what type of chance do you give him? Or how can you see him winning? Because I really want to hear, if somebody picks one of these guys, I want to hear how they could see it going the other way. Because anything can happen in boxing. That's what I try to get at right there, Rick Star. Now, I know you picked, what's his name? You picked Crawford by TKO 10. Have you rethought that as time's going on? Or you want to stick to your prediction? You want to tweak it a little bit? Talk to me.
Nah, man, I'm sticking to 10. If not 8 to 10, so round 8 to 10, TKO stoppage. But if it makes it to the cards, then yeah, they're gonna rob his ass fully. They're gonna rob and possibly even rape his ass, like penitentiary shit.
They're gonna what?
What? One thing I forgot about.
yeah.
You're. My guess is that are you in British Columbia?
No, sorry, Bob. No, Montreal.
Oh, yeah, you're down with the good food. All right, that's cool, man. I like that. I'm envious.
Well, I would be too envious.
Well, you're probably going to be sleeping out at the Bell Center for that. The better be of Callum Smith fight, huh?
That's in Quebec City, but it's close. Hey, it's not that far. Why not? Maybe I'll show up there with my fake mustache and my glasses. But anyway, listen, Rick Star, man, it's yeah.
It's less than 45-minute drive for you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's an hour away, I think. Last time I remember.
Whatever, man, get it on. That's gonna be a fucking blazing fight too. Like no one's talking about that shit because probably there are no brothers in the fight. But it's gonna be a pretty. I think it's gonna be a cracking fight.
Well, I hope so, man, because I don't like seeing mismatches. Well, anyway, listen, Rick Star, we got to move on here, but thank you for your call and call back next time, right, man? Take it easy out there.
Yo, peace.
All right, that was Rick Star calling in right there. Don't forget to hit the like and don't forget to call in, fellas. We're taking down predictions. The phone number is right there in the left-hand middle portion of your screen. I want to get as many predictions as possible today. Let's go to 619. 619, you're on the air. 619, what's on your mind?
Breaker 19. Can you hear me, BDA?
Yes, I can hear you, Oscar Bravo.
Can you hear me?
What's up? Yes.
Okay. Oh, man. Where to start, man? I don't know if I should pick my prediction before I go on my little rant.
Well, first of all, who is this?
As far as Bud and Crawford...
Hey, caller, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, who is this? Let me just write down your name real quick so I can get the prediction there.
It's Alonzo, a.k.a. Alonzo Amazing.
Alonzo Amazing. All right, Alonzo, what's up, man?
Yeah, man, just first for my prediction for Bud and Spence, it's going to be for fucking robbery. They are going to rob Crawford. Fucking the PBC, I've seen a lot of bullshit this year already, but the PBC protects a fucking fighter like Rolly Romero, a guy with zero to little or no stock. They are going to fucking rob Crawford, man. They put him through all this hassle not to let him go to the top. To the negotiations, to the pay issue. They put too much money behind Spence, man. I don't see this is going to be especially if anything's one of those bullshit 7-5 fights, they're going to give that shit to Spence regardless. They're not Bud's not, as much as I want Bud to win, he's not going to win. He's not. That's my flat out prediction when it comes to that. But what's really pissing me off is, you know what? Oh, go ahead.
No, I said wow. Yeah, please keep going.
Yeah. What's really fucking pissing me off is that I'm sick and tired of it's always fucking guys like me or anyone else that always have to give in and fucking take the loss or you know what I mean, as regards to Jesus Christ, man. I'm sick of this white CBC bullshit. Like, these blacks can never keep race out of this, right? And then they get mad when someone talks about race back. All I'm seeing is I want to hear everyone's takes on this, right? And each time I'm either hearing a take from a black boxing channel, because I just want to hear a take, it's always even when they're supposedly not biased or don't belong to those internet gangs, they still let off little hints that, you know, stupid racial stereotypes that trends in boxing today.
All right, let me just.
How surprised are they?
Hold on, Alonso, real quick. I got to stop you right there because I see comments in the chat. People are saying, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" Just for references purposes, I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the fallout from Inoue Fulton, where a lot of Fulton fanatics were making this racial, and then when people gave it back to them after the fight, they're like, "Well, why are you making it about race?" Like, well, they made it about race first. Is that what you're referring to?
Exactly.
All right.
Yes, exactly. Like, for example, why are they so shocked? It's no matter how many champions, how many highlight reels of other boxers that are not black, they're always shocked still to this day when someone else shows that they have the ability to box, or just because they don't do the exact exaggerated movement before they step in stance in front of the fighter, or they don't do the Philly shell, they automatically get so surprised when they box and they are able to out-slick what's called a slick fighter. I hate the stereotypes that just because a fighter is a counterpuncher or a fighter's defense first doesn't mean that guy has elite footwork or has elite defense or that he's a cream of the crop boxer. He can still be sorry. That's just the style he chose to go with. And I'm getting sick and tired of shit. For example, when fucking this Gallo Estrada was Bam Rodriguez before Bam Rodriguez. And when Gallo Estrada got to fight Chocolatito last, what do I hear the black saying? Okay, finally this is a fight that maybe we'll check out. And then they check out the fight, and then they're surprised when fucking Gallo Estrada, you know, because not every fucking Mexican boxer is not a brawler. They brawl when they have to keep the fans porque they want to go at each other's head. But they're not all brawlers. And not all of the famous Mexican boxers are fucking mules that like to take fucking punches. You know, those are, of course, the lower level guys. You know, but it pisses me off when they're so surprised that another boxer can have defense or head movement or waist movement or footwork or can parry jabs. It makes no fucking sense. And guess what? And when they do it, obviously, then they don't like them. Guys like Lomachenko. Like, these guys don't even see the clips of Manny Pacquiao back in the day when he was just, Jesus Christ. I can't even tell you that Manny Pacquiao used to do these crazy movements in training. Where it looks like he was moving in fucking 300 angles in 1 fucking second.
Well, listen, you don't have to take the Lord's name. You don't have to take the Lord's name. That's number one. But number two, everything you're saying, I mean, we've talked about it before. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm saying is your comments are appreciated. I mean, and they're heard. That's for sure. But then again, Twitter is a different place. I mean, yes, there's racism on YouTube, but Twitter is a whole, you know, amp it up to 5 and by 10 and over there, because that's how it is. And yeah, it is what it is. I try not to get too hung up on it, because at the end of the day, you know, most of those guys. Look, I'm not saying that Fulton fans aren't boxing fans, but the guys that were making it racial, if you look at their Twitter history, they didn't know who the fuck Fulton was or Inoue was 5 years ago. So I don't want to hear. I really don't care about their opinions. That's number one. But number two, you said Spence by robbery. Are you gonna be buying the fight or watching the fight? Are you gonna be watching the fight, knowing that this could go down? Are you gonna take that risk?
No, usually if I get lucky, I've been ordering the last couple of fights. So if I have some friends that hopefully they're having it, I'm going over to their house and just bringing a 12-pack of beer. But I don't know. I heard the fight is $100. Is that true?
Well, I think with the HD, yeah, that comes to about 100 buckaroos. And that's without the tax. I don't know. But just break into somebody's house, man. Break into a family's house, take over the house for a couple of hours, and you just vamoose out of there before the cops get there. You should be all right. But listen, Alonso, we do have to go. We do got to go. Yeah, final comment, man, if you want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, really, originally what I wanted for the Fulton and Inoue fight is, you know, I'm not going to lie, I wanted Inoue to win. But what I really wanted to happen, I wanted Fulton to get robbed. Like, Haney Lomachenko style, and then I was gonna justify all their bullshit, and I was gonna justify all the bullshit for Inoue, make it my mission, so they can know, so they can understand what we're fucking talking about. So yeah, that's it, BD. I gotta let the next caller get some shine. I know you got format to run.
Right.
So.
All right, Alonso. Thank you for your call, and call next time. All right, man. Take it easy out there.
All right, BD.
All right, that was Alonso. Amazing, with an amazing call. Let me tell you, he went right for the juggler right there. A bunch of jugglers. All right, let's go to another phone call. Hey, don't forget to call in. Call in. That phone number is on the left-hand portion of your screen, and you gotta hit that like. By the way, you gotta hit that like. I see we're at 72. If we don't get to 100, I'm showing this whole industry right now. This enterprise. It ain't gonna happen this way. Let me tell you. Let's go to another phone call. Let's go to 646. 646. You're on the air. 646. What's on your mind? Did I say sex?
Yeah. So I think Terence Crawford is gonna win by a knockout, by a hook and uppercut. That's what I believe.
Whoa.
I believe Spence has never fought somebody who's as good as a mover as Terence Crawford. And all the guys he's fought, Ugas and Danny Garcia and Sean Porter, their foot was stuck in cement. They were fighting in the phone booth. Terence Crawford is not going to stay in the phone booth with Spence. There's no way. He's going to stick and move. And then when Spence gets over-eager, which he have a tendency to duck and throw the left overhand, Crawford's going to catch him with a uppercut, then he's going to hit him with a hook, knock him down, and then I believe he's going to get a TKO from all the judges stopping the fight. That's what I believe.
All right.
That's how I see the fight going.
Now you're pretty confident that he's going to knock him out. Well, how do you see Spence
No, I'm pretty confident because I've seen the tendency a lot. Spence tends to duck his head under. So people, if you watch the Danny Garcia fight, he countered him a lot, but he didn't counter him fast enough. He countered him with a uppercut like 4 times. I think Spence he's not going to get knocked out. I don't believe that, but he's going to get TKO though. That's what I believe. Either the 9th or 10th round.
Let me tell you, caller. Let me tell you, this has been a fantastic year, and it's been fantastic because we've had our share of upsets. Very few people picked Teofimo Lopez to beat Josh Taylor. How shocked would you be if Errol Spence beats Crawford? Because you sound pretty confident about Crawford, so I'm guessing.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Oh, okay.
You see, if it's the same Crawford from the last 2, I don't really count Avanesian fight. It's okay, but even that fight, he was moving how Crawford moves. So if he's not slowed down or the age hasn't caught up with him and it's the same old Crawford we've seen before, there's no way Errol Spence, because if Errol Spence can't catch Crawford, he's going to get over-eager. He's going to get over-eager and start swinging more, just like he did in the Sean Porter fight. He came off his game plan, started swinging like a maniac when he got hit, and that's what's going to happen to him. He's going to get over-eager, start overreaching with his punches, and Crawford is going to catch him. That's what I feel.
Interesting. Well, we shall see. I got your prediction now. By the way, who is this? So I can write it down on the list here.
My name is Garvin. I'm a new listener. So yeah.
How do you pronounce? How do you spell that? Garvin.
Yeah, Garvin. Garvin.
All right, that's interesting. I've never heard that name before. It's like Marvin, but with a G. Garvin.
Yeah, with a G. Yeah.
Interesting. So it's instead of like a woman, instead of Melanie, you would call her Jelani. That's interesting, and I didn't think you could do that. No, I'm saying you can't. I'm saying you can't really do what they did with your name, but it works for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, caller. I got
but that's
your
what
prediction.
I believe. I believe not. But if it's not the same old Crawford, Errol Spence is gonna pummel him. But I do believe it's the same old Crawford, so I believe he's gonna get a knockout though.
All right, fantastic. Well, I got your prediction right there, man. Garvin Crawford by stoppage via hook or uppercut, and call back next time. All right. Okay. All right. Take it easy out there. Thank you for your call. All right, that was Marvin Garvin right there. Like I said, don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like. I see the likes went up, but we're still not quite at 100. Not quite my tempo. So you make sure you get that up there, or I'm going to have to get physical here. You don't want it to get physical, let me tell you. Not with me. All right, let's go to another phone call. Let's go to 470. 470, you're on the air. 470, what's on your mind?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, man. What's up?
All right, so when I look at fights, I look at the styles of the two fighters, their recent fights, and if it's a close fight, we got to bring the politics into it. So for me, this is a very tough fight to call. You got Spence, with his activity level, high activity level, power, boxer puncher. He's always aggressive, effective aggression, got good body punching. I was impressed with his fight with Ugas. And then you got Crawford, he's a slick boxer, fast counter punches. And so for me, it's either Spence wears him down and either stops him late or has enough activity to get a decision, or Crawford lands a counter punch on Spence at some point late in the fight. I'm just not convinced that Crawford can knock out Errol Spence. I just haven't seen any evidence in Spence's career that I just don't see that happening. So I'm going to go with Errol Spence. I'm going to go with Errol Spence by decision. The other factor is Crawford no longer has top rank protection. So if it's a fight where it's a round or two, where we just don't know, I just see that the decision is going to go to Errol Spence. So that's the way I see it. Errol Spence by decision.
Wait a minute. Who is this, first of all?
Chris in Atlanta.
Chris in Atlanta. Okay, you sound familiar. Second of all, so you said you can see that's what I like. You said you gave how the breakdown of how you could see Spence getting a win, but ultimately you're saying, you said Crawford, right?
No. I could see either way. I could see Spence late stoppage or decision, or the other thing I see happening is Terence Crawford landing a hard counter punch on Errol Spence.
But you're going with Spence then. If somebody had to, if you were forced to pick, you're going with Spence.
If I'm forced to put my money on it, I'm going to go with Errol Spence.
All right. And how did you say decision?
I think it's going to be a decision. Yeah.
Now that's what I want to ask you though. Just decision, a fair one, or?
I'll put it this way. If it's really a draw, it'll go to Errol Spence. If Spence loses by a round, it'll be a draw.
Interesting. All right. I wrote it down here, Chris.
And they'll do it again.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Spence decision. Anything else you want to add to that before we move on?
No, I'm good. Just y'all can keep up the good show, and we look forward to the fight on Saturday.
Absolutely. Well, listen, thank you for your call. Call back next time. Take it easy out there.
All right, guys. Yep.
All right. Yeah, that's the politics. Alonso mentioned it. Crawford's team even mentioned it, which is making some people wonder if they're confident that they're going to be able to do enough to get the win or actually look impressive in there against Spence. And I mean, it's a tall order to look good against Spence. And I would say vice versa as well. So we're going to see what happens here. Like I said, don't forget to hit the like. Really helps us out. Let's read a super chat here. We've got Elian. Shout out to Elian. He says, hit the like, especially if you got that dog in you. Hey, absolutely, man. That's what I'm thinking. If you don't hit the like, you ain't got that dog in you. That's really just what it is, man. It's scientific. It's a scientific fact. Shout out to Rickstar as well for his contribution with the super chat. He says, if I was Crawford, I would amend the contract and have Spence's wife make cookies and chocolate strawberries for the win. If you were Spence's wife, you would make cookies and chocolate strawberries for the winner. Well, listen, I hate to cast this, insults or whatever. People can take it whichever way they want. But if Spence's wife is gonna be making cookies and chocolate strawberries, she better keep Crawford's wife away from it, because I have a feeling she might end up gobbling the whole delightful meal. All right, listen. Enough joking around here. What's going on? It's supposed to be a classy show, and it's going down. And I blame you guys for that. And I partially blame you for that because I'm looking at the likes, and we're still not at 100. So it's going to be the last warning, really. If you don't get this to 100 likes, I'm shutting this whole thing down. And then before I do that, I'm going to have to do something extreme as well. Let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 336. 336, you're on the air. 336, what's on your mind?
Yo, it's the Fire Fist again. Sorry for calling in, BDA. I just had to add some things. So first off, I was running today, and I really fucked up my knee, like, really, really bad. Just busted it up. It's swollen and all that shit, and it's fatigued. But Sir Sayer and a couple other guys have helped me out today. And then Shadowban, he posted a great video, and like it cured like my knee growth fatigue, because my knee kept swelling up. It kept growing, so I had like really bad knee growth fatigue. And they kind of exposed how the LDBC BLM channels were going at in a way for what he did to Fulton. So I just gotta give a heavy shout out to Loma in a way for what they did this year to these Kill Whitey channels, because these guys aren't fans of boxing; they're fans of skin color. And I also got to add one last thing about the Crawford Spence fight. Yeah, I got
should let you, but
it's an okay fight, and I
don't know if I should let you, but
hold up.
Yeah.
You said what?
I said I don't know if I should let you, but go ahead, man. Why not? It's a free speech channel.
Yeah, it was really bad. But anyways, we got Spence and Crawford. The same day we got Gaethje and, Dustin Poirier. And, what's going to end up happening is Gaethje and Poirier are going to fight first. And, you wonder why. Why is that?
Gaethje?
Well, I'm going to tell you. Just remember, whites always sit at the front of the bus. And that's it. I'm out.
Wait a minute. Who the fuck is Gaethje? I hung up. Yeah, those names over there at the UFC, it's always Chad versus Xander, and I have a hard time keeping up with the names over there. But that's the thing though. There's UFC. Not told me that. I think it was Not or Don Chingazos, and there's a UFC event, and apparently it's a pretty big one. So we shall see that competition over there. It's boxing versus MMA again. I'm pretty sure that's how some people are gonna frame it. So we shall see what happens. See me in the chat says it's UFC card. Yeah, that's what I understood right there. All right, let's go to our phone call here. And don't forget to call in. Left-hand portion of your screen. That's where the phone number is in. And actually, let me show you here on the big screen. There you go. There's the big screen. Look at that bad boy. Call in, give us your predictions. I want to hear some of your official predictions. People love to. I'm telling you, if you go on Twitter right now, Crawford Fanatics versus Errol Spence Fanatics, and there's no compromise, there's no in between. These guys are going at each other and they're going hard, and I want to hear some predictions. And I would actually like to hear from the Fanatics, the guys that are saying their guy's going to win, no doubts about it, no ifs and buts, and the other guy cannot win. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear some confidence in these predictions. Let's go to 832. 832, you're on the air. 832, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, 832. What's up?
Hey, what's up, bro? I just love. I want to congratulate Nui and stuff. And Nui went over there and put on performance and stopping the sleepback fighter. This, that, yeah, whatever. And congrats and stuff. All right. What was the question again? The other dude interrupted.
No, I didn't ask a question, but if you want to give your prediction for Crawford Spence, how do you see that one going?
Oh, yeah. Carver, I got Spence. I got Spence. Yeah, I guess he's from the South Texas and stuff, and then because Crawford, I don't really think that Crawford has a good resume. I mean, and then no stuff. But then that we good.
So wait a minute. I missed it. You're picking Crawford?
I don't think Crawford has a good resume in my opinion. And then Spence he can eat a punch and stuff. He can eat a punch. He's been there. He's been up in there. He can eat a punch. And to go the distance, I got Spence. And Crawford needs you know what I'm saying? Come out explosive.
Interesting.
Crawford needs to come out explosive and stuff. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I need your name so I can write it down on this. Obviously, you don't have to give me your real name, but nickname or whatever.
Yeah, Eric from Next Time.
Eric from Next Time? What did you say your name is?
Eric from H-Town.
Oh, from H-Town. Eric from... You've called in before.
Eric?
You've called in before, right?
No, it's my first time. So.
It's your first time, all right. Nothing like the first time. Where are you right now, by the way? Because I hear like rain in the background.
Right, that was from nowhere.
Yeah, that's a tough
Houston.
Oh, you're from... wait a minute. Are you picking Spence because you're from Texas, or what's going on here?
Yeah. I'm not biased and stuff. Like, at the same time and stuff, my in-laws talking about why you watching this fight and shit, and why you watching Two Negros and shit and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
You sound like
that's why I'm not.
You sound like a busy guy. Like you got a lot of business to do to get done and all that. And they're actually questioning your choice of watching the fight.
Yeah, I am a really busy guy. So I work during the late nights during the weekends and stuff. And then most of my family and stuff. Most of my family they watch Canelo and shit. Stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
right. And what about,
I'm a boxing fan.
Yeah, I am your leader in the chat. He wants to know your opinion on Charlo Canelo. You said you watch Canelo fight, so you're going to be watching that one. Right?
Oh yeah, it says so. That's what I told my in-laws and shit. We're gonna watch this Saturday. We're gonna watch Two Negros and shit because Negros will be watching us and stuff. So we're gonna watch these Two Negros, you know what I'm saying, coming up. I'm gonna pull out the grill. We're out the modelos and stuff, and we're gonna do a party and stuff. With the Two Negros going at it and shit. Because
sounds like it.
September 30th and shit. There's gonna be Canelo and another Negro and shit. So there's another party. You know,
there you go.
There's another party going down.
It's gonna be a lot of drinking in there involved. I expect. It sounds like a delightful evening. All right. Well, listen. Shout out to you, Eric from H-Town, and I got your prediction down. Call back next time, right, man? You take it easy out there.
Yeah.
All right, take it easy out there, man. Thank you for calling in. There you go. All right, don't forget to hit the like. You can see, as you can hear from the phone calls here, people are going to be having a good time on that fight. People are already having a good time right now. They're getting it started early before the fight even gets down. But why not? When you get a fight of this caliber, you got to do a little something beforehand, if you know what I mean. Why not? It's they don't come along all that often, so make the most of it. But like I said, don't forget to hit the like. We're taking phone calls and predictions right now for the Terence Crawford Errol Spence fight. I see we got ourselves to 100 likes. That's good. Now let's try to get it to a 120. All right? You saved yourselves out there. We're not going to end the show right off the bat. But now we got to get to 120. Why not? You always want to improve upon what you do, right? That's what David Goggins always says. So why not? Stay hard out there. I know I am. Let's go to 346. 346, you're on the air. 346, what's on your mind?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. What's up?
Hey, what's up, EDA? This is Boxing Expert, man. How's it going?
Doing fantastic, Boxing Expert. Hope you're doing fantastic as well, man. What's up?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, man.
Hello? You're breaking up.
Oh, shit, can you hear? Yeah.
Yeah, man, I want to talk about the Crawford and Spence fight. I think I got Spence, man. I think Crawford is a really, really good fighter, but all the fights he had, I feel like he caught them at the end of their career, or there was something wrong with them. And I think Spence just has more power. And I think Crawford, he's been hurt a couple of times in his last previous fights, but not these last few fights, but he's been hurt before, and he's been dropped even. So I think Spence has more power to hurt him, and I think if Spence can keep him off in the early rounds and just establish his jab, I think he has a really, really good chance to beat him up. I think I'm picking Spence, man.
Whoa!
And,
you're picking
for
Spence?
Canelo versus
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
You said possibly by knockout, but hold on, we gotta try to be as precise.
No,
as possible.
not knockout. I think he can get him to a unanimous decision. I don't think either of these guys, but I do see. I think Spence might drop him. I don't know. There's something even before when Crawford was in the lighter weights. I remember the Gamboa fight, and Gamboa was pissing him up. and he hurt him a couple of times too. And then he fought the what was his name, Velasquez, and that dude dropped him as well, and he hurt him a couple of times too. And I don't think. I mean, it's the same thing. Saying, go ahead.
Yeah, there's Danny Fantasmo, because I was just looking at the chat while you were talking. Danny Fantasmo says, can't wait till Bud wins so it can prove these people don't know a shit about boxing. So I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of heat. There's a lot of heat right now between the people picking Spence and the people picking Crawford. What would you say to Danny Fantasmo?
Hey, man, it's just my opinion. It is what it is.
All right, there you go.
His opinions are like buttholes, man. We all got one.
Well, some of us got a little something extra. But I got to ask, who is this again?
Boxing expert, man. This is my first time calling. Expert. Big fan of yours. Right.
Well, thank you. And you're saying if you got to go for one specific decision or a specific prediction as possible, rather, you're going with Spence.
I think Spence, man. I think Spence. Yeah, I think Spence has a chance to get him. I just think Crawford has never fought. Especially in his last few recent fights, I don't think he's ever faced anybody like Spence. Spence can really punch, man. And whenever he fought Porter or Danny, all those people, he fought them. You can't say at their prime, but you could say they had a really good level when he fought them. And when Crawford fought Khan, and he was already washed up. He had been knocked out for a couple of times. Then he fought. What was it? Kell Brook. Gennady, and even Spence broke him down way before he fought him. So even the Benavides brother, that dude was standing on one leg. You can't really at 147. You can't really say he's fought the top of the crop, man. And Spence has. Spence fought them all first before Crawford got to him.
That's a good point. Yeah, there's a lot of asterisks here. Involved then. That's why I'm having a hard time picking. Let me tell you. Having a bit of a hard time here.
But if you're listening, man, please, I would say buy this pay-per-view, man, because boxing needs this. I'm a huge Canelo fan, and I think Canelo is a sport, man. This sport is going to take a heavy toll, man. We need to support these guys. It don't matter if you're black, African, whatever the fuck you are, man. I just think boxing survives, and hardcore fans, man, we got to support these guys. If we don't do it, no one's going to do it.
That's right. And don't leave out
to keep it alive, you know what I'm saying?
That's right. And don't leave out the transracial people, my people, because it's not just about, being one color. You can be multiple colors like me, transracial. So we got to support this fight. Hey, listen, I know some people, I was actually hesitant about buying it because $100, and then a lot of people are saying that maybe the decision goes against Crawford. That's what some people are saying. Some people are dubious about the judging. But be that as it may, I think it's going to be, it's two big punchers. Anytime you get two punchers together, there's something's going to happen.
Absolutely. I don't think this is going to be any like Floyd Pacquiao. I don't think that's going to be anywhere near close, that fight. That fight, both those guys, they were out of their primes, and you could tell Floyd, he never fought. All he said was, I'm going to knock him out, but he always said that, man. This isn't that type of fight. You're going to see a great fight this weekend. I can't wait.
Uh-huh. Well, we shall see. All right, well, listen, boxing expert, I got your prediction down. Thank you for your call. Call back next time, all right?
Absolutely, man. Have a good one.
You too. Take it easy out there. All right, that was boxing expert. I see. We've already been an hour and a half into this, and we're running out of time with the phone calls, with the phone lines. I might actually have to restart the phone lines just to get more time in here. Let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 336. 336, you're on the air. 336, what's on your mind? 336.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, 336. What's up?
Okay, very good. Hey, man, listen, I'm actually a new listener. I've been checking out a couple of your videos, bro. I listened to y'all your post fight after Fulton Inouye, and bro, I'm a black guy, and listening to your point that you made about people saying that a guy's gonna win just because he's black, bro, that was like so eye-opening for me. I was like, bro, that is the dumbest. Can I? Is it okay if I curse?
A little bit, just a little bit, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the dumbest shit that I've ever heard in my life, and I was like, yeah, man, that So I was a fan immediately, yo. I appreciate y'all breakdown and being open to all fighters. So that's the first thing. Crawford and Spence, right? It's open either way. It could go Crawford's way, because if we're underestimating how fast Crawford is and how his ability to catch Errol when he's overextended, the fight could go really bad. But that his speed hasn't been that much glaring faster than any of the other top level opponents that he's faced in at 147. And Errol's the top guy. So if that speed is not a factor, it's going to be a firefight. I'm really looking forward to it. I think I got Spence unanimous decision. I can see both guys getting dropped. Honestly, I can see both guys getting dropped. I think it's going to be a firefight. I think it's going to be a really good fight, y'all. Like a classic. It's going to be a good fight.
Spence unanimous decision.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's my call.
If somebody's pressing you, you're saying Spence decision. All right, who is this, by the way? What do I write down for your name?
Oh, my name's Russ. Russ, calling out of North Carolina.
Russ, who doesn't cuss. All right, that's good, Russ. Well, listen, I got you that. Now, do you want to... we might still do a show tomorrow, and then on Friday, it's the Open Lines Friday, which means anyone can join, including yourself, if you jump on the Discord. You still have time to tweak it. So if you want to give a specific round now or later on, you're welcome to do so.
Got you.
All right. I'm saying if you want to change to stoppage and want to give a specific round. All right. Well, listen, thank you for your call, Russ, and call back next time, right?
Okay.
All right. Well, listen, thank you for your call, and call back next time. All right. Take it easy out there. That was Russ. All right. Let's go. By the way, don't forget to hit the like. Really helps us out. And, okay, 22. All right. I'm just calculating the amount of time we got left on the phone lines, but I can reopen them if that need be. Let's go to the phone call. Let's go to 954. 954, you're on the air. 954. What's on your mind?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you, 954, taxi driver.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to make an order for delivery.
You're talking to me because there's only one person here, so you must be talking to me. Remember that, taxi driver? Come on.
Okay. I want to make an order for delivery. Should I give you my address?
All right. Yeah, absolutely, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Boxing Channel. I'm sorry. What's up, VDA?
Yeah, I knew. I sounded like recognized. I said, this guy kind of sounds like recognized. I'm going to tell him next time I call. I talk to him that sounds like
I was trying to mimic that guy that called in. He was lost. The guy that called in before, the last two, before, he was just lost, man.
You're talking about Eric from H-Town.
Yeah, him.
No. Actually, see, that's where you're wrong. He actually sounded more lucid than our average caller.
Well, these days, yeah. I don't know. I was just laughing the whole time.
What's there to laugh about? Well, what's there to laugh about? He was making some...
I was just waiting for him to say, can I make an order? I called to make an order for delivery. I was just waiting for him to say that.
All right. Well, what's up, Recognize?
Oh, not much, man. Listen, man. I know we got time to make our predictions.
Uh-huh.
But, I wanted to make a couple of points. I got lost a little bit with me joking around. I was watching Spence Ugas, right?
Uh-huh.
And Spence looked soft at times. And remember, he did the same thing against Danny Garcia. There was times where he looked vulnerable. And I was just saying to myself, man, if that happens against Crawford might be able to take advantage of that. I'm still going to stick with Spence. But the fight is very intriguing. For me, I don't have a horse in the race. I don't care who wins. They're just two black guys fighting. No, I'm just kidding. So, yeah, I'm just kidding. Come on. I'm just kidding around. Yeah, I don't really have a horse in the race. I'm sticking with Spence, but I know we're going to have time for this. But, yeah, that Ugas fight, I think if it wasn't for the referee, man, Spence might have been. He might have dropped at least. Man. At the very least, got dropped by Ugas.
Well, by the way, technically, the ropes held him up, so that's a standing. Technically, it's a standing.
That's a knockdown.
It's a knockdown. Yeah.
And he caught Spence not paying attention. And I'm wondering, you know where I'm going at, right? I'm wondering if this dude is all the way, cognitive of that he's in the ring after the accident.
Yeah, man. Maybe he's having flashbacks or something. Maybe he did some acid and he's having acid flashbacks. I don't know, but that's twice now that we've seen him drop the mouthpiece and then drop his head with the mouthpiece to the ground just to look at it. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? You're supposed to be a professional. He's one of the top 10 pound-for-pound guys in the world. I don't quite have him in the top 3 like some people, but he's a fucking world-class guy. He's making rookie mistakes like that. I mean, what's up with that?
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering. I don't think I've quite seen Spence make these mistakes. And after the accident. You know what I mean? So he might be weakening, and that might be bad timing for him against a guy like Crawford. But we got time, man. We got time. I don't know if I'm going to change my. As of right now, I'm not changing my mind.
Well, don't change it too much because I changed it. I said Inoue by stoppage in the 7th, and then I said I'm going to give Fulton a little more credit. I'm going to change it to Inoue decision. And I should have stuck with my initial prediction. But listen, I'm going to, if I don't have more calls, I'll open up the panel and you can jump. I'll invite you guys on and we can still iron out a couple of things here. Get a couple of things straightened out, if you know what I mean.
Got you. All right, man. I just wanted to call in homage of the guy from Houston.
There you go. Once you're done, I know you like your takeout and all that. Once you're done eating your ice cream and waffles and your chicken pot pie, jump on the panel. All right?
Actually, you just gave me an idea. Thank you.
All right. Well, listen, take your recognize and call back next time. Call back next time. We'll talk later. All right, take it easy out there. All right, that was Recognize the Matrix right there. He's sticking with Spence for the moment. All right, don't forget, fellas, we're taking down predictions here. You guys get to call in and you give us your predictions. So let's go to our phone call here. The phone number is in the left-hand middle portion of your screen. 510, you're on the air. 510, what's up?
Hey, what's up, BDA? Can you hear me okay?
I sure can. What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? First of all, what's up? Just want to let you know, too, I really enjoy, I want to, reinforce some of the things that were said before about just, like, your show and stuff, like what Uncle Charles is basically saying. Like, I really enjoy the space here. That's actually the only reason why I even, like, bother to tune in anytime I can. Lately I've been, been going through it. I've been too busy, so, it means a lot. Like, you and Jimmy, Gonzalo, Recognize, and Chief, you guys are just a great group of people. And then, I know you guys talk about boxing, but it's always, I don't think you recognize, like, how good your show is. So I just want to let you know that, like, it means a lot. Even if it is just boxing, like, the personalities or whatever is just like, nothing comes close on YouTube, 100%, 1,000%. Like, I my generation, I get tired of just, like, nowadays you see a lot of dog shit, garbage content, and it's just like people eat it up, and to this day, obviously I'm like dumbfounded, like, man, these guys are really that popular, like bringing out garbage ass, like no brain, no two brain cells put together, like some Kim Kardashian clone shit. So I just wanted to reiterate that point. It means a lot. Like, I enjoy the space.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
It wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be possible without you guys and the panelists and all that. So.
Yeah, for sure, man. Like, yeah. And and aside from that, though, I wanted to say, in a way, what a motherfucker, man. What a exceptional fighter. Like, I enjoy. In a way, he's a beast, man. I can't say nothing wrong about the dude. It's like, what a great talent, right? I just wanted to comment on that. But anyways, Terence Crawford and Errol Spence. Honestly, if I had to put down a prediction, it's so it's difficult to call for sure because either or can make it happen. Terence Crawford might have the better tool set and the better mindset going into the fight. Obviously, they're already weathered in terms of just age, like in boxing aging, you know. So, the way I see the fight go down, though, honestly, I like Errol Spence. I'm a bit biased. Crawford, I never really thought too much of him. Like, he's solid, but there's just something I don't like about the dude. He's just not appealing to me. But that being said, I think Errol Spence is going to win, but it's going to be a bullshit decision. I think the writing's on the wall in a sense. There's been already a lot of bullshit with the PBC, and if they're protecting other fighters that are lesser value, like Rolando Romero, I think they're for sure going to, unless Crawford puts him to sleep and just turns it up like early on, to make it be known. And there is a possibility, though. I see Crawford in any exchange, wherever the fight goes, I see him potentially just cracking him out. I think a lot of people that are calling for the Crawford KO, I think they're not too far off. It's very likely. I want to say 65-70%. But yeah, but I think ultimately it's going to be a bullshit decision. Errol Spence. I think if he decides to, pity pat with him, let's just go to it's going to be, a bullshit decision.
Wait a minute. All right, so you're saying you're saying it. You said Spence via BS decision. I'm not gonna do the podium out here. Who is this, by the way? Who am I talking to?
It's Mr. Booty Juice.
Mr. Booty. All right, we got DP, we got Fire Fist, and Mr. Booty Juice. We got the dirty name trifecta here. All right, so Mr. Booty Juice, Spence wins by BS decision, but you can see Crawford winning it, and I think you said you can see Spence winning it legitimately too, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but the problem is I think the advantage is on Crawford. I think Errol Spence would have to really fight the fight of his life, all things considered, and I just don't think even if he mentally wants to be there, I don't think Crawford just has a better tool set all around. Like anywhere the fight, like I mentioned, anywhere the fight goes, I think Crawford can piece him up, can get better exchanges. He might be a bit faster in some of the angles. The particular angles that Crawford takes are just in terms of paired up with his movement, I think they're just so far better than what Errol Spence does. Because I appreciate that Errol Spence at least comes to fight. At least he throws down. But at the same time, when you're fighting a boxer like Crawford, you obviously want to make the adaptations that are necessary to move and acclimate to the positioning. Because I'm pretty sure, in terms of the movement, that's gonna be key for him, and he's gonna emphasize that in this. Hopefully, he did in this training camp. I would think he would, to just piece him up, get in, get out, and then if he has a clear shot, he's gonna just crack him. And yeah, but like I said, it'll just be a BS decision. They're possibly gonna try to line up Spence with Canelo. I mean, either or is a good fight. I think regardless of given what's available for fights to happen in the coming years. If Canelo fights Spence, it's good. If Crawford fights Spence, it's good. I mean, people are going to watch it. So,
we shall see there, Mr. Booty Juice. But I got your prediction down here. Thank you for your call, and call back next time, all right, man?
Yeah, much love, man. To you guys. Take it easy, man. See you.
All right, shout out to you, man. Appreciate you calling in, man. Take it easy out there.
Thank you.
All right, that was Mr. Booty Juice, and I forget why they call him Mr. Booty Juice. I think it's because he takes it all. What the fuck?
Preview.
Yeah, somebody's slurping up all that booty juice, I think. There you go. It's Mr. Booty Juice right there. Shout out to him. All right, let's go to another phone call. By the way, everybody that's calling in here, I might have to restart the phone lines here because we're running out of time. Yeah, actually, you know what? Everybody that's on the line right now, if you guys can hear me, I'm going to restart the lines. It's going to take about 2 minutes. Just call back in, all right? Otherwise, we're going to be hearing an annoying robotic message telling us how much time is left, and it's going to be a pain, all right? So let me just, like I said, everybody that's listening in right now on the phone lines that you guys are on hold, give me 2 minutes. Call back in about 2 minutes, all right, fellas? I'm going to restart the phone lines here.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
See, that's what I was talking about, that annoying, loud-ass message. Now my ears are burst. I might need some booty juice to keep me afloat here. Let me try this. By the way, shout out to everybody in the chat. Don't forget to hit the like. What are people saying in the chat? Watch the Ugas fight again, says Reverend Pickles. Jack Ripper, Mac Smith is the real deal. Yeah, shout out to John McSmith, by the way, says Reverend Pickles. Simi says, no, the juice we want, not the juice we wanted, but the juice we needed. Hey, why not, man? It's sometimes like the Rolling Stones said, you don't get what you want, but you get what you need. All right, hold on a second. I'm restarting the phone lines here. Shout out to Gonzalo in the chat. He says, it's still a good fight. All of it is a stake. Hopefully Crawford doesn't make it too boring. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's going to, man. Let me tell you. Under a microscope says BDA is hella sus. Well, first of all, I think what he means by that is in the modern vernacular, that means that I am a homosexual, which couldn't be farther from the truth. Let me tell you something. BDA is all macho here, man. And I've talked about the size of my junk. You think, I mean, have you ever seen a gay guy with a large package? And if you say yes, that means you've seen a lot of gay guys and you're the gay guy. How about that? My logic is rock solid, baby. Just like my, well, you know what I mean. Hold on a second. I'm restarting the phone lines here. Hawker Mustang says, I tried to be nice to Pigeon. Shout out to the Pigeon, by the way. The Pigeon Master, the Teflon Don. He can dress like a woman and leak all the pictures online, and he still doesn't give a shit. He's like, they'll all you. He's the golden boy of the YouTube boxing community. Everything just rubs off of him, and he actually kind of enjoys it, by the way. So shout out to the Pigeon Master. All right, we're on. Okay, we're back with the phone lines here. The phone lines are open. I see we got some people waiting already. So if everybody that was on the phone call there, on the hold, call back. I see some people are calling back. All right, let's go to who is next. 323, you're on the air. 323, what's on your mind?
¿Qué pasó, BDA?
Oh, Don Magadassos, what's up, man?
Hey, man, I get concerned. Genuinely, I get concerned about the caliber of callers that are unable to fucking form a sentence. It's
come on, wait a minute.
I listen. It's not 420 yet. I don't know what's going on, but edibles are far too accessible. That's all I'm going to say. Edibles are far too accessible.
Right, but Don Malgas, you're talking to a guy right now who can barely string a sentence together. So I don't take too kindly to that type of that type of talk either, right, man? So what's up, man?
Listen, I think when you get on a good rant, it's very entertaining, and I can listen to. I get all the idiosyncrasies and the references. So you got a fan here, so no worries there.
All right.
But I just get concerned when people are like that other guy who did the whole pizza thing. I was like, is this guy for real? But I was so glad he was joking. That was so spot on.
Hey, listen, that's what makes the show fun, man.
I know exactly. Listen, man. You know what? I get worried about the fight that's coming up.
You're worried a lot, right?
I checked it. It's $85. It's $85. The only reason I'm concerned now is because someone did mention a rematch clause, and I looked into that, and I just hope we don't get like a safety fight where they're just too scared to engage each other, and there's a lot of pressure. The pressure's mounting, and this can really get to someone. So I'm gonna have to throw this into the ring. It might be a snoozer, man. It might be a snooze fest. We might be paying $85 to see two guys kind of like paw at each other the whole time, and maybe land one or two good ones, and then that's it. If it wasn't for that rematch clause, I just wish one guy would be like, "Fuck it, I don't want a rematch clause. Let's do this. Let's get it on." Just believe in yourself. Go in there and believe in yourself. How many times do you see really, good fighters come in there and go, it's more exciting. You've got to admit, it's a hell of a lot more exciting when two guys say, fuck the rematch clause, let's do this. Then, now it just kind of, in a way, it does diminish it a little bit for me. And I'm just afraid we're going to see a little swipey paw fest going on. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? I don't know if I don't know if you've ever said anything about that, or if you've expressed any kind of concern, or anyone out there in the chat does anyone know or have any concern about
about the rematch clause and the fight just being kind of like a little tag.
Well, I do.
Tag
Yeah,
boxing.
that would be the worst case scenario for all. Well, no. The worst case scenario would be if there's a headbutt in the third round and
If Lawrence Cole stopped the fight.
No.
If Lawrence Cole stopped it, like a Rolly Romero situation would be
well,
the
that
worst
one
case
too.
scenario.
That one too. Yeah, that one too. But if there's a headbutt in the third round and it goes to a no contest, I hope it's not a repeat of the aftermath of Mayweather Pacquiao, where people were actually suing. I believe the cable company or everybody involved for that.
You know what? I mean that. Listen, that's the reason that happened was because there was millions of casuals that bought that fight. Millions of them expecting this. A lot of the people probably have never seen either guy fight, have just heard of them, and there was a lot of hype. So I can see that. Like that sounds very plausible, and that totally the people like that are within reason in their mind because they are the casuals that are buying that fight. In this case, these two guys have no star power. I don't know how many casuals are actually going to see this fight. I hope it does good numbers. I really do. I really hope it does good numbers. So if in case that it is a good fight, that we see another one. And I want to see a Tommy Hearns Hagler type of fight. That's what I want to see. I want to see an exciting 3 fucking rounds and it's over, and jumping out of my seat the whole 3 rounds. That's the best case scenario.
I mean, I wouldn't mind fucking Margot Robbie licking my taint every night, but I mean, you can't always get what you want. By the way, you stirred up a little bit of a storm there in the chat because you went after the callers, and now like Rickstar says you want these drawers, Don Madrazos, come and get it. So people are calling you out now. I think next open lines Friday, you're gonna have to.
I'm gonna go. Listen. I'm gonna go smash some mushrooms right now. Maybe I'll call in after it's kicked in, and then I'll join the club.
Oh, why not, man? Listen, people have the callers here. Every caller has character. I don't want to hear vanilla takes. I want character. I want personality, and that's what we get.
When they can speak English, what the fuck? If they can speak English, yes, that would be great.
You got
fucking enunciate.
You got a Spanish word. Well, technically 2 in your name, Don y Madrazos. So why don't you change it to Mr. Punch Out or something? Make it English. Then maybe
No, it's okay. I'm sticking with Don Madrazos. That's the name.
That's fair enough.
All right, guys. Anyway, listen, man. Take care. Get to the other stoners that are waiting on the line.
Oh, come on.
I'll talk to you later. I'll continue listening. Take it
All right,
easy,
you
man.
take it easy out there. Watch your back now, because some of these callers are crazy, man. All right, that was Don Madrazos right there. Let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 404. 404, you're on the air. 404, what's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing? This BDA boxing?
No, I'm BDA boxing.
Okay, cool. Yes, sir. I'm Coach Eddie. How you guys doing today?
Good. No, by the way, I misunderstood you. I thought you said you were BDA boxing. I said, hold on a second. There's only one, Mr.
Nah. There's only one. Nah, there's only one. There's
Right,
you.
right.
You the one and only BDA boxing. I'm Coach Eddie. This real
Coach
quick
Eddie.
prediction. I'm going to go with Terence Crawford by majority decision.
Wait a minute. You sound a little uncertain there. Is that your first?
Yeah,
first
well, I just
instinct?
don't know, man, because like I say, the judges, man, it being the PBC card, and it could be a pro Spence, Spence crowd. So when the crowd gets riled up, man, that can't sway the judges. So it's gonna be. Hopefully, it'll be a good fight. And maybe I think what messes a lot of the fights up is the fans. Because you can get on, Monday morning quarterback and you can be a keyboard warrior, and then, what happens? A lot of you guys don't want to put it on the line because they're human beings too. You wind up, making memes out of you and just freaking ridiculing you, instead of, giving a guy, props for going out there, giving it his all and getting on that national stage. You got millions and millions of people, watching you, risk your life and put on a good show for people. Everybody, the internet just allows people, just brings out the worst in people. It brings out all the racists, all the fanatics. Instead of just being, just good boxing fans, just being able to enjoy a good fight between, 2 warriors that's really wasn't put it on the line in front of everybody, in front of the whole world, and risk it, because it's very embarrassing to get beat up and get knocked out. That's an embarrassing thing, especially when it happens in front of the world. So, but I got Terence Crawford just because of his skill, the angles, his technique, and his footwork. I think Errol Spence is very predictable. He's kind of does the same thing over and over again, and if it doesn't work, he just does the same thing harder. And I just got Terence Crawford by decision.
Terence Crawford by decision. Now, the reason why I asked about whether you sounded or certain is because that's what happened with me. I had Inoue 7th round knockout, and then I overthought it.
Right.
Because I always like to see how the other guy, the underdog, could win the fight. Then I started overthinking it, and I said, Inoue by decision. So I'm just saying, the lesson is go with your first instinct, your gut instinct, and just pull the trigger right there, because usually we tend to overthink it, at least in my experience.
Yeah, but we've been seeing so much bull crap in boxing lately, man, from referees stopping the fight too early to some freaking horrible decisions like freaking Kambosos' decision. That was garbage, man. That Kambosos got smoked, man. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't make any sense. And I enjoyed the fight against Inoue. I didn't think he was going to get Stephen. I didn't think he was going to beat Stephen Fulton as easy as he did. He didn't really beat Stephen Fulton. Didn't take a lot of punishment, but it was kind of just like a checkmate. He's kind of like a sniper almost. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I think Stephen once he got in there, like the second round, he just kind of made up his mind. I can't beat this guy. You can kind of see he resonated. He resigned in round number 2 to just survival mode.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was not much he could do,
that,
right? He couldn't. He wasn't going to pressure Inoue. So as soon as his jab got taken
too
away,
much power. Too much power. It's too much power and too much decision. And Inoue just checkmate him. And I got Inoue. I don't have him number 1. I got him on my number 4, pound for pound. I got Terence Crawford, Errol Spence, got Usyk, and then I have Inoue right behind him. And the reason why I have that, because of those smaller weight classes. It's only like 3 or 4 pounds. It's literally 3 pounds in between weight classes. So I know a lot of people like to say, well, he's a 4-division weight champion, but literally it's only 3 pounds in between it. So he's not like going up that much. But I got him number 4 behind those greats. And I got Usyk number 3.
All right. Well, listen.
But that's my call. That's my call.
All right. Thank you, Coach Eddie, for the call, for the prediction. Call back next time, all right? Take it easy out there.
Yes, sir.
All right. That was Coach Eddie right there giving us his prediction. So right now, if I'm looking at the list here, Crawford, a majority decision, he said, and he cited the politics as partly why that decision will, why he chose that as his decision. Then we got Mr. Buttigieg says Spence by this BS decision. Russ, who doesn't cuss, said Spence unanimous. Boxing expert says Spence unanimous. Eric from H-Town said Spence. Chris from Atlanta said Spence. So as you can see, we're getting also an influx here now near the end of this list of Spence, of people picking Spence, which is interesting because I had assumed that a lot of people were going to be picking Crawford. At least that's what I was seeing early on. But now we're starting to get a different look. Now also, somebody asked about the odds. As far as I know right now, unless they're changing by the minute, Crawford is about a 2-1 underdog, and I doubt that will change come fight night. Although again, sometimes a lot of people like to wait for the weigh-in to make their decision. If Spence looks like he did for the Ugas weigh-in, maybe then we'll see Crawford go to like 3 or 4-1 under favorite, because Spence didn't look all that good in the weigh-in. Then again, he didn't look good at the weigh-in, but he beat the shit out of Ugas. So make of that what you will. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Let's go to the wild card. 111, you're on the air. 111, what's on your mind?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, 111, what's up?
Hey, puro pinche MXBC a la verga.
A la verga.
Caen a la verga todos los jotos de CCD. Son puñales, son jotos. Puro pinche MXBC a la verga.
¿Es this LT?
Sabes, pura pinche raza representando a la verga. Puro pinche MXBC. ¡Ah! ¡A la verga! Todos los de CCD son jotos.
No, espérate. Well, hold on. LT, first of all, I've said it before. I said no cursing, whether it's in Cantonese, Spanish. Oh, he hung up. How dare he? He said CCD. By the way, Flat-Footed in the chat says, what's CCD? That's What Repits channel. That's What Repits CCD. And that's the same person that the LT was just dogging. I hear apparently those guys are still going at it, and I don't know why. I hate to see people fight, but shout out to LT, shout out to White Rapid. Everybody, listen. Some people say, "Oh, these channels are racist," blah blah blah. But I fucking, they let everybody talk. They'll let you on, and they'll let you say racist things against whoever you want. So, what's wrong with freedom of speech? Are you against freedom of speech? And if you are, we're gonna have a problem. All right. Sean Anthony says CCD for life. Alejandro Solis says another clown. Epa the course is them. I'm telling you, this fight is stirring people up. By the way, stirring people up. And by the way, LT, I know you're still listening. I don't appreciate being hung up on. That's disrespectful. That's more disrespectful than calling names and breaking the no cursing rule, which I will enforce via. Excuse me. Yeah, which I will enforce via. What do they call it when they do something extremely violent? Extreme prejudice. That's what I'm looking at here. Anyway, enough prevarication. Let's go to 678. 678, you're on the air. 678, what's on your mind?
What's going on, everybody? I'm doing all right. I'm just ready for Saturday. I'm not even gonna lie, man. I'm watching as a fan. I'm gonna tune in as a fan. My prediction.
Oh, hold on.
I predict.
I gotta write down your name first. Who is this?
Oh, you can call me. I don't want to get my real name, so you can call me T-Dog.
P? Wait, did you say P-Dog?
Yeah, T-Dog.
Nah. Oh, T-Dog. Okay, yeah, because P-Dog sounds a little bit too like people were gonna have a field day with that one. All right, T-Dog, what's up, man? What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. So I'm tuning in as a fan this weekend. Hopefully, everybody else can, so we don't get no feelings involved or whatnot. But I predict a late round stoppage from Terence Crawford. I predict that Spence is going to run into a check hook.
Whoa!
And crack him. It's gonna hurt him, and Crawford gonna finish him off. Yeah, the ref gonna have to jump in there and stop it. That's how I feel. 11th round.
All right.
It's gonna be a very compelling fight. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was gonna ask, how confident are you in that pick?
I'm very, very confident. I like the last caller said, not the one, not the the guy speaking Spanish, but the one before him. He was saying that Spence has a tendency to do the same things over and over again, and Crawford is not the guy to do that too. You know what I mean? Because he catches on very quickly, and I'm actually being generous with 11th round, stoppage, because I feel like with both being gassed and going into that that late stretch, I feel like Crawford crack him and hurt him even more, being that they both fatigued. But I got Crawford by late stoppage.
All right, that's T-Dog says Crawford by stoppage. Spence runs into a check hook, and he's also citing the stamina issues. So there might be some stamina issues there with Spence, and if that comes into play, he sees Crawford stopping him with a check hook. All right, T-Dog, anything else you want to say?
That's all, man. I appreciate you for having me on, man. Shouts out to the panel. Shouts out to everybody tuning in. Shouts out to all the fight fans. I got a fight next weekend myself, my first Muay Thai tournament, so it's gonna be pretty fun. So this fight gonna help me get fired up for my own. You know what I mean? But yeah, I appreciate you for having me, though, brother.
No problem, man. You know what helps to win fights? A little tip from Mr. BDA here: PEDs.
Yes, sir.
Just like just a little EPO, a little TRT. Just hey, listen. They always say everyone's doing it. Why not you? Right? You don't want to get hurt.
Hey, look. For real, right? Oh, man.
All right, well, listen. Good luck, T-Dog. Good luck on your Muay Thai fight. That's no joke, man. That's more brutal than boxing on the joints. Taking those fucking elbows.
Yeah.
So. All right, man. Well, listen. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, good breakdown, and call back next time, right, man?
Yes, sir.
All right, take it easy out there.
All right.
And by the way, if people are saying that Philly something, I don't see the name anymore, but he said that flat-footed PBC Philly Shell says that he wants the CCD to call out Southpaw. What Rapid has been calling him out. He's not doing it every day, but he called him out once, and because somebody asked him on the show, like, hey, why don't you ever go after Southpaw? He said, hey, I told him to jump on the panel, and he never has. So what do you want him to do? Call him out every day? I think it's boring, and it sounds doesn't look good either. So what do you want from that? Wild card line. Let's see if this is LT who's going to apologize for cursing. LT, is that you? LT,
puro pinche, puro Mex BC a la verga.
Ah, come on.
A la verga, puro pinche
a la verga.
Y ese vato, don Madrazo, suena como Joto, güey. Seguro es pinche CCD también, güey. Todos los Jotos esos, güey, suenan bien puñales, güey. Ponlos a platicar, güey. Se empiezan a tocar la cola. ¡Ay! ¡Ay! Como Joto. Esos son todos los de CCD, güey. Por eso puro pinche Mex BC a la verga. Levantamos bandera, güey.
Espérate. LT. Creo que estás confundiendo.
A la verga, Terence Crawford, güey.
Creo que estás confundiendo LT con Don Chingazos. Don Madrazos con Don Chingazos. Son dos personas diferentes.
No, Don Chingazos suena como puñal, güey. El que estuvo en la línea hace rato, güey. For those sweet smokers. Suena como pinche hipster maricón de Nueva York, güey. Un trendy lover, güey. Como pigeon. Como todos los de CCD, güey, al chile, güey. Tú sabes que sí, güey. Todos los pinche Ryan García fanboys, jotos, maricones, güey. Como Paolo. Todos esos puñales a la verga que se la comen, güey. Todos esos vatos, güey.
Ay,
Spencer Crawford no vale verga.
Okay, what's your prediction? I'm going to have to ask you in English, because if we speak in Spanish, people are going to tune out, man. Yeah, no, pues nadie entiende lo que estás diciendo, man.
A ver, no, pues, I actually think that, Spence and Crawford is going to be.
That was you did the accent. You did the accent well, man. What the fuck? Even I can do a fucking. I don't have that. Like you, if you have the Mexican accent more than I do. I talk Spanish and people go, "Where the fuck you from? Is he from Chile? Is he from fucking Argentina?" But then you switch the English, and you made it because when I speak English, people can tell that I'm not an English speaker. My accent's all fucked up, whether it's in Spanish, English, whatever. How the fuck did you do that, LT?
Yeah, bro, I've been chilling with a lot of white boys, bro, like Carl, Matt Chat, Electrojet, Brian Harkin, todos esos pinches white boys, bro. They're helping me out with my speech therapy. It's really taking me far. You know what I mean? Yeah, right. I no longer sound like a third grade ESL kid.
Hey, man, listen, I don't like you. I don't like seeing you and the CCD fighting. I want everybody to be cool and friendly. But then again, that's a bad personality trait to have too. So hey, you guys go at it, man. What do you want from me? All right, LT, man. Anything else you want to say before we move on?
Yeah, bro. Bro, I was gonna say, bro. I'm glad fucking Fulton got his fucking ass kicked. He fucking deserved it. Him and his whole fucking team. Who else needs to get his ass kicked? Shakur needs to get his ass kicked next. Fucking. You know what, bro? They're saying that Tank Davis should fight the fucking Japanese kid. Fucking Tank Davis should go up and fight fucking Virgil Ortiz, bro. That's what needs to fucking happen right there, bro. He needs to move up and fight fucking Virgil Ortiz, bro. Let's make that shit happen. So does fucking Shakur, bro, that bitch-ass motherfucker.
All right, there you have it.
I guessed out, bro. Puro pinche desvicia a la verga. Ahí estamos.
Okay. All right, LT, hasta la próxima, man. Tómatela tranquilo. All right, that was LT. I was gonna. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Yeah, okay. Well, okay. Shout out to LT. Shout out to everybody out there. What else? Hey, yeah, hit the like. Really helps us out. And we're far from done here. Let me tell you. Call in, give us your predictions for Spence versus Crawford. Let's see. We got 781 here. 781, you're on the air. 781. What's on your mind?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. 781. What's up? I can hear you. What's up?
How you doing? All right.
Fantastic.
I'm just going to get to the point. Everybody's talking, man. My thought is, okay, I'm a Crawford fan, all right? I will say that. What they're doing right now, I believe, is emphasizing so much on Spence and Derek James, how he fought, who he fought, and they credit Crawford for nothing, all right? This is how this thing is playing out, and this is how I see it. Number one, we got Spence who lost his mouthpiece twice since the car accident in 2 fights. His mind is not there. This is actually, I believe, going to be a dance-over for Terence Crawford.
Woo.
A dance-over. I think it's going to be an easy fight for him. We got, like I said, we have him losing his mouthpiece twice. He got held. Should have been a knockdown against the ropes against Ugas. It wasn't, and I believe he lost to Sean Porter. Now you got Crawford, who fought 2 fighters that Spence fought, and we know that. He fought Crawford. He fought Kell Brooks. We all tuned in for what? Not to see if Crawford would win, how he would win, and he knocked out both of them. So he knocked out those guys better than Spence did, and then they come up 2 years later. He's old. That's crazy. I'm 62 years old, and I tell you, I fight better now than I did 10 years ago at 52. Sugar Ray Leonard fought Marvin Hagler at the end of his career. Okay, his last fight, and he beat him. Why'd he beat him? Smart. What's Crawford have? Smart, intelligence, knowledge. He's in the gym 352 days a year. He's always in shape. He lives and breathes the gym, Terence Crawford, and he has knowledge. Not for nothing. I don't bring up drugs. We got Spence in a car accident, drinking. We had him one time with his girl on drugs. I'm going to tell you, Terence Crawford is going to be an easy fight.
Whoa,
what you guys mentioned, and I don't call it a lot, is about the headbutt. Someone getting cut. You're the only channel that has mentioned this that I know of so far, and I think you're dead right on that. That's what not a lot of people are looking at a little bit, the way he comes in. There could be a cut, and it would be a terrible thing if this is decided by a cut.
Well, wait a minute. We gotta rewind here a little bit. We gotta rewind. What do I write down as your name? Because I'm writing the predictions down here.
Yeah. Just call me G-Man from Boston.
G-Man? Are you not a Fed, are you?
No, I'm a big fan. Oh, yeah, I watch. I just don't call in.
No, I said you're not a Fed.
Like I said, you're
not a Fed. A federale. Because G-Man, that's...
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No, man, I'm just telling you with the fact, what I believe in the fact that a lot of people don't look at. Because I believe they're showing up Terence, Errol Spence so big, and he is a big guy. He's scares you the way he looks. He looks phenomenal. He is a bull, but he's one-dimensional. He's never, they always say Crawford. They don't give him enough credit. And I'm not a huge Crawford fan, but I do itemize the sports as we go. I love sports, and I love boxing. And I don't feel they give enough respect on Terence Crawford, who he's fought, how he's fought. And like I said, we go by the 2 fighters that they both have in common. And then they say, well, he was he was too old. He wasn't too old. They said he beat him better. He knocked him out. And that's something Spence didn't do. I think Spence is going to run into something he's never fought. Never mind Terence running into Spence on how he fights. And,
so just refresh my memory. You said so. Your official prediction then is Crawford by stoppage.
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be by stoppage because I don't know if.
Listen, hold on. You got to be a G man here. You got to be a G. You got to be a G and really make it. What's that?
I am. That's why Crawford will win this fight, and I'm going to tell you he's going to win it easy. It ain't going to be a hard fight for Terence Crawford as everybody thinks it is. I think it's going to be a lot easier than everybody thinks. Okay? I think Crawford, like I said, he's a gym man. He's in there every day. This guy's in shape every day. He's never out of shape when you see this guy all year. He does it. He lives and breathes something that Errol Spence doesn't. All right? I believe Errol Spence has been very good, but I think he's been brought up to make up to fight the fights he has. And like I said, we got 2 fighters in common, and Crawford, like I said, he knocked them both out. And they want to go 2 years later. 2 years is nothing. It's ridiculous saying these guys were over. And if what's his name? Porter wasn't ready. That ain't Crawford's fault. That's Porter's fault. You can't make that an excuse. That's, Terence fought him, and he knocked him out,
That's right. Yeah, you're right about that. Right about that. Well...
you can't say, he wasn't in shape. Well, he should have been in shape. That's not Terence's fault. He still knocked him out. He still knocked out Kell Brooks better than Spence did. And I don't even think Spence won that fight against Porter. I think he got lucky to get that decision. I do. I think he went his way. I'll be honest with you on that. And another thing what we got to think about is the judge in here. I don't know who the guy's name is, but I know he's a judge. And he just did the Cambosa fight. That's the guy who did the 117-111 for Cambosa. And Cambosa didn't win that fight either. And I can't believe they're allowing this guy to ref one of the best fights in, 10 years or whatever. We can go back. And this guy, they put him on the judges panel. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I know. Yeah, you're talking about Steve Cheatham and Weisfeld. No, excuse me, not Weisfeld. Well, Cheatham is one of them. Hey, Cheatham is one of them.
Yeah.
That's one of the awful. And David Sutherland too has had some bad decisions. So all those guys, got to keep an eye on them. And maybe you could use your Fed contacts to look into their background a little bit, dig some dirt, because these guys, they got to be stopped, man. They can't be mailing in these horrible cards and just we let it happen. No, sorry, Bob. So, listen, G-Man.
You're 100% right.
Absolutely,
But,
So,
100% on
we
this
gotta
fight.
move on
You
here.
know, they have a quality of rep. You know, judges like that is, I think, just totally ridiculous at this point.
Absolutely.
But great show. Just
Thank
want
you,
to let you know. Number two, last one. Vegas never loses, guys. They got Crawford favored for a reason, and the late money will pour in on Terence Crawford. He will win, and remember, he'll win easy on this fight, unless the judges mess up on this fight.
The G-Man told you that. The G-Man told you that, fellas. So keep that into account. All right, well, listen, G-Man.
Knowledge wins fight.
There you go. All right, G-Man, thank you for your call. Call back next time, right, man?
All right, pal. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, that was G-Man. Thank you, man. Yeah, that was G-Man saying that Crawford easy. And again, we got to keep a look, like he said, keep an eye on that betting line. If you start seeing Crawford 4-1, 3-1, ish. But then again, I mean, listen, Spence is no pushover. So if you like the underdog and you like to bet on the underdog, which you should, then it could pay dividends. Could pay dividends. Let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 309. 309, you're on the air. 309, what's on your mind?
G-Ray.
What was that?
G-Ray.
G-Ray. Is that
My
your
name
name?
is G-Ray. Yeah.
G-Ray. All right, G-Ray. We got G-Man, we got G-Ray, we got G-Mon. What's up, G-Ray?
Oh, yeah. I got to start off by saying I like your show.
Thank you.
I'm not subscribed yet, but I'm going to do it very soon. I enjoy your show. I'm going to ask you, are you a journalist?
No.
Okay, I mean, I like the way you run your show. It's different from all the other channels. So it's very, very professional and peaceful and everything. And yeah.
Are you sure you're watching the right show, though?
I do. Yeah,
Okay.
Especially in the build-up
professional.
of the fight. Yeah.
All right. Well, what's up, G-Ray?
Yeah. First thing, I think this fight is, the way I see it, is a robot against a rabbit. So, Terence Crawford is a rabbit, and Spence is a robot. I think it's just going to look like Usyk versus Anthony Joshua, or Garcia versus Gervonta Davis. So you have those guys with the muscles, with everything coming up, trying to just land a punch, versus someone who is skillful and slick, and who knows about boxing, who has the art. So when power meets power, what makes a difference is just skill. So from that perspective, I think it's going to be an easy win for Crawford.
Whoa! All right, that's very confident.
I don't know why. Anthony Joshua went to join Derek James in their camp over there. I mean, I don't know what he's going to learn, because the fighters there don't have footwork and don't have head movement. And I mean, he's just training robots. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see if he's going to win the best coach of the year again. This fight's gonna determine his future as well as good coach or what? Because I don't think Spence has any chance versus Crawford. He's gonna just counter it, and the speed of Crawford's gonna make a difference. If Crawford starts swinging with the speed, just gonna be an easy night for him. So I have Crawford winning this fight easy.
All right. Well, it's now knockout decision.
Knockout. Yeah.
Whoa.
Stoppage.
Holy smokes! All right. I got you. Now I got to ask you.
Crawford's gonna land. I mean, like accumulation, and Spence cannot. I mean, take up those accumulation of punches. Referee will have to stop the fight. That's how I see it. I don't have any doubt about it.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to, though. Let me ask you this, because this is a fight that's considered 50-50. How surprised would you be if Spence pulls off the win?
I won't be surprised, and if Spence wins, that's gonna be Crawford's mistake because.
Come on!
First,
You gotta
saw a guy like.
Nah, you gotta give Spence credit. I mean, look, you're saying if Crawford loses, it's because of him. So that means Spence can't win at all. You're not gonna give Spence credit.
No, I don't believe in like heavy puncher. Boxing. You see how Joshua with all his muscles and everything lost easily to Usyk in 2 fights. Tank beats Garcia easy. So that's the way I see boxing. It's just a matter of philosophy, the way each person sees things.
Right.
So when like a strong man faces someone who can move and duck punches and land a surprise, a lot of tools in the box. The difference is there. I don't give Spence any chance to win, honestly.
Well, you know what though?
But
yeah,
I won't be surprised because it's boxing and any punch can make a difference and anything can happen at any time. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I think I'm biased
like that.
The reality is that I'm a little biased because you mentioned muscles and guys that hit extremely hard, and that's me. So that's why I'm having a hard time seeing that not working. But you could be right, man. Crawford, he hits hard too on top of that. But it is a 50-50 fight, though.
Of course.
Anything can happen, man. That's true. So I get you down for Crawford easy stop. You're not the first guy, by the way, who said Crawford easy stoppage. So it might be easy. He might make it look easy. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's just that it's such a big fight that holy shit. If it ends up being one-sided, it's gonna be impressive either way. All right. Well, listen, G-Ray.
It's gonna be an explosive fight because Spence will try to do what he's been promising to do, but Crawford is not like a small guy who's gonna let himself be done just like Fulton did. No, Crawford's a dog, so he's gonna be leaning back. It's gonna be like that. But the thing is, Crawford is faster, and he can duck punches and land surprising punches. And that's what's going to make a difference. So especially if Spence hurts him and he feels like, because some fighters forget that at a certain point in the fight, you just have to stop boxing and fight, just like in the street. And Crawford has that mentality. He will swing right, left, and all that. So that's why he was saying at the press conference, if Spence step out of a line, he knows what he's saying by that.
Well, we'll see, man.
That's why he's quiet. He's not talking a lot.
We'll see, man. At the end of the day, we'll see what happens. Especially, you're talking about the dog. That's what they call it, the dog. And we'll see which ranking each guy has. We'll see if Crawford has a superior dog rating than Spence. And it's all going to be... That's the great thing. We win as fans because we're going to finally get to see it on Saturday. All right, well, listen, G-Ray, we got to move on here. But thank you for your call. Call back next time, all right, man?
Okay.
Take it easy out there.
Sure, a pleasure, and I will be listening to you and calling also.
Fantastic. Sure. All right, take it easy out there. All right, that was G-Ray. Let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 301. 301, you're on the air. 301, what's on your mind?
Hey, BDA, can you hear me?
Yes, what's up? Who is this, by the way?
It's Irish Andre Ward.
Oh, Irish, what's up, man?
Yeah, I want to give you my thoughts, but first of all, are you going to take that disrespect, man? That guy called you a journalist. You're just going to let that fly?
Yeah, that's
he's basically saying you separate your cheese from your meat. You know, calling you a little hat wearer. Come on, man.
Come on, wait.
You're going to let your reps go down the drain. You can't just let that happen, man. You can't just
know what?
That shit.
He might as well have called me a lawyer or a politician or something like that. No, but listen, I don't know what he meant by that.
You're saying you're tribal, man.
Nah, come on.
Yeah.
What's up, man? What's up?
Well, I wanted to amend my pick. I think I told Buccio in the open lines that I was picking Spence by decision. But first of all, you tell me Tim cheats everyone? Is reffing the fight? Is that correct?
That's absolutely.
Hasn't he? Didn't he give out Rolly he was like scoring the fight for Rolly, I think like just this year, he also scored what's it called? The first Charlo fight, Charlo versus Castano. He scored that 117-111, right? For him.
Castano.
Wasn't that Tim Cheatham? Like just in the span of like the last year. Yeah, just in the span of last year, he's given out the worst decisions in boxing. He has surpassed C.J. Ross and Adelaide Bird, like combined, you know. And this guy is going to ref one of the most high-profile fights. Like, honestly, like I know Jimmy talks about that the pool's drying up, but you can't tell me there aren't good refs and good judges out there. I mean, just the guy in Japan, that was an incredible referee job. I didn't notice him at all. You know, he broke up the clinches immediately. He enforced the stepping on the feet, and that was it. You know.
That's right.
Like, I think that really made Fulton feel real confused because he was like, "Oh man, I can't get away with anything here," you know. Like, and then the one like little you call it a borderline, with the Andre borderline, shot that in a way landed, and Fulton called out. The ref didn't say anything. Fulton's like, "Hey, you're stealing my moves. What are you doing?"
He's stealing my moves. Yeah. And by the way, that's Weisfeld. Cheatham. I got it right here up on the screen. It says for Romero, Tim Cheatham had it 76, 75, and 76. Obviously, he had Romero ahead, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. But I believe he had
insane, right?
I mean, it's insane that these guys.
You can't justify that at all, right? Like, there's no way that there's like an angle of that fight that could have said Romero was winning. They were around, he didn't land a punch. Like, there were consecutive rounds, that guy didn't land anything, dude. That's insane. I mean, that's just, like, clear and either corrupt or, like, he's Joe Biden or something. He's Brezhneving out there.
Here's the scary thing. Here's the scary thing. A lot of fans and a lot of people calling in are saying, watch out for the judges. I was listening to the 3 knockdown rule, and even Mario Lopez, Steve Kim told him the list of judges, and Mario Lopez said, "Oh boy, people that know boxing know that these judges are not good." Especially like you said, just in the last year alone, you can find a bunch of shitty decisions they've mailed in. And you know what's scary about that is the fact that last Saturday, before they were about to read the cards for Kambosos versus Maxi Hughes. People were saying in the Discord, I was on the Discord watching the fight, and people were like, man, he's going to get robbed, and boom, he got robbed. Boxing fans know what the fuck they're talking about, so I'm a little scared now that this decision, on the one hand, it would be funny, though. On the one hand, it would be funny in the biggest, what people are calling one of the most significant fights of the year, and then it happens like that. It would be funny because, hey, look, they marinated it too, over-marinated it, so it would be a little bit of karma. But what do you think? You think it's going to be a bad decision?
I mean, I'm scared it goes that way. Just a couple of thoughts. A lot of people seem to be talking about Spence as if he's like the worst boxer. To be honest, I don't see it that way. He's a more consistent fighter. He lands way more punches. He lands like double the body shots Crawford does. He has a more consistent jab and a better spacing, but I initially picked him to win by decision, but I'm going to amend it mostly because of what happened in Japan. I'm just going to go with my gut. And I'm going to go with Crawford because Spence has this habit of pulling over the top of an orthodox jab. He does like a pull counter jab. And I think that habit's still there even if Crawford switches stances. And now let Crawford land out like half hook, half jab, half hook. He knocked out Brookwitz. So I think he'll be able to surprise Spence. Because Spence does get hit way more than Crawford does. And he has, also whenever he throws a left hand, he dips down and it takes a long time to kind of circle his way out. I think Crawford can hit him with an uppercut. He's got a good uppercut. He's got a lot of good punches. He's got a 74-inch reach, which is like ridiculous, for a 5'8" guy. So, yeah, I mean, the one concern is, I think you mentioned this, his feet against Avanesian looked pretty bad. But maybe he was just fighting that guy that way. He didn't want to do anything but just knock him out, just stand in the middle of the ring, put his earmuffs up, and bang with him because he didn't feel like it was a threat. So
that's true, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to go Crawford by like 8th round. Yeah, let's go with the 8th round stoppage. I'm wrong.
All right, now,
I don't dislike Spence, so I don't care how it really goes. It's just that's what I feel.
I'm confused now though because if I look at the predictions, maybe somebody made a mistake. I don't remember writing this, but it says Irish Andrew Ward Spence by decision.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I don't know if you heard it, but yeah, on the open line Friday, I told Bucho that was my first
excuse
pick,
me.
but I wanted to
Sorry.
amend it.
Yeah, sorry, you said that at the beginning. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting confused. Listen, it's been 2
Yeah,
hours
yeah.
here. So you want us to change it to Crawford by what?
No, I know you. Crawford 8th round stoppage.
8th round stoppage. You know, I got to start
Let's go
drinking
with that.
while I do this show. I got to start drinking while I do these shows. Maybe that way I'll be
Yeah.
sharper. But
Wasn't
don't
that
forget.
the plan? The plan
that's
was
what
everyone's supposed to be drunk, right?
That's what I was going to say. Thank you. Today, right now, it's a. Yeah.
I drink like 4 espressos just for you. You know, I don't drink, but I'm tweaking.
That's the thing, though. I want to remind people.
But yeah, man. Hopefully it's not an embarrassing robbery. And again, because I think that this sport, like you said, this fight is over marinated, and it's not going to do too well on the pay-per-views. And it just seems like we're just going to be like carried by these novelty acts. You know, that's how I kind of saw Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia, and I was really surprised by how popular it was. But I mean, apparently it's so close to 1 million. I mean, this is what people care about. So that's where the disposable income is. Like, I guess it's just the OnlyFans crowd or whatever, Instagram crowd, or whatever demographic that is. I don't understand them.
Well, it's not exactly Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis in terms of attraction for Zoomers, but it's gonna be interesting, man. Irish, thank you for your call, and call back next time, Raymond.
Hold on, but just one question though. Have you seen in your area any advertisements, any bars are gonna play it? Because for Canelo Golovkin, like I remember there was a pretty big buzz locally. I'm in like a metropolitan area in the U.S. and like I saw lots of bars advertising it and stuff. I saw billboards for it. I saw like bus stand advertising. I haven't seen anything for this fight. I've seen some. They've done more like promotion from Showtime. I guess there's no Zoom conference, so that's there's no like. Although there was one, right? It's always embarrassing.
I think way back, yeah. This ain't Canelo Triple G. This ain't it. It's a good fight, but it's in terms of mainstream appeal, it's not quite there. But anyway, who gives a shit? You want to hear casuals?
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully it's a good fight. Hopefully someone's teeth gets knocked out. Hopefully Spence's, newly minted mouthpiece just gets, hit to the third row or something, and he has to look like a hick fighting. That would be good.
All right.
Blood streaming out of his mouth. That's all we can hope for.
Well, I think we can hope for a little.
There's entertainment.
All right, well, listen, Irish, thank you for your call. Call back next time, right, man? Take it easy out there.
All right. Yeah, you too.
All right.
Bye.
That was Irish Andrew Ward. Let's get back to the phone lines here. Don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like. Really helps us out. What else we got? Okay, let's go to 4. No, hold on. That wasn't... This list is getting all fucked up. What's going on? Okay, I think long distance, 573. You're on the air. 573. What's on your mind?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's up?
Hi. Finally, I have called so many times. I'm calling from Colombia.
Whoa, Colombia. What's up?
Yeah. Medellin. Exactly. Yeah, hey, I really like your channel, man. I really like your show.
Thank you, man. Thank you. By the way, I hear some machine gun fire in the background, or so. I don't know what I'm hearing there in the background, but there's some background noise.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about Spence and Crawford, right? I got Spence.
Hold on. There's some background sound. There's a background sound there. Is it your motorcycle? There's some background noise. Is that your motorcycle in the background? What is that?
Yes, I'm playing my motorcycle right now.
Yeah, that's why I hear it, man. But okay, sorry. Right, we'll try to ignore it. What's up? So
I'm trying to find a place here where there is not so much noise. But what was I telling you? Yes, I have Errol Spence winning. I know that.
Okay, now listen. I got to write your name down, and I can't talk to.
What?
Yeah, sorry about that, but every time I try to talk to you, I can hear the motorcycle. So we're gonna have to make this fast because the sound I can't hear you with the motorcycle on. So you said Errol Spence. Yeah.
The bike is off already.
All right, Errol Spence by what? Okay, Errol Spence by what you said?
By knockout.
Whoa.
By 8. 8 round.
Knockout, 8th round. Whoa. Okay. And what do we call you? What's your nickname to Apollo?
Yeah. What maybe it's because I like Spence too much, but I see he only takes like 3 or 4 rounds to disfigure his opponents, and he has not like that lights out power. But if he gets to Crawford, I think he will change his body language like he does with other, at least like he did with Ugas or Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
I see it going that way.
Whoa, okay. That's an interesting prediction right there. Errol Spence knockout in the 8th. See, a lot of people are saying Crawford by stoppage. I haven't seen too many people saying Spence by stoppage, so this is good, man. What do I call you, by the way? What's your name, by the way? What's your name? Or nickname?
My name is Elvis.
Elvis, okay. Elvis, because I'm writing the predictions down. Yes, go ahead, Elvis.
What did you say?
I said, because I'm taking down the predictions. I'm writing them down for everybody that calls in.
As I said, Spence by stopping Crawford by round 8.
Okay. I got that one, man. Anything else you want to say, Elvis, before we move on?
No, thank you for having me. I've been trying to call so many times.
Well, thank you, man. By the way, how big is are you a hardcore boxing fan, or is this something that's interesting Colombians as well? This fight.
Do you mean there are many boxing fans here?
Yeah, because I mean, this is a fight that's it's interesting. It's just interesting to boxing fans. So my question is, all the way over there in Colombia, is it because you are a super boxing fan that you're aware of this fight?
Well, I don't see too many boxing fans here. Maybe many people are just hyped about this fight because it's everywhere. But I see like more MMA fans here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, MMA is growing as a sport. It's the fastest growing sport, they said. So
yeah.
I thought that was
it's
boxing.
More popular and stuff, but boxing is not like it used to be like 20 years ago in Colombia.
Uh-huh. Yeah, man. And by the way, I don't know what they feed you guys down there in Colombia. Every time a Colombian boxer comes out, they all punch hard. Every Colombian, and even I've seen it here. I live in Canada, and I've seen a couple of Colombians come to the gym. They all hit hard. I don't know if I've said it before in the show too, and Venezuelans too to a certain extent. I don't know what you guys eat over there. Just
but I am from Venezuela. I live in Colombia, but I am from Venezuela. And well, I think Venezuela produces very good brawlers.
Well, it's good to have that, man. By the way, you're Venezuelan.
Yeah,
have you ever?
We had Bolero. We had who was this guy? Villa.
You're from Venezuela. Over there in Venezuela, are they still airing a show called Que Locura?
I don't know, man. I don't watch that channel. I don't know if it's still running that show.
How dare you? All right. Anyway, listen. Well, Elvis,
I have like 7 years out of Venezuela already.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Well, listen, Elvis. Good to hear from you all the way down there from Colombia. Don't be a stranger. Call back next time and take it easy out there. Right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Take it easy out there. Colombia. Tell you, BDA is going international. We got callers from all over the world. Not from Israel for some reason. I think it's because of you guys in the chat. Bunch of bigots. All right, let's get back to the phone lines here. Don't forget to hit the like. Really helps us out. And today we're taking phone calls. We're taking down official predictions, putting them down on the record. And it helps you guys too, because then you have receipts. All right, let's go to the phone call here. Let's go to 419. 419, you're in the air. 419, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what's up, BBA? It's Raphael 32 calling out of Toledo, Ohio.
Oh, Raphael.
And I just want to say what's up, and I just want to say, okay, now we both said we're gonna quit watching boxing, and you said you were gonna get another hobby. I didn't know you was gonna start selling drugs. You got the Metadine cartel calling your phone line now. What's up, man?
No, wait a minute.
Riding motorcycles. He was probably going to drop off a delivery himself.
Nah, come on, man.
You could barely hear the dizzy.
No, come on.
But on a serious note, I gotta say this. I got to say, the monster is the man. The monster proved himself. It's not fair to Fulton that everybody, the monster beat a great fighter in Fulton. He is just that good. Now, I still believe that that Fulton's resume of 122 pounders was better than the Monster's resume of 118 pounders, because the Monster was just that much better than those guys. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are taking away, well, Brandon Figueroa, he really won the fight. No, Fulton won that fight. The Monster was just that much better than Fulton. He anything, whatever Fulton tried to do, the Monster, he contained them. He really contained them. And Fulton, he can come back from this. He can, you know what I mean? But the Monster is just that good. Now, I've said, I feel the Monster, he might be able to beat Brandon Figueroa. You know what I mean? And this win against Fulton, this really, you know, I give him his props, because I was looking at him. Oh, this little dude, man, he gonna, you know, he's in for not ass kicking, but I had it being a close competitive fight with Fulton winning, but he totally dominated Fulton, in all respect to him. Now, on the big dog fight, Crawford versus Spence, I got Crawford in round 9 with a knockout. I pray that how boxing has been going lately, you know, you know what I'm saying? I hope this is a great fight. I hope this is not a dud. These guys are both, you know, this is not like Pacquiao and Floyd, where Pacquiao was hurt and then at the last second after he lost, he drops the dime. Well, you know, I forgot what it was. What did he hurt? His hand or his shoulder?
It was the shoulder, I believe.
Yeah, it was one of those. I can't quite remember, but great week for Fulton and the Monster to kick it off. This is I don't think I've seen a fight week like this where you have 2 back-to-back super studded star fights. So Crawford in 9, and we got one more. We got Canelo versus Charlo. I got Canelo on that, but Charlo, I give him a 40% chance. If and I know a lot of other people have said this, if Canelo hits him like because what was my man's name? And he was from Venezuela too. Castano. If now Castano had skill, but and really the first fight Castano won. But if Charlo gets hit with some of the same punches that he got hit with against Canelo, that he got hit with, if Canelo hits Charlo with those same punches that Castano did, it's going to be a really, really long night for Charlo, because he can't. He's showed us time and time again he can be hurt, and that's all I got to say. Big ups to the Monster again. BDA, keep on doing your thing, and you know what? We're gonna hang in there together with boxing, because even though it angers us, we still love the sport, and we still love the personalities and everything. And,
wait a minute. Raphael, hold on,
okay.
Real quick though, because we've had about back-to-back bad decisions in the last about 3 weeks. Now, if some people are calling in and they're saying they don't like the judge selection for this Crawford-Spence fight, if there's a robbery, whether Spence gets robbed or Crawford, whatever, do we just jump off together, or what do we do?
Yeah, man, I'm just gonna you're gonna have to give me your number, and I'm just gonna go to work and lose weight, shit, and train my damn self. You know what I mean? Get back in the gym and teach young fighters how to fight, shit. But yeah, I've said that on here and on other channels also. Earl Crawford is the favorite to win, but Earl is the A side, right? On the betting books, Crawford is the favorite to win. Now, we've seen some bad decisions with first of all the promoters are corrupt with Top Rank and PBC. We've seen some horrendous decisions, especially the one with Maxie Hughes. That was some bullshit. They really just bent Maxie over and straight screwed him, with no Vaseline. And that was, I feel really heartbroken for Hughes for that loss. Come all the way over here to get ripped off. Gamboa, he had that one special night, and that's it. I don't think he is a talent like Teofimo Lopez where he can get that back again. You know, so yeah, I hope, I pray that, like, if let's say Spence wobbles Crawford like 2 or 3 times, I hope the ref doesn't jump in and wave it off. Let's say that yeah, that's it. That's all I got to say,
well,
really,
listen,
man.
Raphael.
I lost my train of thought. But, are you going to have another call-in show before the fight or no?
We might have. I mean, we'll probably have one tomorrow. That I think that was a plan, and then on Friday the open lines show where anybody can join in on the Discord. I don't know if you guys are.
No, I don't know how to do that. I tried to do that from because I'm a member of the BDA Discord channel,
yeah.
and I don't know how to jump online like that. The most I know how to do is chat with other people.
Listen, I'll tell you what.
Chat. I don't know how to jump on the line from there.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Jump on Friday, and we'll post pictures. It's not it's not very difficult. We'll post pictures on how to do it. It's like a 2-step process. So just show if you want to show up on Friday. Okay. Go on the Discord, and we'll post the pics. All right. Well, listen, we got to move on here, but thank you for the call, Raphael, and all right. Catch you next time, man. Take it easy.
All right, man. Y'all be cool. Thank you.
You too, man. Take it easy. All right, let's get back to the phone lines here, to another phone call rather, and don't forget that number's in the left and middle portion of your screen, so make sure to call in. Let's go to a phone call here. Let's go to 929. 929, you're on the air. 929, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, BDA? It's Virtuoso.
Oh, Virtuoso, what's up, man?
Sean, so yeah, man, before I give my prediction, man, I just want to say, good job on that fight analysis, documentary you did.
Thank you.
I really, really refreshed my memory about what flaws these guys have, man. And I think one of the flaws that these guys have is their ability to take a punch while giving one, and the possibility of them getting hurt in the process. But who I feel is gonna benefit the most out of it is Bud Crawford. Here's why. I think a lot of people are basing Spence's ability to attack the body based on their opponent's inability to move out of the way. They're flat-footed. They're not as agile or as quick as Bud Crawford. And I think him using angles, using footwork, and using, punches from the outside, I think are important to creating an elation, fight for Spence. And I just want to say this real quick, man. These guys are warriors, man. They really did been through a lot, and I congratulate them for finally having the balls to finally fight each other already. I've been waiting for this for fucking almost 5 years, man. And it's finally here. But, so I'm going to pick Crawford. I'm going to pick Crawford to knock out Errol Spence. I don't know exactly which round, but I just wanted him to knock him out, to put his stamp of approval, on the welterweight division. Even though it's kind of been kind of a drop off from the last era. But
wait a minute.
Yeah,
you want him? So is that what you're seeing happen, or is that what you want to see happen?
Both.
Both? Okay. All right.
I just think, you're going to see why Danny, Keith, and a host of other, couple of welterweights that I haven't minded, haven't really bothered to fucking pick up the phone and fight him. You're going to see why they took so long to make that fight. I think this fight happened just because of happenstance. Not that happenstance, but circumstance happened, because there's not another big fight for Errol Spence to make, at 147, but this one. And him fighting Chris Thurman was out the question. But yeah, man, I'm picking Crawford to knock out Errol Spence, man. I want to say good luck to both of these gentlemen, but man, I just think
based on what I've heard recently about who the judges are, man, I think it's an imperative that he knocks him out, man. Because I don't believe the judges are going to score this fight in good faith, man. So I'm picking Crawford.
All right. Well, I got you down for that. Crawford by stoppage. If you want to add a round before the end of the week, you're certainly welcome to do so. But shout out to you, Virtuoso, and call back next time, all right, man? Take it easy out there.
Always, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Appreciated you calling in. All right. I'm gonna keep taking predictions down here, but you gotta keep in mind, fellas, I've been on for close to 3 hours, and I've yet to take a potty break. I gotta go to the latrines, the commode, as Gonzalo would say. So give me, how much can I? If I don't shake it, give me then 30 seconds. All right. I'll be right back in about 30 seconds. Everybody stay on the line. What can I play here, man? Some non-copyright music from the archives. I don't even know which one to choose, man. And I'm pissing my pants here. I'll be right back. Does this have... Nah, that's got fucking lyrics, man. That's gonna take us off the... All right, I'll play some electronica. All right, I'll be right back. Give me about 2 seconds. I'll be right back, all right? Stay tuned. Back, and I did have to shake it. I'm sorry, man. I don't like walking around with piss stains on my pants. Not anymore, anyway. Well, shout out to everybody for waiting there. We are back, and everybody who's on hold there. Again, just to remind people, we are taking official picks here for Crawford versus Spence. That's Spence versus Crawford, rather. And we're taking other predictions. We're taking your calls tonight. So let's get back to it, fellas. Who else we got here? Okay, let's go back to the phone lines. Don't forget to hit the like. Oh, and by the way, before we go back to the phone lines, shout out to Uncle Pete. That's Skillbender in the chat, and he said, for his country super chat, he says, Elvis, talking about the Colombian guy that called in earlier, now let me catch you dancing at the Babylon. The Yeyo. Chichi, get the Yeyo. All right, let's go back to the phone calls here. Shout out to Scalebender for that. 818, you're on the air. 818, what's on your mind?
Hey, what up? This is the boxing scientist. Saludos, BDA.
Dale.
Yeah, Matt. So before I make my prediction, I just want to let you know, like, when I post comments in the chat, on my phone, it looked like it's going through, but then when I look at your screen, you know how you have the comments scrolling down the screen or whatever, it doesn't show up. It doesn't show up there, and then like I thought people were just ignoring me, but I guess it's not going through.
Yeah, that's
reason.
that's something weird. There's a difference between what we're posting on the screen sometimes and what's actually on in the YouTube chat. Sometimes it's vice versa. Sometimes something appears on screen, but it doesn't appear in the chat. So I don't know what's up with that. And then there's Don Chingazo says that with his official account, he can't log on, he can't post here for some reason. And I checked and he's not banned. So I don't know what's going on with YouTube. But anyway, man, what's up, man?
Okay. Yeah, and I downloaded Discord, but I'm not too familiar with it, so I don't know how to. I mean, there's like a search, and I typed in BDA. Like, how do I search? How do I find you on there?
Well, you know what? That's the interesting thing, though. I don't know how to. If I were not part of the BDA, I wouldn't know how to find us either by searching it on Discord. So I'm putting that link there in the chat. There you go. So just click that, and you're part of the Discord.
Okay, man.
All right. So what's up, man?
So yeah, man. So this fucking fight Saturday, it's gonna be good, man. I got Spence by decision, just because he's probably on some shit, you know. Like, just look at him. He looks like he's on some. I think he's part of the snack program, no?
I believe he's not.
Or no?
I don't think so.
No. Oh, I don't know, but all these PBC guys, man, I don't know how they, like the Charlos, all these guys are huge, man. I don't know how they stay in the same division their whole fucking career. And yeah, man, he's just too big, too strong, too juiced up for Crawford, man. I don't see how Crawford can beat him. But Crawford's defensively sound enough to where he might stay alive and survive, and he's gonna lose by decision though.
Hey, by the way, King KO in the chat. All right, I got your prediction down. By the way, it's Spence by decision. But now you mentioned, just for context, you said because you think Spence is on the juice. Well, King KO just informed me here in the chat that Bud is with Snack. That Crawford's the one with Snack.
Really?
So now, does that change your prediction?
Wow. Well, they're both on some shit, but I think Spence is on some better shit. I mean, yeah. Just look at his physique, bro. That's just not normal. You can't just go to the gym and get like that, bro.
Well, I can, but
come on.
Yeah, you're talking about normal people, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're a genetic freak, bro. But you know, most people. I mean, unless he's a genetic freak too, but. I don't know. I mean, this guy comes back from a car accident, and it's like nothing happened to him, bro. It's like nothing. Like, I don't know. That's just comes back in perfect fucking shape. Like, what the fuck?
Maybe he's just
on
caught
some shit,
from
bro. Yeah.
Maybe he's just caught from another cloth, man.
I mean, who knows, bro? But, yeah, I just think that he's got a slightly better chin. He's got the size, the power advantage. And, you know, Bud is a slow starter, man. He's a slow starter. He has to download the data, as they say. And by that time, he's going to be down on points. And he might be down on the fucking canvas.
So you think that Spence is the one that's going to have the fast start?
Yeah. Spence is going to go in there. I mean, he's a killer, bro. He's aggressive. He fights like a Mexican. So that's why he's going to win. Because he fights like a Mexican on fucking steroids, bro.
Well, we shall see, man. We shall see indeed. I got your prediction down. Now, if you ever want to tweak it or change it, you're certainly welcome to do so before the end of the week. Anything else you want to say before we move on?
Oh, no, just shout out to the homie J-Rocks and Garcia. I was trying to, like, chat it up with them in the chat, but yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. Yeah, let me know about the you said you dropped the link for the Discord, so yeah, I'll check that out. Thanks for having me, BDA. God bless, man.
No problem, man. Take it easy out there, man. Thank you for your call.
I will, man.
All right. All right, that was the boxing scientist saying Spence by decision, I believe. Let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 323. I think that's on Madras again. 323, you're on the air. 323.
Hey, what's going on? I got a call back in reference to that little short, fat, fucking white boy Mexican guy that called me a faggot earlier.
Yeah.
You know, I've been here fucking almost 35 years. I've been here almost 35 years, and you tend to lose a fucking accent. You know, like what a little bitch. Anyway, I hope he hops on. I hope he hops on calling me a fucking hipster. I'll fucking stomp that little fat bitch out. It's always, you know what it is? It's always the little short fat Mexican guys with a little Dodger hat on that always talk shit.
Hold on, for people that don't know who he's talking about, LT. Yeah, for people that don't know who you're talking about LT who called in earlier. LT, if you're listening, it would be very interesting if you could call in and go at it with Omadras.
Oye, mi primer vez, yo soy mexicano. Yo crecí en un pueblito que se llama Zacualco de Torres. Pero, qué pendejo. Pero se escucha como un pendejo.
Hold on, hey, the cursing.
Con sus pinches papelitos aquí. Ay, qué foto, ay, qué pendejo.
No, well, listen,
Hijo de verga.
LT
Oye,
is
the accent goes away. How long have you been, BD, how long have you been in an English-speaking country?
Well, about the same time you said, about 30-something, well, almost 30 years, yeah. About 30 years.
I mean, I lost my accent. I mean, we traveled a lot and we moved around the States a lot, but what a fucking little bitch.
LT, if you're listening, I don't think he is, man. I'm trying to, if you're listening, you got to call in and go at it with Don Madras, or, yeah, you should.
Yeah,
man,
you can't, you can't be, a little boy can't be calling a grown man a faggot. I will fucking stomp that little fat bitch out.
Well,
Fuck that little fat bitch. It's always a little fat bitch. I bet you guys $100. LT's a little fat bitch.
Oh.
I bet all of you motherfuckers $100. He's a little fat bitch. Send a picture.
I mean,
send a picture, LT.
And you know what? LT is not hard to find because from what I hear, he gets into
it. Un pinche gordo enano.
Oh, well, come on now.
Es un gordito. Anyway,
but what if he's? Hold on. What if he's? What if he's?
What if? Okay, listen. Listen. I'll catch you guys at open lines. I can't wait. I hope that little faggot jumps on. It would be really nice.
Oh, all right. Well, listen. I think I see LT. I think I know who LT is right now. I think he's posting under another moniker. LT, you got to call in while Don Madras still on the line, man, because this is going back and forth. He calls in, then you call in, then he calls in. Now you got to call in at the same time, fellas.
Well, he started this shit by fucking calling me a fucking New York hipster.
Yeah, I understand.
You little fat fuck.
It's all everything. Anything goes.
I want little fat fuck to jump on.
All right, LT, call in, man. Rapidito, nada más.
LT, call in, you little fat fuck.
All right, I don't think he's going to today, man. LT doesn't like to be told what to do.
No,
he doesn't
of course he's not.
Well, listen, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Maybe on Friday.
You know what? His mom's telling him what to do. He still lives at home.
Come on. No, wait a minute. Now we're going.
Hey, have a fun night. Have a fun time jacking up to porn, asshole.
You talking to me or talking to LT?
No, LT, of course.
Oh, okay. All right.
That guy doesn't have a girlfriend.
Just wanted to make sure. I was gonna say you read my mind. No, but listen, Don Madras, we got to move on here. But thank you for your call and call back next time.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later. Take it easy.
All right. Take it
easy, guys.
All right, it's getting hot in here, man. I think it's because Spence-Crawford is getting near, and I think it's starting to bleed out into the YouTube sphere right there. Hopefully they go at it. Shout out to, before we go back to the phone line, shout out to that Gucci Berserk for his contribution super chat. He says, BDA, put me down for Crawford split decision. All right, shout out to the Gucci Berserk. I'm going to write it down here. He says, hold on, I'm writing down his name first. Crawford decision. A split decision. Whoa, okay. He's being very accurate with his prediction right there. Fantastic. Now, if I may, well, actually, we'll do it after we're done with the phone calls here. But shout out to the Gucci Berserk. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Let's go to 470. 470. You're on the air. 470. What's on your mind?
What's up, BDA?
What's up?
Can you hear me, bro?
Sobers. Yes. What's up, man?
What's up, man? So I gotta say, so far it's been a real good show. Being a lot of good calls, a lot of strange calls. All the freaks been coming out, you know. And I think I ran into one of these freaks right now at the Chick-fil-A while I was trying to grab some food. So, I'm pulling around to get my food, right? And I'm a gangster BDA. You know how I'm rolling up with the tank top, with the Lokes on. I'm driving with one arm on top of the steering wheel, lean back, tattoos on blast.
Uh-huh.
So I'm rolling in to get my food, and the girl comes up to me and she goes, "Are you never sober?" I tell her, "Yes, ma'am, I am." And she goes, "Here's your food." I say, "Thank you." And as I'm pulling out, I hear, whoa, is that Jesus tattooed on your arm? And I don't got no Jesus tattooed on my arm. Some weird-looking kid that looks kind of like Rolly, but like light-skinned, like, he look a little half retarded. He comes running out to my car, and he goes, "Oh, what's that tattoo?" And this and that. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's." He goes, "Is that the moon?" And then he acts like he trips. He goes, "Whoa!" And he's standing still, so I don't know what he tripped over. And he kind of leans in. He kind of pokes my elbow. And I tell him, hey, what you, and he goes like, "Oh, sorry, man. Have a good day." And he goes running back inside the store. So I peel out, and I'm thinking, what the fuck? That was weird. But I mean, so this might sound like a weird story, right, BD? But you have to understand, I got some sick ass ink. So people coming up to me and fawning over my tattoos, like, "Where'd you get that?" And "Oh my goodness," and "Where this and that." That's not out of the ordinary, right? You can look. Everyone knows the rule, right? You can look, but you can't touch.
I mean, that's what.
So, anyways, we talk about Spence and Crawford, right?
Yeah, I mean, people are saying that this is a Gonzalo type story. I don't know. Is that a Gonzalo story or what? I guess I missed it.
That just happened as I was driving home before I called in, bro.
All right. Well, listen. People know who you are, man, and you gotta keep it gangster. So, I don't fault you for getting into those type of
I
altercations.
said, hey. He was like, sorry. What the fuck? Anyways, yeah. So like Spence and Crawford, right?
That's right.
That's what you ready to take down my prediction, BDA? So let's not play coy about it. All right, chat.
Let's not. Yeah.
Let's not play coy like that dude tried to do at the Chick-fil-A, trying to touch me and shit. Let's not play coy like that. Do you guys really think that Crawford's gonna get a fair shake with the PBC running the show? Do you really think they're gonna give him a split decision or a unanimous decision?
Remains to be seen, but I would think
everybody think about that in the chat. So if Crawford can't if Spence can stand up for 12 rounds, he wins. I got Spence probably getting his ass whooped, right? But he'll win split decision.
Spence robbery split decision. Okay, that's what I'm writing down there for.
I'm gonna say robbery. I'm just saying split decision, bro. I'm just saying split decision. Let's not say robbery. But don't be surprised if there's a Barroso type stoppage.
All right. Well, listen, I wouldn't put it past these PBC people to do that. And like somebody else referenced, it's not just the PBC, it's the Vegas. Vegas does what Vegas wants. So we'll see what happens there. All right, Never Sobers. Anything else you want to say before we move on?
Shit, no, I think that's about it, right? So, I just think that's about it, yeah. But, yeah, the freaks come out at night, but they're out here.
Well, I'm out here, so, I mean, we all got to do what we got to do. All right, shout out to you, Never
Sobers,
man.
Yeah, might have been you, bro. That might have been you.
No. That wasn't me trying to fucking rub your arms. All right, well, listen, Never Sobers. Thank you for your call, man. Catch you later, all right, man? Take it easy.
All right, bro.
And wear some long sleeves, by the way. All right, that was Never Sobers. I'm trying to give him some advice there. Let's go to another phone call here. 713, you're on the air. 713, what's on your mind? 713, you're on the air. Going once. Going twice. 713. All right, now, usually I hang up on people that don't answer, but since I'm all by my lonesome here, I'll keep him. He hung up. All right, well, listen, fellas, I want to tell you to please hit the like. We got about 37 minutes left on the phone lines here, so if you want to call in and give us your predictions, that would be fan-fucking-tastic. Now, speaking of predictions, let's see what we've got here. And I'll try to go through them quickly because I'm just curious to see what we've had so far. If you look at all the predictions we've taken so far, all right, so we got Bucho said Crawford's 10th round stoppage. In fact, I saw him in the chat earlier. He says he really doesn't see how Spence could win this. I see it. But then again, that's because I can see multiple dimensions. I'm a multi-dimensional tap guy. And I haven't even done psychedelics, by the way, but it's just that I have a direct landline with the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and sometimes he allows me to see things that he would normally disallow or prevent other people from seeing. Chief says Crawford by 8-4 type decision. Gonzalo said Crawford 12 round TKO. Now let's just keep in mind, Gonzalo had Inoue beating Fulton, and he got it right down to the round. Don Madrazos says Crawford stoppage in the 8th. The Quacks. Now, I wanted to go to Jimmy. Jimmy said Crawford by stoppage. Now, Jimmy also is another guy from the panel that almost always gets him right as well. Recognize. Where's Recognize? Oh, we have Chief too. Chief he's got a strong boxing mind too, and he's been following this Crawford Spence saga for years, so he's familiar with the fighters. Where's Recognize? I think I thought I'd written him down. His prediction down. What the fuck? Okay, here it is. He's a little bit lower. Sorry, Recognize. I don't know why you're in the lower portion, but that's where you are. Spence decision 7-5. All right. So now so let's go back to some of the older predictions. I mean, some of the earlier predictions from earlier in the day when we opened up the phone lines. Like Uncle Charles, for example, says Crawford decision. Alonso Amazing says Spence by robbery. Garvin said Crawford by stoppage via hook or uppercut. Chris from Atlanta said Spence decision. Eric from H-Town said Spence. So you see, it's going back and forth. We got about 3 predictions that said Crawford, and then we got 3 others that say Spence. Boxing expert said Spence unanimous decision. Russ said Spence unanimous decision. Mr. Booty Juice said Spence wins bullshit decision. Sorry, I had to curse. Coach Eddie said Crawford majority decision. Soothsayer said fuck that fight. He's gonna. He said he's gonna turn it off after the Cruz fight. So that's what we got so far. Like, for example, we got Head N-word in charge. That's reverse Lee, by the way. Said Inoue. Oh, no, excuse me. That's that Inoue fight. What the fuck? All right, so that's what we have so far. Like, for example, Quay said Crawford stoppage. Yeah, hold on a second. Why do I have reverse's decision in that? I think I misplaced it. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know why I mistook his prediction. Anyway, that's what we got so far. Now, of course, the most important thing though is, and I should have asked this to the callers too, but if we got more callers calling in, I want to hear from you, and I want to hear your opinion on not who's going to win the fight, but the dogometer. We didn't get to it too much today, and I got to tell you, this is very important here. This is about as important as it gets because we got Crawford and Spence, 2 guys that get knockouts, they get stoppages, but where does each one fall in the dogometer? That's a very important question. Everyone's always talking about that dog. And now I want to say, people are out there, they're going to be betting. They're going to be placing wagers. We should start our own line here about how many times the telecasters or the broadcasters, the commentators, how many times do they reference the dog? You gotta wonder, and you gotta be certain and pretty confident that at least one time somebody's gonna mention the dog for this fight. So we shall see what happens there. I'm very excited to see. I'm more excited about that than the fight because it's how far can they go? How low can they go? They're going to be playing the hoopla there. Campos Vasquez says Gonzalo do live commentary for the fight after a few Modelos or San Miguel's are in you. Oh, come on. Now see, Gonzalo's been on a fucking mean streak physically. He quit the drinking. He quit the boozing. He's fucking working out. You should see his home gym. This guy, I mean, if he were here in Canada, if he would help me to build my own home gym, because his just looks superb. Who needs the gym when you get the setup he's got? But no drinking, Gonzalo. And if you show up on Friday, show up on coffee or something, but don't fucking show up on alcohol. Because as I said earlier, we're going to be doing the Open Lines Friday show the day before the actual fight, right after the weigh-in. So it should be crazy. And we're going to have a rule where you're going to have to be on something to be on the show. Whether it's alcohol, caffeine, Sudafed, amphetamines, whatever. You got to show up. You can't be sober, essentially, on the show. You're going to have to be on something. Fire Fist, I think that's Fire Fist. Dark Hado, he says the judges will screw the real winner has more. The judges that screw the real winner will have more dog. Oh, they'll have balls, that's for sure. Now, I wanted to mention something here real quick. The judges. Tim Cheatham with the apropos name, and he's a bad judge, let me tell you. And when I say bad, I don't mean that in the modern parlance that it's good. That he's a competent. No, he's a bad referee, meaning he sucks. He's a fucking scumbag. Well, maybe not scumbag because he might just be that incompetent. Well, whether he's incompetent or corrupt, we really don't need him in this big fight. All you got to do is go back to Haney Lomachenko. He had Haney winning 7 rounds to 5, which, some people could say, again, it was close. I could see it that way. That was a clear 7-5 for Lomachenko. So I don't know what the fuck this guy was watching. Romero Barroso, he had Romero ahead in that fight, even though, oh no, excuse me, he had him. No, I think he had him ahead, which I don't see how Romero who could have been winning that fight. He wasn't landing anything, except for in the last round, obviously with that BS stoppage. What else, man? He's had a bunch of bad ones. There was one he had that was especially egregious. It wasn't the second. Hold on, let me just check real quick here, man, because I know I ain't making shit up. There was one where he made one where you just go, what was he watching? I think you got to go back to second. You can go on BoxRec, by the way, and watch it yourself. So look at his resume, and you can see that this fella just doesn't know what he's doing. He's phoned in a lot of bad decisions. Oh, here it is. I think it was Gary Anton Russell versus Victor. No, that was a bad stoppage. Lubin versus Fundora. He had Lubin ahead, I believe. He had that a draw. How can you have that a fight a draw? Yeah, Fundora got dropped, but every other round he was beating the crap out of Lubin, and he dropped Lubin too. So a draw? Fundora really is fortunate. Well, fortunate because he can pack some heat too, but he knocked out Lubin. Otherwise, he's just going to rob in that one too. And that's the guy that the PBC wanted to win. Let's just face the facts. They wanted Lubin to win. How did I come to the determination? Well, hey, hold on a second. We got a phone call. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Let's go to 416. 416, you're on the air. 416, what's on your mind?
Yo, if this shit goes to the fucking cards to the judges, it's going to be a straight up robbery. So if anyone, and I put that in the chat earlier, if anyone has the foresight, you go to the judge's place, take a photograph of their current vehicle, see the make, model, whatever, and after the fight, you'll see that there'll be an upgrade in less than a month. They'll be driving like $250,000 vehicle to that of a Lamborghini or Ferrari. 1,000%.
Well, there you have it.
That's what happened with that fucking bird. That's what happened with that Adelaide bird. She did some corrupt shit, got the under the table fucking payout, and then she posted on Instagram or some shit her new Lamborghini.
Whoa.
Imagine.
Imagine. Usually, imagine it's a female judge, and 2 months later she's got a tit job. New tit job, maybe like a Botox or something too in the face, and you go, oh, okay, now we know what's up. And she got that shit in, what's that South American country where they do some good plastic surgery? Is it Colombia? I forget. But yeah, man, you're right, man. Who is this, by the way?
Colombia, Brazil. There are a bunch of places that they do, the Brazilian butt lift, all that shit. But I don't know. Are there female judges? Usually the dudes, you go, it's going to be a car upgrade. You watch.
Yeah.
The payout's going to be there. BDA, and it's man. It's going to be the under the table shit.
Or one of the judges, maybe they go to Brazil and they get like a penile implant or something. Because I mean, it's not a woman. A woman would go for the tit job. If a guy would probably go with that. One of those rods that they insert there to try to gain a couple of inches. You know me, I wouldn't have to do that because it's already...
Maybe they'll go for the full Caitlyn Jenner. Who the fuck knows, man? I don't know.
Yeah, imagine Tim Cheatham after the fight, 2 months later, he comes back as Tonette or something. You go, what the fuck? And he's got a wig on and everything. So you never know, man. And not that we're judging, by the way. I mean, hey, you want to chop it off and try to become a woman or whatever? Hey, it's 21st century. You get points for that now, apparently. But hey, by the way, who's this on the line, by the way? Who's this?
Rick Star.
Oh, Rick Star. Okay. Yeah, man, that's something we might be seeing. I don't know. It's possible. But anyway, man.
Listen, BDA, go to Martin Picard's restaurant in Montreal, or that one in the Sticks, the Sugar Shack. You'll enjoy it.
I don't know. This sounds like a setup. Is this a setup?
You're so fucking sus, bro. Like, why do you have to think? Nah, man, it's legit. Go. Or do you only go to like fucking like cantinas or some shit like that? I don't know.
I go. There's no cantinas here in Montreal, but if there were, I'd be there every day, man.
Yeah, see, I know, man. I'm not telling you some random shit, man. Bro, check it out.
All right. I'm just saying, it sounded a little weird. Like, hey, show up here at this time, At this day, I go, what's going to happen to me, man? What's going on here? But anyway, listen, Rick Star. What's the name of the?
I'm not selling you. I'm not selling you fucking Bitcoin, bro. Like, just fucking. It's for good eats, man.
Well, I just don't want to fucking show up in an alley somewhere and I see somebody naked at the other end waiting for me. So that's all I'm saying. But anyway, listen, Rick Star, thank you for the suggestion there. I'll check it out, man. Why not, Ben? Why not? All right, shout out to you, Rick Star. Thank you for your call, man.
Yo, peace to the Mideast until something blows up.
All right, take it easy out there, man. All right, listen. I wanted to bring this up. By the way, Gypsy in the chat says BDA needs the pump. I just told you I don't, man. What the fuck? BDA, you need the pump from Sammy the Bull story. I haven't heard that one. Did Sammy the Bull need the pump? And how would you know, man? What the fuck? Did he put that? Maybe he made it public. I don't know. All right. By the way, Ezekiel, I forgot to take you down your prediction, man. I know you wanted me to take it down, but I missed it with all the brouhaha that's been going on. I had to man the phone line, so just let me know in the chat there. And add me in the chat so I can know that you're addressing me. Otherwise, I'm going to miss it. Okay, I wanted to bring this up too here. We have we had the weigh-in. I mean, no, excuse me, that the ceremonial doubt that it can be bigger than Garcia versus Davis, because that was a fight that was attracting the Zoomers and a lot of casuals too. Now, they made a big deal about, wow, look at all the people that showed up here to see you guys. That's what they told Crawford and Spence during the grand arrival. And I just want to show you this. So there's the crowd. Look at that. There's very few people out there in the back. Now, most of those people that are just hanging around, you can tell, first of all, you can tell that this guy in the back here, that's a boomer right there. See that the guy in the middle? I don't know if you can see him with my cursor. He's got a tight shirt. First of all, he's fat. Tight shirt right around all that fat. Khaki shorts that go above the knee, long ass white socks, and then what looks like to be sandals. Now, I don't have anything against shorts and long white socks. If you're Chicano, you're a Cholo, you know that's how. I don't dress that way anymore, but very close to it. So I don't disparage that. But the fucking shorts with sandals, nah. So what I'm trying to get at is this guy wasn't there for the fight. He was probably there at the casino and he just showed up to see what all the commotion was about. You can tell that there's not that many people there. This is the old trick. They show you usually the angle from here. Let me rewind. They show you a different angle from the front so that usually they stay here. So they make you think, wow, it must be packed all the way back. It wasn't really. So I think this fight should do well financially, but I don't think it's going to do. Some people are saying $1 million. Let me just remind you, and Jimmy can corroborate that or reiterate this if he jumps in. Unless Showtime or PBC directly gives you the pay-per-view numbers, you got to doubt them because they're not allowed to lie. So what they usually do, as Jimmy says, they use one of their contacts, one of their journalists, to say on Twitter, hey, I heard from a source that it did this amount. So once they say that, you can't doubt them. I mean, you can doubt them, but they're not giving you the real numbers. That's how Showtime does, because they can't lie. So they lie through somebody else. That way they're not liable for it. And, that journalist that they contact, he's not going to throw them under the bus because he needs a fucking payday. He needs to eat the ramen noodles and whatever else they eat. So I don't know, man. I don't know how well this fight's going to do, but as you can see, this ain't like somebody else called in and they said, hey, I haven't seen that much advertisement in the streets. Yeah, because this ain't Golovkin-Canelo. This ain't Mayweather-Pacquiao. It's not that type of fight. These guys are unknown. Crawford is way unknown, and Spence at least has a big following in Texas. But that's about it. It's not a U.S. whole nationwide thing. Right now, I wanted to say something else too here. Again, look, listen. This ain't the fashion channel. I'm not gonna bother to critique a guy's his, what do they call it now? The drip. That's what they call it. Their outfit, their ensemble. I'm not gonna do that too much, but if you're a bit of a millionaire or whatever, and you're gonna show up for one, what figures to be one of the biggest fights for hardcore boxing fans of the year, and maybe of the last decade, don't you wanna try to show up and be better dressed, and maybe I'm not saying a tuxedo and everything, but wear something that doesn't make you look like you just came out of the fucking the carnival. Now, why am I saying all of this? Because I was looking for the clip here. Look at how Spence showed up last evening for the grand arrival. By the way, he had white socks on and black shoes, which I don't know, for some reason, I was always told not to do it because it makes you look like a bizarro guy. And that's what he looked like a little bit here. And look at that. You know what he reminds me of? He looks like he just came out of a fun world, an amusement park. He reminds me of at the end of Pulp Fiction, when John Travolta and Sam Jackson's characters have to dress out of their bloodstained clothes. And they look like this. That's what he looked like. Now, maybe he just came out of training or something. I don't know. But he was, and I'm not dogging in too much for this, but he looked weird to be dressed so casually. And some people are saying that he looked weight drained. I don't know about weight drained. He did look a little bit weird. Let's see if we can catch another angle here. And let me fast forward a little bit. Okay, a close-up here. Some people are saying that he looks weight drained. I thought that too initially, but I think he just has sharp cheekbones. I think he has protruding cheekbones. That being said, he did look bad in the weigh-in against Ugas, but then he looked good in the fight itself. I mean, he fucking kicked his ass. So could be something, could be nothing. I don't know. Curious to hear what you guys have to say about that. Speaking of hearing what you guys have to say, we do have a phone call here. We are taking predictions. All right, shout out to 336. You're on the air. 336. What's on your mind?
Yo, so I was on Black and Brown's boxing. I actually found Mirage and Rare Breed on there, so that was pretty fun. I got on, but I got banned in 40 seconds, so that channel's soft. So I got to say big shout out to you and the rest of the BDA crew for, allowing free speech. I'm not going to say what I said on there yet. I'm going to save that for Saturday when there's like 700 viewers and shit after the Spence fight and whatnot. And I'm going to have this place on Smash. I want, Recognize Jimmy and JDA to be there for it because it's really fucking funny. And, I got instant banned. And, that was kind of the thing for that.
Because usually Black and Brown, he's got the free smoke thing. And it's, by the way, when he does a Free Smoke Friday, that's one of the best shows, man, in terms of entertainment. And
well, I don't know, man, because they just called me a weirdo, or he called me a weirdo and kicked me off in 40 seconds. And I was just trying to talk boxing, and I was going to another point, and he kicked me off. So I don't know, man. Maybe he got jungleized, LGBTized a little bit.
Well, wait a minute. Well, that's the thing. Were you making it racial?
Not really. I gotta save.
Not really. Come on, what does that mean, man? Come on, what does that mean, man? Not really. I mean, come on. No, but you know what it is? Look. Listen. In Black and Brown's defense, they've got a war. He really doesn't like CCD and vice versa. They don't like each other, and I think he's been.
Yeah, that would explain it then, kind of, because I probably sound like I was a CCD fan, which I am.
That's what I was gonna say. They're on the
because they got free speech. Bro, sorry for cutting you off, Mel Model BDA, but on CCD when Jerron knocked out that bomb, Roman Villa. Yeah, I called you Mel Model. I don't know if you were talking about that or not. I got cut out there. But anyways, when you knocked out Roman Villa, there was these blacks going here saying, we beat y'all again, living vicariously through fucking Jerron, who ain't beat nobody yet in his career. And, saying all this shit. And they were just talking shit to each other and letting that shit ride. And then you got these fucking LGBTC channels and then Black and Brown. Whenever you say some shit, it's just fuck. And what ended up happening was, it's so funny, and I cannot wait to explain the story to Jimmy and Recognize and JDA. When after I got banned or whatever, what ended up happening was, Rare Breed had the nerve to say for boxing, all it is for some people is race. He ain't the most racially biased fucking caller that comes in here often, but he's been ducking after Fulton got lynched. But anyways, I didn't say that, by the way. It was something different. It was more funny, more creative.
Well, that's what happened. Listen. The point is, I'll make a couple of points here. Because I see that Jaden Anthony, he gave a super chat. He goes, BDA, your chat has turned into a clan rally. First of all, I haven't seen any. I don't know what he's talking about. So, and by the way, I usually listen, I appreciate the super chat, but that doesn't mean I have to believe everything you're saying. That's number one. Number two, this guy's always talking about how I'm at the over at What Rep's chat. I always see him there too. So what, does that make him a racist too? And then on top of that, he's here. He says I'm a racist, and then he's on this channel. So that makes you a racist as well if you're calling me one, Jaden. So you got to keep it a buck, as I like to say. You got to be consistent, man. At the end of the day, we allow people to say whatever they want. Jaden, if you're getting triggered by whatever it is you're watching, go at them as well yourself. You're not gonna get banned. Fucking go hard on them, whatever.
Right.
Do your thing, but
and that's the thing with me and like with all these people and shit like that. You know, they want to act like they're not racially biased towards a certain group, or they just want to like keep the shit out of the sport entirely. When you know everyone just always does this shit to begin with. But for me, well, you guys don't really. But for me, what ends up pissing me off is, you know, you got guys like Errol Spence and Crawford who do deserve credit for finally unifying. But you know, these guys. Crawford has it collected. He's had the same title for 5 years, and yes, he's had an impressive knockout streak at welterweight, but it's been against shot fighters and former champs. But you know what? His streak at welterweight far surpassed Tank's. You know, I'm looking at Blue Blood's video right now, and like this dude's capping out the ass for Tank Davis and Shakira, when Tank Davis at lightweight hasn't beaten a current or former champion. He beat Pedraza at 130, and Loma flushed that guy, so that doesn't count. Loma has beaten. Well, if we include Haney, Corolla, Comey, Pedraza, and Linares, that's 5 current or former world champions whenever he fought them. But then it's like they're always moving the goalpost, you know, like what's so sad is the LGBC carries so much weight and so much voice. They move the goalpost for guys like Inoue and Loma who are former or current pound for pound #1 fighters. And they just gave them no fucking credit in the world, and they always looked to demean them. I mean, what I looked at, when this is before the war broke out. We had Lomachenko and Inoue had a picture together, and it speaks to how great both of them are. But like, let's talk about size. What Loma does, Inoue is not much smaller than Loma at all. Lomachenko has bantamweight with shoulders, and he, they're the same fucking size. And if Loma gets past Shakira, you know, that could be the #1. If he beats Shakur, he's #2 on my pound-for-pound list. Right now, he's sitting at 3. That's the #1 and #2 guys in the world fighting. And if Loma somehow beat Inoue, that would be the best win in boxing since Roberto Duran beat undefeated Sugar Ray Leonard, in my opinion. And they will do anything to just diminish non-black fighters. If Lomachenko was black, they would be calling him Pernell Whitaker of this era, and they know it. And it's so sad that people can't agree that greatness comes in all fucking colors.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this because what's his name? Dan Canobio on Twitter. He's very active on Twitter there, and he asked a question. He's about a week ago or 2 weeks ago. He goes, why is Devin Haney so hated? Why is he the most hated guy? First of all, he's not the most hated boxer, and again, the word hate. It doesn't really fit the profile here.
I don't hate Devin. He's funny to laugh at. I don't hate Devin.
Here's my thing.
Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, my thing is, why didn't he ask that about Lomachenko? We've had years of people trashing him. No matter what he did, he was never good enough, and he was always being touted as.
And not only in a way. BDA, guess what? I remember this shit, and it aged like fucking milk for the LDBC. When he beat Donaire, who had started having a second renaissance, people don't remember I don't know if Vic Darchinyan's in the Hall of Fame or will become a Hall of Famer. It's kind of close because he did have a lot of losses towards the end of his career. But this dude beat fucking Jorge Linares. He beat, I'm trying to think, Omar Narvaez and Montiel. Those are 3 first ballot Hall of Famers, and maybe Vic Darchinyan. And then he beat this Japanese dude. I can't remember his name. He was 0-2-2 against this guy at bantamweight. He came up short just barely every single time. He goes up to 122 pounds and makes 8 title defenses, and Nonito stops him. He was a former #3 pound-for-pound fighter who was starching guys back when he came back down to bantamweight after, getting outboxed and the size was too much for him at 122 and 126. And they put Inoue #3 above Bud on the pound-for-pound list, and the LDBC went fucking ballistic. When Kazuto Ioka beat a 3-weight champion and Kosei Tanaka as the underdog and stopped him, at one point, They put him #10 on the pound-for-pound list, and these black man fans went ballistic. And this was before Jermell Charlo was an undisputed champ. He beat fucking Banana Rosario, and they were crying out the ass that a 4-weight world champion who had just beaten a 3-weight undefeated world champion and knocked him out as the underdog was on the pound-for-pound list, and they just lost it. Kazuto Ioka is getting ready to fight Juan Francisco Estrada in December. They're having talks for that.
Is that a fight? Is that a fight that's is that announced or is that just being talked about?
Well, that's kind of, it was. If you check the Open Lines channel, the Beast was talking about some fights that might that are not all of them are guaranteed, but they're rumored. So it's not like I have a feeling it'll happen though. And we got Kosei Tanaka fighting the number one or the IBF holder at Superfly. Dude, Superfly is, in my opinion, the best or second best division in the sport. You got Superfly, lightweight, and junior welterweight. If you're a guy that's running the Superfly division at this point with how many people are in it, and even Chocolatito Gonzalez, though, I think he should retire at this point. You got all these guys floating around, 3 Hall of Famers in that fucking division. Kosei Tanaka could be a Hall of Famer one day. And these guys never get the fucking credit.
All right. Well, listen. At the end of the day, look. I'll say this. The LDBC, we know they're a bunch of dummies, or at least the upper management plays dummies for the audience. So at this point, I don't get, you're complaining too much about it, though. I got to say, just fuck it, man. Once you realize that they're a bunch of idiots,
I shouldn't have gotten to, you're right.
Once you realize that they don't know shit about it, just focus on what you like, man. Don't focus on the negativity, man. All right, well, listen. Is this Fire Fist? Is this Fire Fist, by the way? Or who is this?
Shakur in December.
Yeah, well, man. Is this Fire Fist, or who is this?
Yeah.
Okay, Fire Fist. All right. Well, listen, Fire Fist, thank you for your call, man.
And I'm going to save what I said for Saturday, too, by the way. I just want Recognized to be there, and JDA and Jimmy. That shit was fucking hilarious. But, all right, I'll let you go for now. But, yeah, man, it's just, it's not fair to these guys that try and do what they do,
Fair is what you make it, man. Fair is what you make it in life.
But they're not fans of the sport in that sense, too. They just deserve to get wedgied. But, all right, Deuce, this is fun. But, at least you're fucking honest and you're no holds barred here. You don't give a fuck. And then you got a lot of these channels that are pussies.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's all I got to say.
All right, shout out to you there, Fire Fist. Thank you for your call, man. Take it easy out there.
Yep.
All right, well, listen. Almost 4 hours of phone calls, I believe. Yeah, it's got to be about 4 hours. Wowee. I think that's the longest. Usually after a fight, that's the longest we have that I've gone on for calls. Now, that's the thing, though. I got to remind you, people, we will be having possibly, if everything goes according to plan, a post-fight show, or a post-fight call-in show right after the fight, especially if something controversial happens. So you guys get to call in. And if you think that this call-in show today was out there, that show will probably be taking place at 1 in the morning Eastern time. So if you think the crazy people come out at night, what about that later at night? Ooh-wee. I think that one's gonna be it's gonna be spicy, as Gonzalo likes to say. The phone lines are still open for about 8 minutes, and I see we still have some phone calls here. Let's go to a couple of them. 832, you're on the air. 832, what's on your mind? 832, what's I can hear myself. I can hear myself in the background, by the way, but go ahead, yeah.
Hi. Hi, I'm such a big fan. I love you and PCD.
Who is this, man?
I love what Rapid and all those PCD members. I love what they stand for. Love that community.
There's a lot to love,
I love
let me tell you.
Guys. PCD.
Who is this, man? That voice is freaking me out, man. Oh, he hung up, man. All right, he had me laughing with the pitch there. All right, let's go to the phone call. Okay, let's go. Let's go to 419. You're on the. It doesn't take much to make me laugh, as you can see. 419. You're on the air. 419. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, BDA?
What's up, man? Who is this?
It's T-Tone.
Oh, Tito, I recognize the voice. Tito, it's been a while, man. What's up?
Hey, I just give my call in on the show on the prediction, then, and then change the subject just for a little bit.
All right.
But hey, I got Crawford. Put that down on the thing.
I wrote it down right now, man.
Hey, and BDA.
Yes.
Hey, on July 1st, there was a big fight here in Toledo, and I didn't get to call your show. You guys had a little show, but you guys barely did the phone line, so I didn't get to call and tell you what happened. What's up?
Well, which fight?
With Jared Anderson, Big Baby.
Oh yeah. Oh, were you there at the fight?
Yeah.
Nice.
Me and my twin. Yeah. It was called the Homecoming.
What a homecoming. Yeah.
It was a big fight here in Toledo. Hey, but I just wanted to say this, BDA, because there was a lot of people talking junk, when they were talking about the fight. And that was a good fight. Hey, did you like the fight?
I liked it. I wasn't too impressed with Jared Anderson, though. I'll tell you that much. What did you think?
Yeah. Hey, look at man, that guy Martin. Was a last minute change, but that guy Martin, man, he was scrapping even from the talk right before the fight till it happened. And how your last when you play sports, when it's your last out or it's your last time to bat or your last whatever you're doing, your last strike, whatever. Mm-hmm. Man, this was his shot, man. This was, for him to be relevant in the heavyweights. And he put everything in, like the last man in the video game. He wasn't going down, and he was, he gave everything he had. And then, that's why it was a good fight. But another thing with that guy, he has 2 kids that have big medical conditions, and before the fight, he was talking about them, and you could see it that this guy would come to fight. So, Big Baby Anderson, don't look at this fight as him not being one of the top guys, because he still is.
Well, I tell you
that's
what,
what I'm
man.
trying to say, BDA.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Hey, look at BDA. Hey, look at back. Hey, after the Kovalev Canelo fight, I brung up Jared Anderson on the show, and nobody knew him. No one on the panel, right? and no one in the chat. And I said the next heavyweight champion in the future is going to be coming out of Toledo, Ohio. So that hope's still alive,
And you know what's interesting, T-Tone? You brought him up and nobody knew who he was. Nobody should still know who he is, because I don't think he's that guy, man.
Hey, look at I just had to put my point. Hey, you got your view, BDA, but what? You're going to be coming to Toledo to see the heavyweight champion of the world.
All right. Well,
there's another prediction. There's another prediction for you.
Yeah,
hey,
listen, you could be right.
Hey, since I just remember this. Hey, BDA, I made a bet on your show, and I want to collect on it.
All right. Who's supposed to be paying you?
Hey, I bet Johnny Boy on Canelo Triple G Part 3, and we bet $50. And I don't have a computer thing to collect my money, so if someone can get in touch with them through the computer things, tell them to donate my $50 to the BDA phone line.
All right. Good luck getting that money. That's all I'll say about that, T-Tone. Good luck getting that money. But listen, it's good to hear from you.
It's a thought that counts, right?
It is a thought that counts, absolutely. Now, it was good to hear from you. Hadn't heard from you in a while,
But heck yeah, BDA. Hey, I just had to call and say what's up to you, enjoying the shows, I don't call in as much as before, but you guys been keeping it up good.
All right, well, thank you, man. I appreciate it, Tito, and call back again, man. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah. All right, BDA, later.
Later, man. Have a good night. Take it easy out there. All right, that was T-Tone calling back, man. Hey, we're getting a lot of... Who else called in later today? Earlier? There was somebody else, man, that hadn't called in a while. So it's good. The fight's bringing out the oldies. Shout out to... Hold on a second. Missed a couple of super chats. I missed a super chat from that Gucci Berserk who said Crawford will free Spence like Mitch McConnell. What the fuck? All right, well, Crawford will free Spence like Mitch McConnell. Shout out to Gucci Berserk for his contribution with the super chat. Again, this is you had to bring in Mitch McConnell there. I think that's the guy that's paralyzed from the mouth, right? The politician. All right, now what else? Hold on a second before I forget. There were more here. I got to scroll down here. Oh, yeah, and Ezekiel, I'm not kidding around, but as you can see, I'm taking phone calls and then the chat moves, so I'm missing your prediction. Just fucking call in or whatever, because I'm missing the prediction. Or write it 4 or 5 times so I don't miss it. Shout out to Jaden Anthony for his contribution super chat. He says, the joke the caller made on Black and Brown was, when he knew he knocked out Fulton, he did the George Floyd challenge. Hilarious. And then he puts a emoji that indicates that he's being sarcastic. Well, listen, first of all, you shouldn't have repeated the joke if you didn't enjoy it. And second of all, the caller, first of all, it's a good joke, but don't do it over at Black and Browns, because from what I understand from Black and Brown, he's not a fucking BML guy. I mean, listen, if you want to make that type of joke, I would suggest you make it in the channels that we're actually making it racial. Like the LDBC channels. Or on Twitter. Go on Twitter and do, because there were about 7 people, and I got the receipts, by the way. Of all the people that were making it racial and saying Inoue is Asian, so he can't win. The superior black genetics this, superior black genetics that. So do it to those guys. But unless I missed something from Black and Brown, I don't think that type of comment is merited over there.
90 seconds.
Jeez, Luis, that's fucking loud. All right, well, listen, that was the phone calls. As you can see, 90 seconds left. Unless you want to call in within 90 seconds, you're not going to. You got to call in now, otherwise you lose your window. Shout out to Ezekiel then. Okay, I got it now. Ezekiel says, controversial draw. Most will think Crawford was robbed. Oh, you know what? Yeah. It could be, because everyone's saying that Crawford's going to get robbed, but everyone's assuming that Spence is going to get a decision. What if it's a draw? A la Canelo Golovkin. Okay, let me write that down here. Ezekiel says, controversial draw. And I believe he says that most will think Crawford got robbed. Okay. Most will think Crawfish got robbed. All right, I got it down finally there. Shout out to Ezekiel. Who else? There was another super chat. Shout out to the Funktopus for his contribution to super chat. He says, Bud by late stoppage is my pick. All right, another Crawford coming in. We had a string of Spence predictions. Now we go back to Crawford with Funktopus here. Shout out to him saying Crawford stoppage. I want to bring something up here. Again, I don't want to critique this guy too much because what I'm about to point out here has nothing to do with the fight. But check out Spence's comments when he's asked about how the fight's going to go and about how he's preparing for the fight. Check this out.
How do you balance, you're a very proud family man. How do you balance training, handling your media obligations, but also really enjoying this with your family and really partaking in the entire experience?
It's a way of life for me. It's like anything else. It's like taking a piss in the shit. This is what I do.
Now, I mean, that's, listen, said it before, I'll say it again. I'm not a highbrow guy. What do you want from me? It's a reality. But this type of comment, what the fuck? It's like he couldn't have worded it any other way. Like it's as natural as breathing. It's as natural as sleeping. Something like that. But he had to go with the piss and shit. He's talking about piss and shit on the grand stage, on the grand arrival in front of all those fine people. But maybe that just means he's got that dog in him. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's a good thing. Gypsy is making a prediction as well. Hold on a second. He says, BDA, I got Spence 11th or 12th round stoppage or unanimous decision for Spence. Now, see, Gypsy, you can't go around all over the place. Say, well, I got it. I can see Crawford, I can see Spence winning by knockout between the first and 12th round, but I can also see a decision. I can see a unanimous decision. I can see a split decision. I can see a majority decision. Now, you got to try to be as precise and as succinct as possible. Try to be as what's the word I'm looking for here? Detailed as possible with the prediction. Spence 7-round KO or Crawford split decision, but you're just giving me everything out there. You're throwing out there everything to see what sticks. I see your game, Gypsy, and the reason I can see it is because I came up with it. Give me my credit. All right, before I go, man, I want to see if there's some people here that want to say something about all the predictions we got. So I'm going to give people a call here, see if they want to jump in before we go. Not too long, though, because I've been here for about 4 hours, man. We'll have another show tomorrow, but I'm talking about the panelists here. I see we got Chief jumping in. Chief, are you there? I don't think he can hear me. Or maybe I can't hear him. I don't know. Chief, I can hear something there. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, Chief? Thank you for jumping on, man.
Hey, no worries. I got a call and I was already on Discord anyway. What's going on, guys?
Well, I was doing the call-in show. So I was taking down predictions. I got about 4 hours of predictions in. And I got to tell you, first of all, I got your prediction here from, I think Butcher wrote it down. You're saying Crawford by decision, something about 8-4 type decision. Is there anything you want to change? I mean, you still got a chance to change it before Saturday, but is there something you want to change, something you want to tweak, something you want to reiterate?
Reiterate. Well, I can't say reiterate because this is a new thought. I've been going through scrolling at picks and everything else like that. Spence talking about how this is definitely his last fight at 147 and he's outgrown the division. I'm wondering if he's going to have trouble making weight like he may not miss weight on the scale, but I'm wondering if he's like struggling on this, and that might weaken him, which just makes me double down on the decision for Bud.
Now let me ask you this: you've always been high on Crawford. We've had these conversations before. In the past couple of years, we've also talked about this fight ad nauseum before, before there was an inkling of a chance for this to happen. And I'm asking this to everybody because I've noticed that there are a lot of people that they're all the way in with Spence, fully confident that he pulls it off, or all the way in with Crawford. But here's the thing, as you well know, boxing is a theater of the unexpected. How could you see Spence winning?
Well, I can see Spence winning, actually, even though I'm picking Bud. He is a bigger guy. If he gets that jab going, Bud likes to control the pace and keep things slow to where he can counterpunch and make guys second guess themselves. If Spence goes in there being the bigger man and uses his body as well as the jab to push Bud back and keep him from getting set or keep him from being able to think enough to set traps, yeah, I can see Spence winning that fight, but that's not who Bud is. You know, the scenarios that people give me on how they see it, like a friend of mine that I met through Facebook tells me that he thinks it's just going to be a beatdown from Spence because he's just going to like beat him down and beat him up, and because Crawford's not going to see everything coming, and he's going to get hit with a shot because Bud's balls are going to get him in trouble, and that's not Bud. So this scenario he's giving me is a made-up scenario that has nothing to do with the fighters' mentalities, and that's what I've been seeing. That when people are picking, but this is the same kind of people that are picking Fulton to beat to knock Inoue out. Mm-hmm. I haven't sat down with someone who really knows and studies the sport that can tell me that why they think Spence will win, other than, well, he's bigger. What's that jab? What's the work rate? Okay, but Porter was able to nullify that and fight back, and I know triangle. I'm not going with the triangle theory. I'm saying what everyone that was saying, oh, well, this is going to be Bud's toughest fight. I'm sorry. I did not see that as a tough fight for Bud, the Porter fight. I saw him playing with Porter for 5 rounds. I saw him turn the heat on after 5 rounds. I saw him stop him in the 10th. And in the meantime, Spence arguably on one card lost that fight. And I didn't find that card that far off on the scorecards. Now, I had an 8-4 for Porter, but a lot of those rounds were swing rounds that I gave to Porter based off of how he fought his way off the ropes and used his fist to spit. Instead of grabbing and spinning, he punched Spence back into the ropes. So he's on the ropes, he fights his way off, and then he hits a counter shot and drives Spence into the ropes. That, to me, even though I don't know much about collegiate wrestling, is kind of like when you're on the ground and you escape, you get a point, and then if you put the guy on the ground, you get another point. So if that makes any sense on why I gave Porter those rounds in a wrestling analogy, there were close rounds where they both had their moments, but because one guy was in a bad position, fought his way off, and then put the other guy into a bad position, that's why I gave Porter those rounds. And as it turned out, at the end of the fight, it was 8-4 with a knockdown that made it 115-112 instead of 116-112. But each one of those rounds I gave him could have arguably still gone to Spence, and I wouldn't. If someone tried to tell me they did that, I wouldn't sit there and argue to him I'm blue in the face. This is my opinion, and if someone disagreed with that because those rounds were close, then they're entitled to that opinion, and I'm not saying they're wrong. I didn't see it that way.
Right. No, I got you. And yeah, man, I understand why people would go with Crawford in that sense that he's got the hand speed advantage. He hits just as hard, if not harder, as we established in the last show there when we were comparing attributes. So, and then on top of that, he's got good boxing instinct. So I can understand why he's the favorite. And he might just be the bigger favorite come on Saturday after the weigh-in because I can't see the tables being overturned and more people betting on Errol Spence. Then again, anything can happen. By the way, we got Gonzalo too as well jumping in here. Gonzalo, you there?
How's it going, Mr. BDA?
Hey, what's up, Gonzalo?
Hey, Gonzalo, my friend, how are you?
Yeah, thank you for being on, Gonzalo. I wanted to. I know you were. I think you were listening to most of the show. So you saw how many people called in, and we got a lot more people picking Spence coming in. what do you think about what you heard? Did anything sway you? Did anything jump at you that made you want to change your mind a little bit, or what did you make of it?
No, since this fight has been many years in the making, I'm just sticking to what my heart told me a long time ago. Because I said to myself, why am I going to change it now? Obviously, in real time as we speak, there's different factors. Fighters are aging, the preparation, and if you really want to wait till the end, like Jimmy a lot of the time says, we got to watch the weigh-in. But I'm sticking to what I said a long time ago. Stylistically, this is a good fight. A pressure fighter versus a counterpuncher, boxer counterpuncher. I mean, boxer could be many things, but those two things that Crawford and Spence do individually, like, provide for a good fight. Errol Spence will press, all the while Terence Crawford got the longer arms, will try to catch you in between your shots with the long arms. It can give you that false sense of distance, and that's one thing to consider. Crawford is 5'8", all the while Terence Crawford is 2 inches taller, but he's got the shorter arm reach. So, leading into the last quarter of the fight, Errol Spence is also going to get touched up. And I think he'll be winning the fight all the way up till the end. He'll have the lead. But, he's not going to want to run in foolishly after Terence Crawford, once he gets tired and starts feeling a little dehydrated. Like he couldn't get Mikey out of there. He told his coach, I can knock him out. So once you're kind of like becoming a little tired, do you really want to take a shot where Terence Crawford punches through the target? No. So Terence Crawford, being the shorter guy with the longer limbs, is going to give Errol Spence that false sense of distance. And I think that Terence Crawford is going to punch through his face.
Interesting.
Especially with an uppercut. Oh, he's tired. He drops the hands. Hey, when you drop the hands in most every other punch, that's a no-no. But with an uppercut, you're doing half the work already there because you're not cocking back that arm. It's already down and you're just raising it up. Boom. So in other words, you're disguising and you're not telegraphing at all. It's a punch that comes from underneath. And if Errol Spence is a shell of himself, and like he said to his corner once again, I can't knock him out, and then he tries to get up on this chest to close the show, but Errol Spence steps back, and he's the shorter dude. Errol Spence is going to think, oh, he can't catch me with the full-fledged punch because he's shorter, I'm bigger. False sense of security. Once again, Terence Crawford, long-ass arms will punch through the target. And I recall Mario Lopez, if I'm not mistaken saying, hey, I seen Terence Crawford do like a deadlift or like not a clean and jerk. Yeah, but when you lift the barbell with a bunch of weights and basically you're just locking your knees, I think that's what you call it deadlift. He said that, fucking Terence Crawford is a strong guy. A lot of people keep harping that the other dude's bigger, he's stronger. I also heard Terence Crawford say that he's a wrestler. So, and he didn't get manhandled by, what's his name?
Horn.
No, yeah, well, not John Porter and either the Australian dude.
Jeff Horn.
Jeff Horn. So all that is true, BD. I just had to get all those points in there.
No, that's great. It's interesting. There was another caller that said that. He said he manhandled Jeff Horn, who's a big. I mean, that's like fucking middleweight in there, really.
Yeah. Yep.
BDA. One thing, Terence Crawford going backwards, swinging that arm forward. You don't see like the big traveling of the arm. It's like 6-inch punch basically, because as he's traveling, throwing the legs back or kicking out and around and swinging a hook, the long ass arm is like he's basically dancing in place, like doing like the moonwalk. But don't make a mistake, that arm is coming down hard. And with the long arm, he can make a little bit more mistake where he can be on the edge of the other dude's wheelhouse. And the other dude's thinking, oh, he's too far away. But he can make more mistakes where he possibly doesn't get clipped because he can use his arms to create separation and distance for himself to protect. But he can also drop the hammer when that dude thinks he's outside the little edge.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting, man, because another caller called, he made a great point. He said that, because I was rewatching Spence Garcia, and Danny Garcia, that is. And Danny Garcia has good footwork. He's got solid, good technical footwork. He's on balance. He knows how to dip away. He can do it all. He can move side to side. He can pivot. But he doesn't do that all the time. In other words, he's not a fleet-footed fighter. He has to plant himself because he's trying to counter with power. and that gave Spence a lot of opportunities to just tap him with that jab. But when Spence fought Sean Porter, and there were points where Sean Porter was recharging his battery and he was moving around the ring, Spence couldn't catch him with that jab. I mean, he caught him. Don't mistake what I'm saying. He did catch him every once in a while, but it certainly wasn't the jab fest that we saw against Mikey and Danny Garcia. And Terence Crawford, as I've highlighted before, we've highlighted before, he can move side to side, he can back up, he can pivot. In fact, that's why we gave him the footwork advantage in that when we did that comparative analysis last episode. So, yeah, man, that jab might get taken away. Put it to you this way, just like I said about Fulton before the fight. If I said if Inoue takes away Fulton's jab, it's going to be a long night for Fulton. And he did that even better than I expected. So it's same principle here. If Crawford takes away Spence's jab, almost a wrap right there. Because Spence is going to have to get on the inside. Right. I mean, it's...
I would agree. But
you know, PDA, like how Navarrete gives you that false sense of security. Oh, he's too far away. He cannot get me with an uppercut. And he does. Terence Crawford got a little bit going for him in that regard. 5'8", 74 arm reach, somebody said.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, that's it. And and from armpit to into the fist, he's got 26 inches. So at least I think I saw that on HBO once. So to me, the broader shoulder fighter is Errol Spence. So that means that Bud's arms have to be longer. If you're already longer from fingertip to fingertip, you got a 26-inch arm, and the other guy's shoulders are broader than yours, then mathematically it's impossible for Spence to have longer arms. Having said that, Gonzalo hit a good nail on the head with the longer reach, which I've pointed this out before too. But when a guy's got a good jab, if you're standing mirror image, which Bud can do, in other words, he can stand orthodox, then he can throw a hook to the body or head over the jab or parry with his own in a time when he can like knock Spence's jab down, step in with his own, and Spence might be short and Porter can, not Porter, Crawford can counter. But Crawford can also do, if he's going to fight Southpaw also, a good counter for the jab is to throw your power hand over the jab. So it's going to be Spence's right-handed jab coming forward. Bud can throw an overhand left over or a left cross following the jab back, because Spence does, when he throws the jab a lot, sometimes he doesn't throw it straight from his chin, number one. Number two, he doesn't snap it. There's no turnover. It's facing down. It goes from palm facing out to catch someone's counter shot to straight down. That's still hard, don't get me wrong, but there's not a lot of torque and snap on it. He pushes it. When I say push, I don't mean it's soft by any means. I just mean he doesn't throw the typical jab where you're like turning it over and snapping at the end. He pushes it forward because he's usually trying to knock the other person's guard down and then land his own jab. So it's like an open-faced hand then straight to a straight jab instead of any torque to it. Point being, Bud has the reach to be able to counter over that. And if he does, that could be a very significant way that he takes Spence's jab away. Now, we haven't seen what happens when Spence gets that jab going against Bud, and these are the factors on why I can still see me being wrong. But add in the fact that when Bud does calculate a way to hit you and he counters you, he doesn't load up, but he makes sure that one shot counts. He does a lot of throwaway shots to keep you at bay and throw your own timing off. But when he finally intends to land, that shot that he hits you with is usually a straight punch. You usually don't see it coming because, he threw a couple throwaway jabs that aren't going to land. And if the jab doesn't land, you usually don't think that the power shot, the rear hand's going to land, but it does. And that usually catches people. Now, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Spence has had a leg buckle, and I don't know exactly how stunned he was in all of these fights, but he's had a leg buckle from a counterpunch in every single title fight he's had since he fought for the title. It happened against Brook. It happened against Peterson. It happened against Ocampo. The only one that didn't happen, I said every single, I have to take one back. It didn't happen against Mikey, but it happened against Danny, it happened against Ugas, it happened against Porter, it happened against everybody else but Mikey.
Yeah, and you know that's Terence Crawford. He's not going to let him off the hook. Once you get him hurt, killer mode, like fucking, what's the long arm insect? A praying mantis.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right, man. And by the way, hold on a second. We got more people jumping in here. We've got Never Sobers is here, and we got Recognize jumping in as well. Fellas, are you there?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yo, good evening, gentlemen. Yeah, we're gonna. I don't
What
know how
up?
long we're gonna be staying on for, because I'm just just trying to cool down after a bunch of phone calls. We got about 3 hours of phone calls. And today was just
You've been on pretty long, BDA.
Yeah,
you were going
today-
at it, BDA.
Today was just a call-in show. That's why I don't want to invite you guys and then take phone calls and then you guys just stay there in the panel not saying anything because I'm taking phone calls. So I said today I'm just gonna let people call in and then tomorrow we'll do the the final, not prediction show, but where we look at clips and all that shit. So, but I just wanted to invite you guys here to have a couple of final words about that. Now, I still unfortunately couldn't determine who's got that dog, but I will say this: we had a lot of people call in and give us their predictions. Does anyone recognize? I know you're picking Spence. Does it surprise you how many people are so confident in their pick? Like it's either Crawford all the way in or Spence all the way in, but there's no in between.
I'm not confident at all, but I'm just going with Spence because I think Spence is the A side. I think Spence is strong enough to give him a good fight. There's a lot of reason why I believe that fight will be good. In other words, it'll be a close fight. Now, anything can happen. I agree with that. Anything can happen. You can like Fulton and Inouye, right? Inouye's so good. I picked him to beat him pretty comfortable, but what I didn't realize was he was just going to be too much for him. You know what I'm saying? Going in, and now that it happened, it makes sense. So that can happen. It could be Spence blows him out easy, or Crawford blows him out easy, and then I'll gather all the information and be like, this is what I missed. That type of shit. But yeah, listen, people are going to be confident. They've been waiting for this fight for a long time, and I think the writing's on the wall. This is a 2-fight deal, pretty much. I'm expecting a close fight. Whoever pulls it out, I don't think anybody's going to outclass the other one. It could happen. Let me say that again. It could happen, but I wouldn't go in there expecting that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting angle right there about that. By the way, shout out to Jesse Aguilar for his contribution super chat. I forgot to mention it earlier. He says Crawford by KO in the 6th. I wrote that down, man. Shout out to Jesse Aguilar.
A bold prediction right there. I mean, it could happen. You never know.
But
it could
happen. What I recognize? That's what Crawford's done in the past. He's, they're boxing from the outside. There's not much going on. Boom! All of a sudden, he catches the guy with something, follow-up shots, and boom, it's over. The ref waves the fight. So.
Oh, look! I've definitely seen him do that, but I've never seen him do that against the level of competition that Spence will be. That's the only difference. When I seen him going there against like a number 2 guy in a weight class that was Postal. That was a shitty performance, bro. He looked like he was scared to fight. He looked like he was, again, but that was a long time ago. That was 7 years ago. So I'm not gonna say that 7 years later you can't be stronger, but it's something that I keep in mind. When he was in there with somebody that offers something, he kind of just crapped the bed, in my opinion. He won the fight, but he looked like shit doing it.
I mean, he outboxed Postal, which most people can't do, and he won comfortably.
He was cheating too,
not to throwing him
on the floor.
Not to say he won easily, but he won comfortably.
I just think that Postal showed that he could put hands on him, and when he put hands on him, I saw him kind of freak out a little bit. That's what I saw.
Okay, and in addition to that, though, Postal hasn't been a walk in the park for anybody at 140, even though he's lost almost everybody there. So, and some people overlooked Postal after that. Like we're not the casuals, but the ones that are forget the fact that he had 2 more title fights and arguably won one of them against whatever his name is. The guy that
I get what you're saying, Jay. Jay, what I'm saying is Spence is better than that dude. At any point in his career. Spence is right. Now. Here's the thing: Spence has shown vulnerability. This is what makes the fight interesting. but so has Crawford. Crawford has shown vulnerability. Yeah.
You're
So
right.
to me,
Until
until proven otherwise, I don't have this confidence in Crawford. I kind of admire people that do it, but on the outside looking in, I'm like, bro, what gives you that confidence that he's going to do that to Spence? Out of all people,
I just think he's a mentally tougher guy. And when it comes down to it, also when
maybe I'm missing something, but there's nothing that shows me going into this fight, in my opinion. There's nothing that shows me that Crawford got it in the bag. There's nothing that shows me Spence got it in the bag, and I'm going with Spence.
No. I'm picking Bud. I don't think he's got it in the bag. There's a big difference between that. I in hindsight, I probably in the back of my mind thought that Inoue had it in the bag versus Fulton. The only reason why I didn't say he had it in the bag was I didn't know if this was the weight class that he was going to hit like Barrera Morales did at 130. They could hit hard enough, but they weren't knocking guys down and out. And I didn't know his power was still going to be that dynamic at 122. If I thought it was going to be anywhere close to that, I would have thought he had it in the bag. This fight's not in the bag. You're completely right there.
That's why I think that's why I say, listen, I admire either guys going out on the limb and saying, I got Spence wiping them out. I got Crawford wiping them out. Dude, kudos to you. Maybe you see something I don't see. But, outside of Inoue Fulton, which is like this, Inoue's just like this dude who's just like on his way to the Fulton fight is fucking destroying dudes and people just refuse to see it, right? Like, at least in my case, I'm a boxing fan. I picked him comfortably to win the fight. I had him winning by unanimous decision and a knockdown. So pretty easy on the scorecards. He did better than that. You see, that's a guy who keeps proving to me, like when he fights top-notch competition, the best guy out there, he knocks them out. Crawford and Spence haven't done that. Crawford's slightly better, and I'll say this: like when he fought Ndango, I don't care what Ndango turned out to be, but going into the fight, Ndango had 2 belts. He collected 2 belts. He was undefeated, and nobody had beat the shit out of him like that the way Crawford did, right? So outside of that, but that's at 140. I don't look at Ndango and say that Ndango would have given Spence. No, Spence would have, in my opinion, Spence would have knocked him out too. Like easy.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I look at it like the way I see the fight going out is based off of what I've seen Spence do before. Spence went after Ocampo, which is the one black horse in this group, Peterson, Porter, and Ugas. What do they all have in common, with the exception of Ocampo? Low knockout percentages. Against everybody else, Brooke, Danny, and so on, he and Mikey, even though Mikey was a natural featherweight, he kind of boxed his way towards on the outside and didn't try and go in and engage. So I don't see him changing that narrative and that mentality this time against a guy who has an actual high knockout percentage in Terence Crawford. I see him trying to box this way. He might try and take it inside a few times, especially if Crawford, like Porter, forces the issue. But he's not going to go do it on his own. That's not going to be part of their game plan. If they do try that, it's going to be unscripted, meaning it's going to be something they haven't characteristically done in a situation like this. The only time he's really gone after someone is someone that he thought, I can walk through their shots and I can walk them down. We
can also box from the outside too, though, because Mikey, what he did, he got up on his chest because at mid-range and from the outside, he was getting pieced up. But then again, Crawford got the longer arms. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, I think, like Recognize was mentioning, it's 50-50. I'm picking Crawford, but I think all the way up till like the end, I think Errol Spence will be winning the more rounds. And I just think he's just going to get tired out and
Sugar Ray,
a little dehydrated because he's been hanging around 147 for a long time. And I think by the time it's going into the last quarter, I think Terence Crawford will still be stronger because people are focusing on this narrative that, oh, he's not strong. And I get it. Like you say, Chief, his shoulders are not too wide. They're kind of narrow, but then he got the long arms and he's strong. And I'm not too concerned if he can switch it. We know he can and this and that, but I would actually stick to orthodox. But what I do take notice when they say he can switch it, like he said, when I hurt my right hand, I developed my left hand. So that means he can punch with the two hands too. He's got power with the two hands, meaning he can drop the combinations and mix up the punches with hard shots. So, in boxing, we know that being strong does count, but it doesn't equivalent to punching power. And we know he's strong because he said he wrestled and everything. So that's what I'm saying. All up till the end, he's winning, Errol Spence, but then Terence Crawford catches him.
Like
Well, let's not forget the fact
like
that
a
he was
Sugar
one of the
Ray.
fight the whole time.
You see
Go
like
ahead,
a Sugar Ray Leonard and Tommy Hearns, where Tommy Hearns was winning the majority of the fight, and then towards the end he got stopped.
Yeah.
And probably due to a weight situation, because Tommy weighed in like 145 for that fight, and they weighed in that morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah, you're right,
and
man.
Spence talking about how this is his last fight at 147, and he's outgrown the division. And let's face it, in his prelims, which were a long time ago, his prelims on the way up, he fought as high as 156 one time, and 69 kilograms was his weight in the amateurs, which is 152 pounds. So, and he's 33 years old. So there is a possibility
He should be naturally bigger, but from here on out, he should be naturally bigger, and in a athletic way, not in a guy who's just let himself go. So that's even worse, right? So you got a guy who's growing into his man strength, to his man body, and he's in good shape. So it's muscle weight is what he's gaining, and he's got to lose that. Yeah, I see a lot of. Listen, man, I'm telling you, I watched that Ugas fight recently, and I don't like the way he reacted. I said, that could be a problem. And the Danny Garcia fight too. Danny Garcia, for whatever reason, well, I'm not going to say for whatever reason. I'm going to say that's how Danny fights. Danny Garcia does not follow up. He's committed to just being a one-punch counter-puncher. Had that been somebody like a Crawford that catches you with a big shot, sees you hurt, Spence would have been in a lot of trouble.
Crawford would have gone into the 12th round looking for a knockout.
But that's the interesting thing because
he hit him and turned him sideways. I'm sorry. He hit him and turned him sideways in the 11th round, and it was a mouthpiece thing. And it may not have really hurt him that bad, but he tends to get distracted when the mouthpiece gets knocked out. I'll go into that in a second after BDA goes. But my point is, he got turned sideways. Crawford would have said, "Okay, that's all I needed to see. Next round, I'm coming." And he would. I'm not saying he would have scored it, but he would have gone for it.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing though, because again, I see a lot of confidence in the picks, but I'm thinking about how some people have said that they're picking Crawford because they say Spence is finished. He very well may be, but the proof they cite is the Ugas bout, the Ugas performance, and I gotta tell you, I mean, he beat the crap out of Ugas, and people say, well, he got hit and he didn't react. That happened once with the mouthpiece. There was another. There were a couple of instances where he took some good shots and he wasn't reeling around the ring or anything. So, and that was, by the way, he looked like crap in the weigh-in. And then he came in and he beat the crap out of Ugas. Now, Ugas looked so bad to the point that some people were even suggesting that the fight was a fix, that he threw the fight. So, all I'm saying is, I don't want to underrate Errol Spence because this whole thing about him looking awful in the Ugas fight, I didn't really see it that much. I saw it in some instances, but to take that and equate it to his finished, I'm not quite there yet.
I'm not there based off of that fight. I will say that he got hit more in that fight, but he was trying harder in that fight. And we got to go back to what I was saying before in this situation, if what I say means anything. What is Ugas? Why would he go after Ugas? Why would he go after and take those risks? Ugas' knockout percentage is under 40%. Under 40. In the 30s is what that means. In the 30s. Name me a world-class fighter that fights the way Ugas does, and Ugas does not use flamboyancy and hand speed and slick movements, that fights the way Ugas does with less than 40% that is successful for a long term. And I will say this, man. It's a lot of that too is from Crawford is banking on his power. But what if Spence can take it? We've seen it before where people go, well, this guy's going to win because he's got the knockout power. Or that's a big part of it, of the prediction. But then the thing is, what if he can take it? What if Spence can take it and keep on coming?
So, like with Ugas beating Chiefs. Like
Go
with
ahead,
Ugas,
Gonzo.
he's not a big puncher. Sorry, but he's not a big puncher, but he is strong. The motherfucker's strong. He's stronger than than Trump Porter. He roughed him up. So in other words, even though he don't got a power, he was taking everything that Spence was dishing. And you know, when you're throwing with a lot of force, it's gonna be the other guy's turn to throw too. So while all the air's out of your body, you can catch somebody like when they're nice and relaxed. That's what Ugas had going for him. With Terence Crawford, we know he's fucking strong. He can hit you with the both hands. So it'll be interesting, man. When people say he's gonna knock him out in 5 rounds, do you think really you gotta be? I don't think Errol Spence is correction. Terence Crawford is that guy that he's just gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna give you 5. You can knock me out in 5 rounds. You can walk me down like that. No, why? I don't think you would. He's not that easy to beat.
No, he's not. And the thing, going back to that, you're saying that what if Spence can take these shots the whole time? Again, from guys, what is Peterson's knockout percentage? Also under 40%. And he didn't stagger him all over the ring, but he caught him coming in with a shot that he didn't see because he comes in. When he comes in, sometimes he gets careless. That's what started the whole thing in the 6th round with Ugas. He got hit with the right hand. His leg buckled. Then they went inside. He got hit with another shot. His mouthpiece fell out. And then when he went to go look for it, he was stunned. That's why he went to go look for it. He didn't go look for it. He can say he was embarrassed all he wants to. The thing I know about the military is when you are trained to know what to do in a situation, you lose situational awareness when an outside force causes you to lose focus. The only thing that caused him to lose focus in that situation was Ugas's fists. And so the mouthpiece went out. You're trained not to go and look for the mouthpiece right away because you know that you need to cause a lull in the action for the referee to stop, because the rules are a lull in the action. The ref has to call timeout to give you a mouthpiece. If you're the fighter that knocked it out, you know that your responsibility is to jump on that fighter and come at him with what you can, because the referee's not going to call a timeout unless the action has stopped. Spence turned his back not because he thought that was going to stop everything. He was dazed. There's no way you can convince me of anything other than that with a guy that has that many amateur fights, that many pro fights. If Derek James is the trainer everyone says he is, he should have taught Spence this. There's no way Spence went looking for his mouthpiece because it was a quote-unquote rookie mistake. He was stunned. That's why he went to go look for it. He wasn't thinking straight. And
to be fair, Chief, he did say, because I know BDA been wanting to say something,
I'm sorry.
That he thought his teeth fell out. And it happened to him, and we spoke about it. We were the ones saying, hey, the teeth. You can't bite down on the gum shield. But now he had one specially crafted for him. Like, obviously molded to his teeth, to his new teeth, where he can actually bite down on it, and it's not going to go anywhere. Because he actually thought he had lost his teeth because he got replacers.
Right, yeah, that's what he said. But all I know is when you start to go looking for your teeth and everything else in the middle of a fight, again, it's because you've lost your concentration. What made him lose his concentration? He got hit. He got buzzed. So
well, I'll say this, man.
That's my take on that.
You guys are making good points. And like I was talking about with another caller, that Spence situation that went on with Ugas also happened in the Danny Garcia fight. I had forgotten about it because I was whenever I analyze that fight, I'm always going back to the clips I've gathered, so I don't have to rewatch the whole fight. But last night I started rewatching it. I watched the whole fight, and I had forgotten about that. It was the exact same scenario. The difference being that he didn't get hit as hard after he lost that mouthpiece as he did in his schools, but he made all the same movements. The mouthpiece dropped, he turned away, unprotected, looked down at the floor, and I said, what the fuck? That was the same move from the Ugas fight. That being said, you mentioned the Peterson fight, and he did get hit in there against a guy that's a natural 140-pounder. But that sequence where he got staggered and put on his heels, that was when he was going at Peterson to finish him. He got reckless. Now, granted, that's probably how he could get his ass knocked out against Crawford, but I don't think he's going to get careless early on, man. I think the only way he really tries to open up is going to be once he has him, or he believes he has him hurt.
When I saw him do that,
go after guys like that. Go ahead, recognize.
When I saw him do that, I kind of, don't get me wrong when I say this, I lost respect for him as a fighter, meaning, I'm like, if I fought a dude who was concentrating on something else, I'll just go for the kill. You know, that's it. That's just like I don't give a fuck about your problems, bro. I'm here to win, and you just show me weakness. So I'm pretty sure Crawford is going to do this. He's going to have the same mindset. He can't have that happen in the fight against Crawford. I think that's the one guy he can't do that with, because he'll get fucked up. You know, he could be winning the fight, and let's say that happens, Crawford's going to make him pay. And it could let's say he survives that round, it could fuck him up mentally throughout the whole fight. And, you know, Crawford won't let up, and it's going to maybe force him to either stop Crawford or get stopped.
I also see that. Go ahead, BD.
No, you go ahead. Sorry. You guys go.
Yeah, hey man. I also see that like it's that the losing the concentration has a little bit to do with early CTE, man, and the trauma from that fucking car. I've been through a few situations myself that, you know, I've caused some harm to myself, and shit has happened that I know that it's not easy. It's not an easy life, man. Hey, he's not the same, bro. He's not the same. And also, it's part of the style, you know, the whole fucking, he's fundamentally sound. He runs through the numbers, 1, 2, 6, dropping the different combinations. But they compare him to like RoboCop, I hear. That, you know, he's going to go in there and break you down. But when you're like that, like such a bullheaded, and you get that tunnel vision, and you're just going for the kill, that you cannot be lucid enough to step back a little bit and try to see in a different, how I can win a little bit like differently. You're not gonna have that you're not gonna be as articulated enough to be able to understand the fight in a different way, other than just going like running through the numbers. And I think that's what happens to him sometimes. He's so mechanical. And you gotta be there, presence of mind. And going back to the CT, I think that contributes to the lack of focus and concentration. He's a good fighter, don't get me wrong.
I think if Crawford beats him, we're going to look back and he's going to have one of those moments. And that's going to cause him. I'm going to be honest with you. When I watched the Danny Garcia and the Ugas fight, I almost got the impression the only reason why they didn't take advantage was because he was being protected. That's just my honest opinion, right? I have no proof of that other than, you know, what I saw in the ring. But I almost felt like, dude, if you would have did that shit against somebody who's not here for your personal gain, you know, because they've been told to, that dude will fuck you up. He'll kill your ass in that moment. And so I keep that in mind. That's something I keep in mind, even though I'm picking Spence. I will not be shocked if I'm wrong, and terribly wrong. And I'll look back and he'll have one of those moments, and Terence Crawford just doesn't give a fuck about that. He's not there for that. He just whips his ass. You know, losing the fight, has that moment, and just fucking, he gets, you know, while you're looking for your teeth because you got punched hard, that guy doesn't give a fuck about your teeth. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't like you. He doesn't like the organization you're with. He doesn't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, and since he can punch harder with the both hands, recognize, he can actually like shift into a punch or off the fly where he doesn't have to rearrange the legs before he goes for the kill. On the fly, knock you out with either hand.
But my point is this, look, without the conspiracy theories and all that stuff, I don't think Crawford would let him off the hook in that situation. I think Crawford is strong enough and aware enough that it makes him a better fighter than Ugas and Danny Garcia, that if he sees that happening, he goes in and he takes advantage of that. You get what I'm saying? If that makes sense? Like, he just takes advantage where they couldn't take advantage. Whether they're not skilled enough or not, doesn't matter. Okay? Crawford would be the wrong guy for him to do that against, because he'll take advantage of that, beat him up in that round, drop him more than likely, and, you know, who knows what that could do to a guy's confidence who's been shaken up, lost, you know, his fucking teeth and everything. So, you know, who knows? That could make a guy weary going in the ring.
Recognize, can you see a scenario where both guys go down at least one, if not multiple times in the fight? More kind of Kevin Kelly, Nassim Hamidish, before the winner finally, you know, emerges?
That could happen, bro. It definitely happened.
I don't see it so much for Crawford because Errol Spence, he hits hard, but he's not loading up. He's only stepping to you and touching you hard. So when Errol Spence will most likely knock you out is because he gets you with a body shot to the liver or a fucking referee stoppage, or people just quit in the corner, especially against an elite fighter. He's not, attrition. He's not going to snap your head back with one shot because he put I'm not saying he's slow, but he doesn't focus his boxing style like that. He's basically touching you and thinking about the next and the following punch after that. Well, he's not loading, and I see why he does it. Because obviously, you go for the Sunday punch, your feet are going to be out of place, so you can't follow up. And what he does, he follows you up. He follows it up. He touches hard all the time. So he's thinking about the long game. But with that being said, he doesn't have that power. He doesn't throw with that power to knock you out with one shot. He's going to have to do it against Terence Crawford.
Never sober. You still on?
Yeah, never sober.
Yeah, he might have to do it.
If I haven't heard Never Sober yet, I'd love to hear some of his thoughts.
He left. Shout out to Never Sobers though.
Oh, okay.
But listen, you guys are making a lot of good points about the power. I will say, Gonzalo, I think Spence can hit harder, but like you said, the problem is that he doesn't load. He tends to reserve his power to just enough to keep up the activity level and break you guys and break a guy down. I did see, like I said, I was rewatching the Danny Garcia fight, and early on he did try to catch him with a couple of looping overhand lefts, which is not his forte. But there was enough velocity in there that if he would have caught him, he could have dropped him. But that Garcia fight, Danny Garcia, that is, when we were doing the comparative analysis, I think we gave Crawford the edge in stamina, but that was one where some of us agreed with it and others disagreed with it. When I saw the Danny Garcia fight, I saw Errol Spence starting off very well. He was sticking to Spence. He was sticking to the Garcia like glue, putting a lot of pressure, like long range pressure, but still always in his face, always tagging him with a couple of little shots here and there. And as I was rewatching the fight, I said, "Holy shit!" It actually looked like if he kept it up, he was gonna stop Danny Garcia. Then he started slowing down. There was one point in the eighth or ninth, he really amped it up. But then he had to actually spend the last 10 seconds running away because that took a lot of energy.
He beat him up for most of that round. Yep.
Right, I think he was around. And then in the 10th and 11th, he actually took him off. And then in the 12th, he tried to get him out of there. But then again, in the last, there was a minute left, I think, and then he took off the foot off the pedal. In fact, Derrick James was admonishing him later in the round, saying, "You're letting him off the hook. What's up?" Like he was really admonishing for it. And I remember when the fight happened, we went on the air the day afterwards, and I said I was actually surprised. I thought he was gonna turn it on late, and he couldn't. Now that could be a couple of things. Number one, it could be the accident. Then again, when he fought little Mikey Garcia, that was pre-accident, and he couldn't stop him either. Then Errol Spence, of course, said that the reason why he couldn't stop Mikey Garcia was because he didn't train properly, which is another problem that I brought up in the show, which is that, okay, if you're not training hard for that fight, and he claims he didn't train hard enough for the Porter fight either, which was the biggest fight of his life at that time, how do we know he's training hard for this one?
Well, to be fair, Kenny Porter tried to make it sound like Sean didn't train too hard for that fight either. Because if you remember his comment about Sean preparing for the Crawford fight, said he hasn't done this for the last several fights. Well, there was only one fight in between. He took on some familiar guy or something like that, Swedish guy. Yeah, and then the fight before that was Spence. So if it's the last several, meaning more than two, then he didn't. Then so according to Kenny, even though on the Boxing Voice the day before the Crawford fight, he was in the best shape in the world, and they've never had a better training camp ever. All of a sudden now he's not training like as hard as he should have been fighting for his past quote unquote several fights. So that was two guys that probably weren't up to in the best shape of the world by both either them or their camp's admissions going at it. And it was a very entertaining fight, but maybe that's the reason why it was so entertaining and nobody fully dominated, is because neither guy was on their A game.
That's possible, though.
Just saying.
That's possible.
I mean, the fight was good. That was a good-ass fight.
Oh, it really was a good fight. I actually expected a rematch, but it never happened.
Well, that's because Spence, ended up flying out of his car. But that's the thing, though. The Danny Garcia fight, it's... Again, look, Danny Garcia's tough. and Sean Porter stuff as well. So I understand that he couldn't stop him, but he couldn't stop Mikey Garcia. And then Crawford, I know the excuse, and I understand. Look, I understand that Porter was 2 years older after when he fought Crawford. 2 years older than when he fought Spence, obviously. But the point remains, he still stopped him. Crawford did. So I do have to put a little asterisk on that. But here's my thing, though. If Spence doesn't tire, he's going to be a formidable opponent because he stopped Kell Brook. Now, of course, there's an asterisk with that win too because Kell Brook was compromised in that fight. And he's not Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford seems more durable. But I'm just saying, if Spence shows up at 100%, it's going to be a tough fight either way. And I don't quite buy this whole thing about Spence being finished based off of the Ugas fight.
Right.
I don't know what people are talking about when they say that. I'm not getting that at all.
Well,
the only thing I'm getting out of this whole thing is if we look back from 2019 to now, he fought. Let me look at this again. I just had it up. He fought. This is Errol Spence. He fought Mikey Garcia, and that was his only fight at 19. No, excuse me. He fought Mikey Garcia and Sean Porter. He fought fought once in 21. Excuse me. Let me start again. He fought twice at 19, once in 20, none in 21, once in 22, and he's been off for a year.
Oof,
finally
that's
got it
not
right.
good, man. Yeah, that's a bad record, man, of activity.
That is. Yeah, that is, bro. I can't lie. Like, it's a bit of a red flag right there.
It's a huge red flag.
And the last
it's almost, it's a red light.
Fighter he fought.
It's a red light. He ran through. Right.
And the last fighter he fought was Ugas. So to me, this is like when Felix Trinidad comes out of retirement and beats Mayorga. Ricardo Mayorga, and everyone thinks he looks great. Then he takes on Winky Wright. The fight that you got your ring rust off with did not prepare you for your next opponent at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why you had to bring up Tito.
Not the opponent that's going to get him ready for Bud Crawford. I'm just saying.
I'll say this. Look. Larry Liston is bringing up. Yeah, by the way, that's a major red light that you brought up there. The whole inactivity thing, and that's a red light that Spence is going to run through. But listen, Larry Liston in the chat says also Bud's weirdest win with his gloves noticeably altered should be questioned. Oh no, excuse me, that's not the one I. How will he fight with normal? Anyway, Larry Liston was casting aspersions on Crawford's record, and I agree. I've said it for the past 3 years. His welterweight record is not conducive of a guy that should be number one pound for pound. But that being said, this fight ain't about who he fought or who he should have fought anymore. Now it's about who's in the best position to win, and Spence just has more red flags on him. The fact that his lifestyle hasn't been the best. I'm not saying he's finished, but I'm saying it's taken a toll on his body. The fact that he was in an accident and he hasn't looked all that great since, other than the Ugas fight. The fact that, like Chief said, the inactivity. If all those things weren't there, it would be a much more interesting fight. And that's why I'm a little disappointed in this fight, because it should have fucking happened 3-4 years ago. Even 5 years ago.
Yep. And I think I would have picked Spence comfortably, but right now, I still have to Friday, right? I might change my pick. I'm telling you, man. I watched that Ugas and Danny Garcia fight, and those moments where he was rattled, it just made me say, man, bro, you better not have that happen to you in the Crawford fight. You will be in fucking trouble, bro. Big trouble.
Yeah, and also far from that's not a good thing, but a key thing that it's not just why did you say that happened to him? Recognize?
Oh, the
anyways, the losing of the gum shield.
Oh,
One thing
yeah.
that you cannot do it. You gotta be. You gotta have a good poker face. If you lose your poker face, dude, it's very clear for the opponent to notice that.
I noticed. That's exactly what you just said, Gonzalo. I said to myself, "Damn, bro! Like, are you really that concerned?" And I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. He was saved by the referee, bro. He was in a lot of trouble. That should have been a knockdown.
Yep.
The ropes kept him up.
Yep.
That should have been a knockdown.
I think.
How many times have we seen fighters in hindsight that they get hurt, but they don't give it away, and they can actually survive? Sometimes fighters are hurt. I don't have even to have like the benefit of knowing. I know they are, But the other fighter doesn't pick up on that, and he doesn't go for the kill. If you do something stupid like that and you show it, like, and the other fighter can pick it up because you're just that naive, you're getting taken out.
You're definitely gonna be in trouble. Now, recognize, I think you're right. That should have been called a knockdown because the ropes kept him up. What the ref screwed up by saying stop because the mouthpiece fell out. But again, there was no lull in the action.
Luckily, he saw that the mouthpiece came out, right? So that's why I say he was trying to say by the ref, because if the ref doesn't see the mouthpiece, I think Ugas is going to go for go for a finish up. Throw some more punches.
Ugas did hesitate.
Yes,
he hit him, but he didn't really go all out to try and finish him up because they were both a little bit discombobulated Spence is discombobulated because his leg buckled just before his mouthpiece was knocked out. Then his mouthpiece got knocked out. Spence, I'm not saying he was on Queer Street and was gone, but his head was not clear. I will go that far. Okay. And then he got hit again and his legs buckled and he went into the ropes. So, but the referee stepping in by, like you said, saved him by interfering just enough to where Ugas didn't go in, balls to the wall and try and set anything up, is what gave Spence just enough time to move away and not be followed up with a barrage. Not to say that Ugas with his 38% knockout ratio would have done anything, but it might have scored a legitimate knockdown. That's not to say Spence wouldn't have gotten up okay. I'll go that far. But it might have scored a legitimate knockdown. You have a point there.
I mean, this is an interesting point that Gonzalo brought up and that you guys are discussing about the whole mouthpiece thing, because it could be seen a whole bunch of different ways. But again, it just goes to show you that if Spence is going to win this fight, he's going to have to do it via some sort of pressure, and he certainly cannot get careless and lazy. I mean, listen, it's not like Crawford's going to lay him out cold with one shot. But the problem with fighting Crawford is that he can stun you with one shot, and then the follow-up is what forces the referee to wave the fight off. So it's gonna be interesting to see, man. I'm curious now to see what happens in that fight. And again, though, Spence's stamina is not perfect, man. He took the foot off the gas against Danny Garcia, and even Derek James was admonishing him for it, and he actually seemed a little confused. As if he didn't expect Spence to tire, which makes me either he was overconfident in Spence's ability to keep up that type of pressure. Maybe Garcia is just that tough, and his body shots affected Spence, which means that if Spence could hurt him, then so can Crawford to the body. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens, man. I'm excited.
And we've seen DDA. We've seen that. I'm sorry, Gonzalo. Let me finish this real quick point. We've seen the PBC underestimate their opponent, meaning their fighter versus the guy that's not part of PBC. Wilder Fury, right? We've seen this happen before. So we don't know if, because of the car accident and him spending so much time at 147 pounds when he's probably growing out of it against a guy who's making 147 pretty comfortably. He's gotten very strong. That's the one thing we have to say about Crawford. At 147, he looks to be very, very strong. So we don't know, right? We could have that same scenario where we're like, it's a 50-50 fight going in, and their fighter just gets totally blown out.
Jeez, Luis, I mean, that could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, because don't get it twisted. The PBC are estimating a close fight. That's their estimation, and they're saying to themselves, "Look, we get in a close fight, and the fight's close. Our boy gets the nod." We at least for me, I always got to bring in the politics when it comes into boxing, because I do not expect a close fight that could have went Crawford's way to go his way on a PBC card. I don't see that happening.
Well, let me say something about this, because in the chat, JumpTube says Spence's punch stats for Mikey Garcia were 345 shots landed out of 10,048. So he has stamina. Look, I'm not saying his stamina is the. Well, against Mikey Garcia, yeah, he says he threw 1,000.
Wait, let me hear you. You said 10,000 or 1,000?
1,048.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I wanted to say 10. What did they say? 100. Whatever. The point is, he had that against Mikey Garcia. That's true. But what I'm saying is, first of all, that doesn't bode well for him. The fact that supposedly he landed 345 shots and he couldn't take out a lightweight. That's number one. But my thing is this: he's not the stamina monster that, like, for example, Margarito. He could throw about almost 1,000 shots against anybody. He just wouldn't stop. Same thing with Manny Pacquiao. Those are stamina monsters. Errol Spence is not quite there. And that's because I think...
Wait a minute. Margarito, BD? Margarito with loaded gloves can actually throw 1,000 pounds, 1,000 punches. Wouldn't that make your gloves heavier?
Yeah, well, that's
really?
That's what I'm saying, man. But this when people say that, by the way, he's referencing the fact that people just say that casually. Like, he had plaster in his gloves. He didn't have plaster cast. He had a pad on the hand wraps that had traces of what's usually consistent with plaster of Paris. But there was no plaster of Paris in the pad. So that's just one of those things that's amazing to me that people just repeat. Oh, yeah, he had plaster in his gloves. And no, he didn't. Anyway, that's for another episode. But the point is, the fact that Spence had to actually dial it back against Danny Garcia. And it was a good performance, don't get me wrong. He won almost every round. It was competitive, but there was no doubt that he won the fight. So it's a good win. But now he's going up against a guy where the stamina is going to play a factor. It's if he's going to want to win, then that has to be his advantage. And I don't see it as being his advantage.
And another thing on top of that, BDA, you guys, Crawford might prove to be actually be the stronger of the two in this case, going down the stretch because of what you mentioned. But prior to the fight, right now, he's having to sacrifice nothing. He's eating the way he should just to basically step on the scale, weighing 147. I don't even think he has to cut any weight at all. That's Terence Crawford. Traditionally, in the past, the fighters that can pretty much walk in right around the weight that they're fighting, they're real good. Manny Pacquiao, well, smaller, but he moved up to welter. But then again, Pacquiao, Julio Cesar Chavez, Oscar De La Hoya, Tito Trinidad, basically at the weight that they belong. And that's Errol Spence. Correction, that's Terence Crawford. The morning of the fight, he can eat his breakfast. And all the while, Errol Spence, he's kind of lazy when he's not training, drinking, eating the fast food because he's referenced that in the past. But now all of a sudden, you're doing fat camp. You're doing fat camp, and Terence Crawford is just training on the boxing and getting stronger, actually, maybe lifting a little bit of weight. So he's having to sacrifice nothing.
Interesting. Yeah, that could be. That's a big factor, too, as well, man. Because that means he can keep his power late.
It's something I was talking to someone else about recently.
Who was that?
When we were talking about cutting weight, I talked about.
I'm kidding. I'm
I don't
kidding.
remember the guy's name.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the guy was talking about cutting weight, and especially when I mentioned the fact that Kell Brook had to take off about the same amount of body weight, which was muscle, as Roy Jones did against Antonio Tarver, and everyone thinks that's not a reason for Roy Jones, not an excuse for Roy Jones. That's a reason. Okay, but when I mentioned Kell Brook, all of a sudden that's an excuse. Well, he signed to fight that fight and blah blah blah. Look, and then the person told me taking weight off is taking weight off. In which case, I gave him a science, breakdown after that. That's completely false because the body's meant to burn two things for energy: carbohydrates and fats, not muscle. The body is built for muscle to be a form of energy to be used to be burned. And if you have to take the muscle off and you have to burn it, you are doing damage to your body. There's all sorts of muscle fibers, fast and slow twitch, that are in every muscle. If you're burning these muscles, you're affecting how they react.
What are the signs when you're getting dehydrated? You start to cramp up, right? Your muscles start to cramp up, and then later on you start feeling that dehydration. You're like you're battling for air almost. So it's not a good thing to be losing muscle weight. And I would say Kell Brook, in the fights that he lost to Spence and Crawford, especially Crawford, he just looked weight drained. He looked weight drained in those fights. But Crawford took him out pretty easy.
The going into the Triple G fight, the week of, Kell Brook made a comment. I may not go back down to 147 to defend my title because that weight cut is just going to be too much. And even during the fight, if you actually watch the DAZN replay of the fight, the British commentator is saying he had to do an awful lot of work to get back down to however many stones 147 is, but 10 stones 7 or something, like whatever the that conversion is. But they even made note of it during the telecast. And so when this person who's pro Spence, and he has every right to be, was trying to make it sound like taking weight off is just taking weight off, it's literally not. When you're trying to take, and where's Jimmy when you need him? When you're trying to burn muscle as a form of energy to get back down, that's not a good thing. And if I remember correctly, Kell Brook was chiseled to the bone at 157 or 150 something, almost at 160. And then he had to take that muscle off in the same amount of time that Roy had to take between the John Ruiz fight, and the same amount of weight for the John Ruiz fight to the Antonio Tarver fight as what Brook had to do against Spence. Now, he was fresh enough in his life, and this is going to back what Rick and I said about which one he looked better in and which one was more of a drain on him. He was still young enough in his life to where he came out and his adrenaline was pumping. He was able to get a good few rounds in against Spence before his punches started getting pushed and they lost snap and everything else, like we were saying, in which case that's when Spence went in for the kill and beat him up. He was older to the point that when he had to take that weight off against Bud, to where he had nothing left. There was no, didn't matter how much adrenaline was pumping in him. You could have had the adrenaline hooked to a diehard battery, and it wouldn't have mattered. He still would have not had anything in the ring because he was just too spent. He was too old to take that much muscle off because he was fighting at 154 and weighing at 147 and compete against Bud.
I mean, those are all fair points, man. And that's the thing, though, is you can always flip it around too. That Kell Brook, 157, he was all muscle, man, against Golovkin. I mean, it's a big asterisk, like I said, for both for both Crawford and Spence, that the fact that they beat a guy who really just burned away solid mass and to make it. But
I mean, it's safe to say that Golovkin beat the better version of him.
He did. Yeah, he did. But listen, we got to move on here, man. It's midnight here. I got to go, man. But it was good talking with you guys a little bit here today. We're going to be back tomorrow for a final, like just us panelist show. And then on Friday, it's the craziness. Again, you got to be on some sort of foreign substance to be on the show. Now, Gonzalo, I know you're off the booze, but man, if you jump in, you got to be on coffee or hot cocoa or something. And same for everybody else.
Cocoa with marshmallows, BD.
You said something foreign? I'm going to have me a cappuccino.
There you go. That's going to be...
Hot cocoa with marshmallows.
Yeah, that's good,
And
man.
guess what?
That's good.
And guess what, BDA? I'm on cappuccino now.
Yeah, hot cocoa with marshmallows. I'm going to be rocking one of them hats you wear when you go to sleep. Like the Santa Claus ones with the little, like, in the end.
Yeah, with the ball there. Yeah, the puffy ball. I'm gonna try to see if I can score some flakka and just go nuts on the air. And
that should be interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my clothes off and just start screaming off the top of my lungs. I'm kidding, of course. I'm not gonna fucking go for flakka. But yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting.
Nah, he's not kidding. He'll take his clothes off. Trust me.
We're gonna be doing breathalyzers, and if you're clean and sober, we can't let you in. All right, fellas. So that's just a fair warning.
never sober is never sober. So he'll be all right.
That's right. He'll live there. He lives in the Discord. Never sober. He's never sober. So we'll see what happens there, man.
I guess this leaves me out.
Just drink some orange juice. Make sure it's fine.
I said you can show up, but you gotta be drinking something. Meaning, you gotta be on something. Meaning, coffee. You could be drinking that. You could be drinking hot chocolate because it gives. What's that?
But you did say something foreign, right? So, like, technically, he can get like a foreign orange juice or something.
Well, that's not enough. It has to be. Did you say you don't drink coffee, Chief?
Yeah, I did 20 years in the military without drinking coffee.
Well, what about some green tea or black tea?
I might be able to find some sweet tea to drink.
Yeah, because you guys
Just
have
make
to
sure,
stay
just
off
make
of
sure
it,
it's
but I
foreign.
think I'll make an exception.
Chief, make sure it's foreign. Make sure it's like from Europe or something.
No, that's not
Absolutely.
you. Recognize why are you harping on the foreign thing? I meant foreign substance, meaning
I
something that's
know.
unnatural. But here's the thing, though, Chief. It would be funny if Chief would have said, "Oh, I don't drink coffee. I don't drink tea. I do speed though.
I
crystal meth." He's like, okay, he doesn't drink coffee, but then he does like the most hardcore drug out there. Yeah. All right, man. Well, listen. Shout out to everybody out there.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, good morning. Yeah. Shout out to everybody that called in, by the way. I think it was the longest stretch of phone calls we ever had. And like I said, on Saturday, I might do another phone call show where it's just people calling in, and that's bound to get crazy, especially if something controversial happens. And then, of course, on Sunday, we'd have the usual panel show where we can really break down what happened. So shout out to you guys for joining me late here. I'm talking about Gonzalo, Chief. Recognize. Shout out to Never Sobers, who was here earlier. Again, everybody that called in, everyone that donated with a super chat. It got a little bit crazy. We had some laugh, a couple of suspenseful moments as well. Some people cried, not me, of course. And we'll see. We'll be back and do it again tomorrow, and of course Friday, and then Saturday. Oh, and Sunday. Okay, so we're pretty much going to be having a show every day here from here till Sunday. So.
Hey, PDA, sorry I was annoying you with writing my pick down. It's because if you write it, it will manifest to the universe.
All right. What have you been hanging out with Deontay Wilder or something? What's the matter with you? Speak it, believe it, achieve it. Speak it, believe it, achieve it.
Walter Mercado. I'm just kidding.
Walter Mercado, that fucking guy. He's dead.
We're gonna call Lobito Mercado.
Lobito Mercado. By the way, just to reiterate, the picks we got so far: Bucho said Crawford 10th round stoppage. Hold on a second. Where is it?
I still got Spence. No, split. I got Spence split decision.
Alrighty. Yeah, well, Pucho said Crawford 10 round stoppage. Chief said Crawford decision, 8-4 type decision. Gon said Crawford 12 round TKO. And I believe you weren't the only one. The Quacks afterwards said that too. And that was days ago, Gonzalo. So you're not by yourself anymore.
It'll be a 7-5 either way. Watch. I have a feeling that's what it's going to be.
Well, that's the thing, though. Then Recognize came in and he said, hold on, where's his Recognize his Spence decision? Well, like he just said, 7-5. And I've yet to make my pick. But whether it's on paper or not, I'm pulling the trigger on Crawford. That's my first instinct is to pick Crawford for the win. But I can see Spence pulling it off. So until I put it on paper, I'm still undecided technically. So anyway,
I got to ask everybody real quick one thing. We've had it before when someone had, like, when Trinidad lost the right, it would have been better for boxing if Trinidad would have won. Who would it be better for boxing to win this fight?
I think boxing sees it as Spence, the establishment. I don't know if they're right about that. I can't say. I think the establishment thinks that Spence will be better off. It'll be better off, if Spence won for them.
Right.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm not going to argue it either way. I would just say I'm not 100% convinced that would be the best thing for boxing.
I'll say that for boxing and the boxing establishment, it would be better if Spence wins by virtue of the fact that he's a little younger, he's more entertaining, he's got a better fan base than Crawford, which again, the bottom line for the boxing establishment is the money. And Crawford, I was actually going to say Crawford first because he's been willing to fight everybody, whereas Spence is with the PBC and they put a bunch of red tape all over the place. But again, I think the other attributes that I mentioned override that. Again, Crawford is not that well known. I think also maybe the boxing establishment sort of doesn't want to touch him that much anymore, especially if he's got a loss because of the way he went at Bob Arum. So in other words, they're probably thinking, this guy, we can't control him. He's got too much freedom to do what he wants. So maybe it would be better for Spence to win. And also, like Never Sobers mentioned, one final point. Never Sobers sort of said that he's kind of rooting for Spence because he wants to see Spence against Canelo, which is something that the PBC would be crazy enough to make.
That's something, that's a really good fucking point, man. That's a really good point.
That's one of the reasons why I'm not sure this would be an even a fair decision. If that's in their back pocket, then this will never be an evenly judged fight.
I don't expect it to be. There's nothing in look. I'm not capping for either fighter. I already said that. I don't really have a horse in the race, but you got to take into consideration he is a PBC fighter. History has shown that, at least when it comes to the PBC, when these fights are close, the guy they want to win gets the nod. And so I would expect that in this fight too. He might win the fight deservingly, but I'm not going to be shocked if the fight's close and maybe Crawford won and they still give it to Spence.
That's a possibility too, man. Gonzalo, did you want to go ahead, man? Because I saw you stayed silent a little bit there. I don't know if you were pondering your answer.
Oh, no, listen, I was watching the screen. I think Quack's got it the other way. He got it 12 round for Spence.
Whoa.
Listen, I think he'll be winning the rounds, but I think Crawford just catches him late. And that's not, and I'm not saying that I'm not sure in my pick, but he got to get the knockout to win. Crawford, that's what he needs to do. And that's what I'm going by, but that's a tall order, tall ask, I mean.
Well, you know what, though? That's what I told one of the callers, is that before the Maxi Hughes Kambosos fight was announced last Saturday, a lot of people on the Discord were saying, robbery incoming, watch him get robbed. And then he reminded me of how prior to Canelo Golovkin won, a lot of people were saying, 90% of the boxing fans were saying, there's no way Golovkin wins the decision. Not that he can't win the fight, but it's just that they're not going to give it to him. And then boom, it happens. It reminded me too of when people were saying that Epstein was going to get suicided. And then 1 week later, boom, he kills himself in his cell. So people know, man, and I'm getting these type of vibes here for this fight, that so many people are saying Crawford will not get a decision in Las Vegas. So we shall see.
It's just recognizing, no point intended, recognizing pattern.
Recognizing, yeah.
Well, you can. There's nothing wrong with that. With saying, look, I noticed a pattern. I'm not going to be shocked if that's what happens.
No, you're right, man. Yeah, that's what people saw. Educated boxing fans saw it coming against Golovkin, Canelo, and Hughes versus Kambosos. You're right, man. So hopefully that's not what happens. But hey, we'll see what happens. Shout out to the Boxing Kangaroo, says, everyone down with the slickness. Well, I don't know about that, man, but we try to call it elusiveness over here. Slippery as well, slipperiness. Anyway, listen, guys, thank you again for joining us, man. I recognize Jimmy didn't show up, man. But recognize Chief, Gonzalo, Never Sobers, everybody that called in. It was a fun show. We've been out. Yeah, take it easy, fellas. Thanks for watching, man.
Go to Latrice. BDA, go to the Latrice.
Latrice is the fucking black hooker from the neighborhood, man. Come on.
Oh, okay. She